Ice on my VV, yes, I don't be hitting. You can't fall asleep, can't OD out them drugs. I take it again, the purse was enough. I can't fall asleep, can't OD out them drugs.
Slasher, wake the fuck up.
Talking shit to my gang, if you got a problem, you gon' pop it. Swing the two for the infant man, bless, gon' retard it. We finna pack up, punch your shit, gangsters gon' retard it. I'm my bitch with a BBL, she be gon' retire. Let's go!
Bitch, let's pop it. Hold up, nigga, we mobbing. Yeah. Bitch, we came to party. Niggas just ain't not stopping. We fuck ATL. All my niggas be popping. Shop shit, we do violence. Shop shit, we do violence.
Y'all can't fuck with my gang, if you break. I'm with his wife, bitch. We off the shrooms, so that's what I guys. I'm with the bad strippers. Up in the club, they giving me brain. They some other little freaks, and they finna do whatever I say.
You better talk your shit. You better act like you in a trap. All my killers get wild. We act dangerous. We got attack. I'm in the beat bang bang with my shot. She act nervous. Double O shit. Trash style shit. Bitch get curved.
I know she been there before, yeah. Nigga, you think shit sweet? On my mom, giving niggas jokes. If I come back with retaliation, would you go slide? I don't know. Put this 9mm in your skull, blow your brain on the floor. Floor. But I'm staying with my slacks. Blood. The biggest 2019, I'm so broke, but now I'm on track. Blood. These savage through gun size, all my money get packs. We throw out them gun side, gang side, bring to the fat. Bring to the fat. You finna feel my vibe, you finna pop that shit, you gon' retard. You finna pop that shit, you gon' retard. Pop it. I'm with a bitch with a BBL,
Saved from 63rd, but he ain't from the wreck. Bitch, I got that song, the files don't make me do it, I'll make it look bad. Little ass boy got beat by the bitch, can't even tuck or shoot the mag. My homeboy T got an SRT, he pushing in Visa back to back. Ain't called like and they shot the whip 4 times and bullets ain't hit me back. I really got ops, yo dumbass, don't y'all fantasy bad, but I'm fake ass raps. They think cause I'm a bitch, I'm soft, you goofy, I really backdoor your mans. They think that I'm real life selling pussy, bitch try rob your ass. Fake some pussy and escort pages, I done came up about 100 bands. Got the whole city be screaming like shy, you really done got the whole world mad. Some of y'all on AZ be talking like bitch, y'all real life be going out so sad. Ain't no bitch, yeah, go ahead through y'all 30-year-olds, just let her brag. Shot bitch and shot rat, whole time they mad, they couldn't crack. I fucked on my op in the back of the beam, got blocked as soon as he got in the back. This bitch in my face, she yelling out phone him, stop this, go when he move like that. You QB, you dumb as a bitch, recruiting these bitches to pull up and rob your ass. Been going up since on y'all on my dick, push them off, we ain't even cool like that. Fuck with my ex, they tryna come fucking DMs, move around, I'm cool off that. My homegirl told me slow down, you doing too much, you know that I'm crazy as shit. My dreadhead don't got a problem with it, he said go shorty, yeah, do that shit. Shot bitch and jeans got pockets, damn well, you know I run through that shit. I ain't one of them bitches that be texting a line and I can't go through that shit. Backdoor him, his brother, his mother, his cousin, don't give a fuck who you is. Shot bitch, they love me so much, my name and they mouth like a hoe suck dick. Broke backdoor, shot in the beam, G lock, I'm really that backdoor bitch. Got a Glock 43, I'ma let this whole bang. I'm face tag gang, you none but a lame. You throw but say you not what you bang. You ain't caught a body, you ain't body bag gang. You lying ass bitch, please stay in your lane. Oh now you pissed off cause I put him in place. You mad like my own bitch, get on my face. My house at the block, go slide to the place. Yeah, if you got toys, let's see how you play. Get a bad dope bitch, I walk with a limp cause I walk with a stick. Dope bitch raw limp cause we turned her a trick. Boy, ain't no plug, you just smoking that shit. You know it's not bad for you, now what you live. Got a B&B house that I ran for the shit. Yeah, if you see me, you know who I'm with. Got a dreadhead Draco, he empty the clip. Tryna bitch fuck bloods and she fucking the cribs. Don't get too soft cause I call you a bitch. All I want is some money, don't throw me that dick. I'm quick to get busted when I see blue strips. I'm wiping my nose, I'm gonna say old bitch. Slime. bitch with a chrome heart piece. Wore down this bitch with chrome on my teeth. China bitch, I'm hitting the keys. I be on my Q's, I be on my P's. My 40 gon' bless me like it had a sneeze. I gave you that strap, but you bustin' with me. A cool ass bitch, don't think that it's sweet. Them 2 to 3 shells went straight through his knees. We look at your records, he talks to police. We saw in the op, we left him deceased. Not from the block, he not from the trenches. Crossing him off, we leaving him exits. That's not a Glock, he don't got a weapon. China in first, he steady in second. That's not a BB bitch, that is a necklace. Trickle got body, this shit doing stretches. If you want smoke, we leaving him headless. I pray to my chopper, pray to La Muerte. We do not shoot, we only do walk-ups. Claw my slimes if ops wanna talk to. Chopper got body, so we finna off him. If red beam, red green, it off him. Watch how he move, they already watching. Got 2 shooters, they ready to target. Me and this shit, you can call me a prophet. China bitch, shot him in the sock. I do what I want, you do what you can. Y'all get in the gym, they ready your mans. He fuck with a JG, he talk to the feds. F2 in the gym, we bust 2 in his head. RDG gang, I ride with the slimes. First on the list is your time to die. Big ass Glocks, they come with the 9s. We shooting this shit, and your ass gon' die. Stick, 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 stick. Try to come in, put you out like a bitch. I heard that song, but it ain't no ditch. Tryna clout chase me, but you ain't on shit. That lame white bitch, probably built like a stick. Tryna bend that bitch, you told to the stick. On skateboard, pussy outside with a blick. You ain't for a shot, time stop that shit. Y'all better step back, tryna about to step in. Bitch, I said what I said. You think that it's safe for let you back in? Come on in, show you how to get in. Psych pussy boy, I'm a back door bitch. I slide through the front and a back door bitch. I go off and on and off like switch. I sign up beam in a stolen whip. I'm a hot ass bitch tryna bend that bitch. Stick, 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 stick.
No Jumper. We back with a legend.
That's not live, right?
No. But we recording. Yo, OGZ in the building, man. I'm excited to have you in here, bro. You've been
I've been here in a minute.
Yeah, man. We've
Nice to see you.
been rocking since we interviewed you in like 2017 with everybody. And now it's like crazy, honestly, to see you still going hard and still just like
going harder than ever, I feel like.
Yeah, is that how you feel?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay, so what has changed though? Because I feel like during that whole era, you were kind of living a very wild life, and as time goes by, I feel like I see you being really focused on your business and your money and whatnot.
I'm just focused on my rap more than ever, and I'm just like, I'm just in tune with myself. I'm just more focused, and like I got goals. I got real goals. I got a lot of goals I'm trying to accomplish.
Do you consider yourself a family man at this point, or are you still a young jit?
Both. YN and family man. YN on the weekends.
Holy shit. Nah, but I mean, like, even when I listen to the project, the new album and everything that everybody should go check out, it's like I feel like I'm seeing a side of you that wants to continue to mature as a musician and like trying to make records that could really make sense on the radio and just for a wide variety of people. Whereas when I first seen you coming out, it was more just like straight street content, and obviously you still got that, but it's definitely like I feel like you're just approaching things in a very more adult way.
100%. Like when I first came in, I never wanted to be on the radio. I didn't have like I didn't want to get plaques. Like I didn't care or know about none of that. Now as I'm like getting accolades, I want to keep achieving more and doing more and just keep winning.
Definitely.
And I want to like spread my message and show everybody who I am. You feel me? So I want to reach broader audiences, like different audiences.
Yeah, it's crazy when you go back and listen to the oldest Shoreline stuff before you guys really like found your sound and you guys were all on Suicide Boys beats and shit.
Yeah.
That's
like
wild.
36 Mafia type shit.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just in the studio with DJ Paul the other day.
Oh, really? How'd you guys connect?
He's been with us since we came out. I think because he always knew like the influence he had on us. So like my first show in Memphis, he put up like.
Really? That's dope.
He's
Yeah.
been with us since the beginning.
He's like a real hip hop student still to this day. Like I'll still see him at random events and shit.
Yeah, I did my verse, and we've known each other for years since like we came out. And a few weeks ago was our first session, and I dropped the verse, and he was so excited. He was
really?
Like, yeah, I seen it in his face. He's like, yeah, that's a hard ass verse.
Do you still not punch in? Really?
Sometimes no. The last two projects I was punching in, but this one,
okay.
I did my project. It was no punching in really, and then we just completed the Shoreline Mafia album.
Right.
The Shoreline album.
Because Phoenix has never really punched in either, right?
No,
he does now.
He be punching
Okay, because he didn't used to. That was one thing I was shocked by going to the studio with you guys back in the day. Is like, oh shit, they just write their verse and just go in there and just do it one take.
But no, he be punching in a lot.
You know, I had to tuck my gin.
You feel like which one works better for you?
2 gin, 2 scrap, and my hoodie. Hit her up, and a rip. I think cookie. Big up, we take him down. He think he
Because I feel like it has a different sound when
This
you're
is not a
punching in
crisp
each
bet.
bar,
It's a
even
Uzi.
if you write it in advance, because then you have like more breath for each bar.
For sure. You say it differently, 100%.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'm learning how to put them two together, like write it, but still swag it out. You feel me? Like the whole Shoreline album, I wrote all my shit, and it was going crazy.
For sure. So okay, wait. With the Shoreline album, how did you approach that differently than how you would just approach a normal project?
It's just the vibe was just different. Just being in the studio with the homies. Like when I'm doing my solo project, I go to a studio. I treat it like a real work day. You feel me? I'm in the studio. I don't have no one there. I'm focused. I got objectives over there. We just freestyling like around, throwing that beat, look around.
Definitely. Because from an outsider looking
felt
in,
like less pressure and
right.
more fun.
Cause from an outsider looking in, I felt like you and Phoenix patched it up at a certain point, but it was mostly like from a business standpoint. Do you feel like as time's gone by, you guys have become more like friends like the old days?
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't really business, because I mean we didn't even leave off like on a bad friendship. It was just like we just hadn't hung out. You feel me? So it's like reuniting, hanging out, and it's just like, oh yeah, we missed this shit. You feel me?
Right. Yeah, because some of the wildest studio sessions I ever seen in my life were definitely old Shoreline Mafia sessions. Like I would go into that shit. I remember walking into one, and it was a whole extremely wide variety of different lean pints on the table, like 10 pounds. I don't know what was about to happen with the 10 pounds. For sure, they weren't all getting smoked right there. You got like a fool getting tattooed right over here, a dude getting his haircut right over here. It'd be like 20 dudes stuffed in there, and then still somehow you guys wrote some of the biggest songs of your career in that environment.
No, for sure. Now I can't do that no more. It's like I get too distracted. That's why I be really treating it like work. But definitely working with Phoenix is a whole different ball game than working by myself.
Because I feel like he's still living a little bit more of that crazy lifestyle than you were.
Yeah, a little bit.
True or false?
A little bit.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
I'm just like too focused because it's like back in the old days. Like even when we were doing Shoreline, like I was just like, nah, this got to get done. This got to get done. This got to get done. You feel me?
Definitely. Yeah.
But
like
then I also feed a lot off of his energy. Like he got that wild energy.
Right.
So it bring me back to like my old shit. That's why I feel like the Shoreline shit sounds so fire.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you have regrets about, like, from my perspective, I feel like there was a little bit of momentum lost in the breakup or the period of time that you guys worked together. Do you ever look back on that and be like, damn, I wish that I had like kept that thing rolling the whole time?
Not really. I don't regret anything, and I feel like it helped me grow so much as a person. It helped him grow. Like it was perfect, and I feel like bringing it back now is just all perfect timing.
Definitely. So okay, on the project, just to continue discussing that, it feels like you tried a lot of different stuff. There's more like R&B vibes. There's like some like a song with like a dude singing in Spanish and shit on the hook and everything.
Junior H, shout out Junior H.
Yeah. And you just put out the video for that, right?
Yeah, just right now. Let me make sure this shit uploads. My bad.
No, literally, I saw it on my subscriber tab right before I came in here.
Right now, my bad.
But okay, like, what makes you want to go in a more expansive direction like that? Just from, are you do you feel like you're chasing hits and success,
nah,
or is that just a natural
I'm not chasing hits. I think it's natural, and I think it's for me traveling the world and seeing so much different walks of life and stuff. Like the R&B stuff, like I'm seeing like how girls react to like Huncho or Kaylin, and I'm like, oh yeah, I want to do some shit like that. I'm just like experimenting, and it's working.
Definitely,
it's working a lot.
Yeah, for sure. That's one thing. Like I've been talking to Ray J recently, and like when we're talking about R&B shit versus like street type music, to him you could tell that he just considers the street type stuff of just like a very, like it's just kind of immature in comparison because he knows how much more success you could potentially have with shit that could really hit the
And
radio
like as you get older, you see that like the rest of the world, it doesn't listen to that type of shit. Like that's why a lot of rap doesn't do as well as you think it does.
And I mean, so much of the street stuff is just kind of like designed to only appeal to people who understand the references and what you're talking about like that. Yeah,
for sure. Like a girl not gonna understand anything I fucking say in a song.
Right, definitely.
But if I say it in like cute terms and on the R&B beat, she's gonna be like, oh yeah, I get it.
Definitely. Do you like? I feel like you've always had that percentage of your fan base that is like the girls who they treat you like a little bit of a heartthrob.
Yeah,
type
like a Mexican
character.
Justin Bieber.
Yeah, there you go. You still embracing that? Like, is that still something that you like think about? Or?
I think it's getting crazier with the R&B shit.
Really?
Like, yeah.
Because there's definitely been shows of yours that I went to over the years too, where there was a large number of hyenas in the front row screaming, and that was kind of shocking to be like, oh, they got like a fan base like that as well.
Dude, they get it. You feel me? And especially being from Southern California, like these girls can relate to a lot of shit. Like we probably remind them of their boyfriends, their fucking uncles, their cousins. You feel me? So they can relate.
Right. Reflecting on why Shoreline made such a splash when you guys came out, though, what do you think it was? Because you just kind of presented a different energy.
I think it was the fact that so many kids looked at us, and all our homies are different ethnic groups, and they're like, "Yo, I could like that could be me." You feel me? It's not just about gang banging, but it is like we still turn like we just set like an example of what everyone could be, and everybody could do it. I feel like we look like a lot of everybody. You feel me?
Definitely. Yeah, because it's like I have conversations with dudes now where I realize how big that divide is between like Chicano culture and like what a lot of people would kind of characterize as more like black culture, and it is always kind of controversial. Like people just kind of look at that a certain way, and I feel like you sort of very much ushered in that archetype of just being like a young Mexican dude in LA who is
with everybody,
and is like very much involved with a lot of different scenes, from the graffiti shit to the rapping shit. When you look at that, were you even conscious of that?
Yeah, for sure. That might be another reason why everyone could relate and fuck with it, because it's like I appeal to every different type of person.
Definitely. Yeah, and it's kind of wild to see, like, after all these years, that still people always include you in the conversation about the top Mexican rappers out of LA. Do you feel like that puts you in too much of a box, though? You feel like you should be considered just one of the top dudes, period?
I feel like I'm the top Mexican rapper, regardless, worldwide. Who else is?
Oh, so you're not even limiting yourself to LA. You're saying just in general.
Yeah, it's no one else. Who else? I mean, there's some under me, like a shout out to homies for me, but
right.
I'm number one.
Definitely. If we were to go monthly listeners, I think you would take it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Which is,
I'm going based off of analytics. I'm not even going based off opinion.
Right. Because you've been out for so long.
Because I wouldn't call myself number one if it wasn't proven.
Right.
Yeah.
Who's in the running? Like, if you were to talk about who else belongs in the
I don't know,
top
because I don't look at no one's numbers, but definitely D-Baby, Peso, and Bravo. Like, I don't know who else. That's just off the top of my head right now.
Yeah. Do you think Lefty's making his way into that?
Oh, yeah,
category?
Lefty's up there. Yeah, shout out Lefty, yeah.
Okay. Do you think he's trying to, like, is he kind of, like, leapfrogging past the competition? Because I feel like he has so much internet hype and people are so fascinated by him, but doesn't necessarily maybe have the biggest songs in comparison.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like Lefty has so much potential, and I be telling him all the time, like, bro, you got so much potential. All you got to do is lock in and focus. It's like, and I know he's at the start of his career, so that's the worst time to try to lock in and focus. Like,
right.
But like, that's what I realized. Like, growing up and getting rid of distractions, that's what's making me better as an artist, better as a person. Like, you just got to get rid of all the extra noise, everything, and just be by yourself for a minute.
Right.
That's why I feel like the Shoreline split was so perfect, because like we just got to like sit down and just really reflect on shit.
So when you look at that,
when
you
life
look at
is
that
moved,
as the right time
yeah,
for that to have taken place.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Because when it was when my son being born, and when life is moving so fast, it's really hard to reflect and fucking take everything in.
Right. Definitely. Yeah, I mean, that was crazy watching that take place, because you guys were all like living together at the time that you got signed and everything, right? And then, and I always, actually, I use you guys as an example sometimes when I'm talking to like younger groups and shit, where I'm like, think about what happened with Shoreline, where they were all such tight homies that they're living together. All of a sudden, they're getting money on a different level. What do? They all split off. They got spots with their girls and shit. And then, you know, that kind of creates like a natural amount of tension, or you're just not living the exact same lifestyle at that point.
You're not living the same life, and you're just growing up. Like, everyone grows up. You gotta grow up. You want to grow up, you're gonna stay where you was at.
Right. Definitely. I mean, it's like the transition from being like a you know, I don't know if you mind me saying this, but like a drug dealer to a rapper, like a full-time rapper.
No,
even just that is such a huge
100%.
transition in
I was just
terms of
saying
your
it
life.
the other day. I'm like, bro, I went from kicking it with the homies every day, hanging out in the street, to living in the suburbs and like have nothing to do. I'm like,
right.
It's weird. It's hard to adjust for sure.
You ever miss that energy that kind of gave you though?
I mean, I feel like I have that energy because I be around. Like if I go to a club, I see everybody that's turned up. So I'm like, I still got that energy.
But it's like there's
it's in me. Like it'll never go away. You feel me?
Right, definitely. But I mean, like, when you think about the lifestyle you're living of, like, you know, sneaking around, doing graffiti and selling dope and being in different neighborhoods all the time and shit.
I wouldn't do that over like how I live. You feel me?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I love hanging out with my son and like feel me doing normal shit. And I feel like that's what a lot of kids don't have, like just healthy friendships. We all just like get together and do bullshit. Like no one has healthy relationships with their homies, like working out, doing like cool shit, like positive shit, you feel me?
Yeah, definitely. And as you get older, it's like when you really look back at that time period, it's like you're friends, you have friends, but really you're like relying on each other for survival, you know?
Survival, and everybody's getting high with each other. So it's like fake friendships too. Like once you take the drugs out the equation, drugs and alcohol, you like, do I really like kicking it with this person?
Especially if you're the dope man.
Yeah.
If you're capable of supplying, that creates an entirely different dynamic.
Oh god. Well, I never supplied no one. I like anyone I fucked with.
Oh really?
Yeah.
You were selling the drugs that y'all weren't doing.
No, I was selling drugs to other people.
Right. Yeah. Because you were never like a cokehead or anything. Yeah.
I was selling coke.
I'd like to hear OG's Coke album though.
Like me on coke?
Yeah. Nah, maybe like a Monster Energy album.
Never. Yo, well then I be drinking like yerba mate and shit, and like that should be turning me up. I'm
really?
Like, yeah.
The caffeine?
Yeah, like a lot of some of the songs I make, like I feel like I couldn't have that energy if I didn't drink some caffeine.
Right.
And I stay away from caffeine too. It's just like days where I'm like, damn, I have nothing to write, and it really get my creative like going.
Yeah, I worry about what the caffeine is doing to me, and then I think about
I hardly drink caffeine. That's why that's like last like. I'm like, y'all can't come up with nothing. Like
really?
That's like worst case scenario. I
some
drink coffee.
I wake up in the morning every day and drink coffee.
Yeah, that's
and
bad.
It would be very hard for me to imagine.
So I
life
feel like it probably
it.
don't even do nothing to you. Like you just at this point you just drinking it.
But then sometimes also I'll be
dependent.
sitting here doing an interview, squirming and feeling a little, you know, it's like it's really like getting to me, like it's really taking a hold of me.
Yeah, nah, for sure. That shit's like a drug.
Definitely. No, when I think about it, it's like the younger version of No Jumper. Obviously, I always like see people say like, you know, No Jumper was the shit in 20. Of course, yeah, 2016, 2017, And it's like part of that is like, oh, okay, you loved the version of me that was like a younger dude who was really like in the clubs, the warehouse parties, like running around, living a lifestyle that realistically probably would have got me caught up as time went by.
And like living a life like that is just unsustainable. Like you're gonna crash out. So one way or another.
Yeah, because you've seen infinite people who had the sort of like momentum and hype that you guys had early on, but it eventually just kind of fizzled out.
You're gonna die. You're gonna go to jail. Something. You feel me?
Right.
It's just unsustainable. You gotta get your shit together.
Definitely. You're still with Atlantic after all these years?
We just switched over to 300.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What made you want to switch that up?
My managers really decided on it. They was like going back and forth with them, and then we just all was like switching. Like I feel like they never did what they were supposed to do. Really? They're like fun with the bat, and we made them so much money.
Really?
And I think that's what it was. I feel like we made them so much money, and we didn't spend money, so it was just a perfect situation for them.
Definitely. When you look back on that Shoreline album that kind of came out like distinctly after your sort of initial wave, like I feel like you guys were damn near broken up by the time the album came out. When you look back at that, is it kind of a regretful project? Like it maybe didn't capture the energy that you guys had originally?
I feel like it didn't capture it, but it still, I think that whole album might be gold.
Really?
It still did with it. Like we have a strong fan base, really strong fan base.
Definitely. Has there ever been a time where you kind of questioned that or like wondered like, are they gonna stick around as they get older and shit like that? Or
nah, not really. I feel like we appeal to all types of ages too. Like at my shows, it'd be kids and kids with their parents, and it'd be like 40-year-olds. Like it'd be everybody.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Damn.
I feel like I'm like in the middle of all the generations right now. Like it's perfect.
No, yeah, definitely. It feels like there's a weird appreciation for you that like just doesn't dissipate as time goes on. That there's
I feel like it's getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing it. Like I was just telling my people, bro, like, yo, we went to a club the other day, and it's just like they love it. They love the new music. Like it's like everybody's growing with me.
Definitely.
Like my fans are growing. They're growing up, so they're understanding different references, and they're seeing life, so it's different. Like
yeah, and you gotta appreciate that because like a lot of people don't necessarily get that kind of leniency from their fans. Like there's so many fans that seem like they pull the artist so hard and then they just move on.
Everyone has like a lot of people, not everybody. A lot of people have such short attention spans now because of TikTok and Instagram, and it's like, yo, you can't even pay attention to shit no more.
Does it feel like you're working two jobs at the same time by focusing on the Shoreline shit as well as your solo career? Is there a balancing act?
Not really. I mean, between studio sessions, yeah, but between everything else, it's just natural. It's organic because I feel like it just feeds off of each other.
Definitely. But you guys are just going on like a crazy tour coming up, or what's the plan for that?
We about to announce a bunch of shit after Coachella. We about to drop an album.
Really?
Super soon.
Really?
And then we do Coachella, and Coachella will kick off like all types of shit.
But you have a bunch of songs on the album that are like Shoreline Mafia songs. Like, are those like songs that are just kind of early that are similar to what you'd be doing on this album?
That are on my album?
Yeah.
It was just like, we just started working, and it was like, it just happened to come out. So our hand was forced. We was gonna keep everything a secret until right now, and then like halfway through last year, Supreme hit us up, and they're like, "Yo, we want y'all both to model the Supreme lookbook."
Oh shit!
And I'm like, "Well, we're not gonna model the lookbook and not drop something," so we dropped Heat Stick. So it was like, all right, fuck it, we gonna do it, and we wasn't gonna turn down the Supreme lookbook. That's like a dream come true.
Yeah, that's crazy. Was that your first time doing anything for them officially?
Yeah.
Wow,
That's how I was like, all right, well, it's like a no-brainer. We're gonna drop a song. So we dropped like Heat Stick. It was just one of the first songs we made. And it's gold right now. It went gold already.
That's fire. No, that's wild. I mean, I feel like Supreme is just like one of the rarest cosigns that a rapper can get. Like if we were to list off all the rappers that have done Supreme campaigns over the years, it's like a very rare list. Yeah.
And it was literally like a dream come true. Like from camping out and wishing I could buy Supreme to modeling for Supreme was like, oh, yeah, let's do it.
You used to camp out fully?
Yeah.
Just to resell shit, or because you actually wanted it?
Not just because I wanted it, but just a few times because the people in line pissed me off. It'd be
it's its own world over there.
Yeah, I'm like, what the like, and I was like, I'm a street nigga, like, bro, I'll slap someone, like,
yeah.
I got into arguments, like, I try to beat someone up right there. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this ever again.
I definitely like witness situations, and I'm talking like this is still going on because obviously that line has moved off Fairfax at this point, but like. There was definitely times where we had people go and like kind of film on that line, and you realize like, oh, these dudes who wait in line for this shit are actual real hustlers. They got straps on them. They're not f***ing around. Like if you come through trying to make a joke out of them, they're gonna wild out on you. And they're not there just to get some t-shirts. They're there to get the shit and then resell it.
There's a lot of different people. It's people that are there to get it, people that are there to resell. It's a lot of different shit going on.
Definitely.
And Supreme, like everybody we wearing Supreme from every walk of life. So like you could run into anybody right there.
Right, definitely. With you in Phoenix, did you ever have to like? I feel like you guys did an extremely good job of keeping whatever tension bullshit you had like out of the public eye. Like it never really. We never got that interview with you, and I know every single interview that you guys do, everybody's always going to ask about it, but we never saw that messy-ass moment where a bunch of shit from behind the scenes came out to the front.
Because it really was what I said it was. Like, just us, like, just growing up and just having differences in how we thought. It wasn't, like, no street shit, no nothing, like, you feel me?
Right.
It wasn't no money. Me and him were getting the exact same amount of money. 50-50, so it was like, it was nothing.
But, okay, when I first realized that the group was going through some wild changes was probably like Rolling Loud 2018 in Miami when I realized like, oh, you guys are performing Rolling Loud, you're high up on the bill, but Rob and Kato weren't there.
What happened with that was like we stopped taking them on tour because that was basically my call, and that's probably what like everything. I was like a catalyst to everything else, but it was just straight facts. Like I went on tour, I did my first tour with them. It was my first time being away from home. I never even been out the city. First tour. And I've never even talked about this. This was my first tour, first time being out the city, and I was trapping, bro. So it was my first time leaving the city. We went on a probably 60-day tour. That's a long ass time for never leaving to performing every single night like a circus animal.
That'll ruin most friendships or relationships.
No, this is the worst part too. That like having to live with people inside a bus, all that. The worst part, we got back. And, like, everybody was smoking every night. I don't even smoke. So they catching smoking fees. They ordering room service. Everyone is doing whatever they want to do. I'm there eating McChickens and, like, you know, just keeping my head on straight. Like, I'm, like, keeping my head, everything balanced. When we get back, bro, the tour might have grossed $400,000. Because of all the fees, the overdrives, like, everything, I think our cuts was like $10,000 each. I said, bro, I could have
60 days of your life.
Bro, I said I could have, and I was away from home, my family. Like it was just so new to me. I was like, bro, I could have made this in a week at home. I was like, I'm not doing this shit ever again. It's just stupid.
Right. Damn, but that did you then feel like, damn, I wish that when we signed the deal with Atlantic that we had signed it as 2 people as opposed to 4.
We could have even signed it individually. I didn't know. I wish our managers at the time would have put us on a little bit of game. You feel me? I feel like everyone was just in a rush to get that money.
Right.
I was not in a rush to get that money.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I always felt like you had a business mind.
I think it's because I was already getting money, and I was already like trapping was like a business. So
right.
Like I was already like I knew what I wanted. I even tried to turn the advance down. I was like, I don't need an advance. I just want what the label could do for me.
So how did that conversation go where you're like, yo, we're going to be a lot more sparing with who we take on tour, including like members of the actual group?
I was just like, that's not going to work. Like I wouldn't go on a tour again. You feel me? Like why would I go on a fucking 60-day tour and make $10,000?
Right.
It was done. It's a no-brainer. I feel everyone understood too. They're like, all right.
So you never had to do like promo tours and all the shit that I hear artists talk about, where they kind of got to go out and basically just lose money in order to get the promotion of going out and doing shit.
Since our very first official show, headliner show, everything was sold out. We've never had like a not sold out show.
Right.
So we didn't have to do that.
But you never had to do the thing where you like tour as support for a bigger artist just in order to get the additional fans or anything? You ever been offered anything like that was kind of tempting?
I mean, I did support for YG, but that was it. And that was just recently.
Right.
That was an arena tour too. And our fans are so like the same.
Right.
Like it didn't even feel like it was his show or my show. Like it just felt like the same.
Like you're big enough that his fans already know about y'all.
No, the whole arena was singing my shit. Like it was literally word for word everything.
Right. Okay, if you got an offer tomorrow and it was like you could go open for Travis Scott for a month,
I'm doing that shit.
Yeah, there's like certain ones that gotta be worth it, right?
Gotta, sure.
Yeah, definitely. That's gotta be a wild
choice.
But
that's how like we were kind of spoiled. We never did open up. We just went straight into selling out our own shit.
Right.
And that's why I didn't realize, since we didn't have to go through that opening up for people, I didn't realize how big we were. Like, that might have made me turn down the whole record deal if I didn't know that was a normal. Like to be selling out shows in advance and all that shit. I didn't know.
Definitely. You ever talk to Rob or Kato? Is there any kind of relationship there still?
I don't talk to Rob. I've said like what's up to Kato, like we seen each other. Like,
right. I hit them both up over the years to ask them about doing an interview, and neither of them responded, which is kind of interesting to me because normally the guys who kind of end up on the outs of the situation normally have a lot to say. But
I think they're independent. Like if they wanted to, they could do whatever they want. Like
Right.
you see, it's all, I feel like it's all work ethic.
Yeah, because they were never really on that many of the songs, like Shoreline songs in general.
Yeah, I think people be getting confused. Like I'm like, bro, I think you guys like the idea, but you guys don't even listen to them. Like,
Right.
you guys are fucking like people would just be saying shit. You feel me?
Yeah, definitely. Damn, I wonder what they're actually getting into. I gotta do some homework. Okay, what was there when Lefty Gunplay said that he was joining Shoreline Mafia? Was that always a troll, or was there any truth to that?
We were just kicking it. It's like when the homies come around, he's like, yeah, I'm from the set. You feel me? Like,
But was there like when you guys had that arrest clip or where the cops were searching you or whatever? What was going on in that?
I was shooting my my video for real. It's one of the tracks off the album. The video's out already. So I was shooting my for real video, and I invited Lefty to just come kick it as a homie, do a cameo or something.
Right.
Like we were just chilling. Cops pulled us over, obviously thinking we have guns, but we had armed security, so we didn't have no illegal guns.
Right.
So they just kept us there for like 2-3 hours, like ripping the car apart, like trying to find something.
Just from shooting a video on the side of the street?
Yeah. Well, there was hella guns, but it was legal guns. It was armed security, so
Right.
they just had to make sure. And it was like 200 people with us. So
Oh, shit.
that was just one car. They took our car, obviously.
And you didn't have a permit because that was like on Hollywood Boulevard, right?
No, they had put us over right there. We weren't shooting right there.
Oh, okay.
They followed us from like one location to another.
Oh shit.
So so we're shooting the for real video. He's just coming out as a cameo. We just chilling. That's the homie. And then the cops do that, ruin the whole video shoot because we had hired models, hired crew, hired everything. You feel me?
Right.
So they ruined the shoot, keeping us there for 2-3 hours. Like I'm like I was just in a cop car sweating for 2 hours. So the video's done. I take off my shirt and I'm like, we gonna shoot our song right now. So we just start shooting our song.
Right.
I'm gonna just make the best out of the situation.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the cops got it out for you at all, or you feel like that's kinda
Not
ancient
really. They're
history?
it's just rappers. Of course, rappers have guns, but we got armed security. That's what the fuck we pay for.
Right.
I was telling the cops that too. I'm like, bro, why would you have guns if I paid probably like $4,000 on security that day?
Right.
You feel me?
Yeah, definitely. You still feel like you need that much security though?
Nah, it was just a special occasion. We out. It's like we trying to avoid everything. You feel me? And it's 200 of us. We don't. I'd rather no one have a gun and we have all the official guns. You feel me? Real security.
Yeah, shooting a music video outside.
Yeah,
you guys
see,
having guns on you like shit is normal.
And we
that's
we
usually a bad
also
combo.
we're not doing that no more. Like everything is big budget. Like that time we like, oh, we outside, we in the street. We like, yeah, we gotta take the proper precaution.
Yeah. One of my wildest memories is we did a vlog behind the scenes when you guys, I think you reshot Musty because there was two versions of the video, right? And then you guys shot the video, and that's the one where you had a Hove with the giant thing of lean that, by the way, had multiple Percocets mixed in with it. That was like one of the more ignorant things.
Yeah, I was just telling the homie the other day. I'm like, I had seen that a lot, but I'm like, I forget that we're artists. So people's first time seeing that was like that. Bro, I had seen that shit so many times. That's how we did it.
It was such a big official video shoot, and then seeing you guys do that, and I was just like, oh my God, this is crazy. Yeah, and that thumbnail still just stands out so much in my mind.
That's funny as fuck. I was just talking about it like last week.
Right, because the weird fact about that is that your girl, your baby mama's dad, shot the video, right?
Her stepdad. He did an interview with you guys.
Yeah, I wasn't on that one. I think it was with Sharp, but he did do an interview about it too, which I was like, it's one thing for your girl's dad to be a video director, but then also for him to see you consuming huge amounts of lean.
He cool though, and he been in the industry so long.
Yeah,
he knows stuff.
Damn, that's
and
crazy.
like when I met him, like I was a real street kid, so he know where I come from. Like it was like when I met them, like I had to do like an interview with him. Like and it's funny because he definitely don't know, but I had to link up with him at the Cheesecake Factory, damn near to be like talking to him like who I am. You feel me? Introducing myself. I had just busted a script. I had a pint of lean on my waist. I was like, this is crazy.
You didn't peep it?
No, hell no. It was on my waist.
You kept it in your waist?
Yeah. I had literally just came from busting the script. I think I took the bus over there too.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit. What year are we talking?
I was with my baby mama 11 years, so 11 years ago.
Oh shit, that's crazy. That was, another thing that stood about that to me too is that you were wearing a jacket with all the different NBA teams all over it, and then when it came out, like your whole body was blurred.
So they told me that was gonna happen, but I'm like, that's cool. It's gonna look like an old school video.
Yeah,
You feel me? Like a '90s rap video.
It did look cool,
yeah,
but it
like
also was kind of like, damn, you spent a lot of money on these clothes for that whole shit to be blurred out. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, like. Did you fall out with a lot of people that used to be around during that era as time went on? Like, is there like I don't even remember exactly who I'm talking about, but there's a lot of people who are around during that era that I feel like I don't personally see.
I feel like it wasn't falling out. It was just growing apart because like no one could say nothing bad about me for real. It was just growing apart. Me growing up myself, I feel like I've matured obviously a lot more than a lot of people I fucking know.
Mm-hmm.
And just like having kids, everyone having kids, a lot of homies dying,
right.
A lot of homies getting on drugs like bad, like that's what it did. Everybody just separated kind of.
Yeah, you guys definitely opened my eyes, not you specifically, but like certain people that would be in your entourage at that point. And I remember like seeing one of them buying like 7 perks off somebody and somebody being like, let me get one. And he's like, bro, you know I need this for tonight. And I was like, oh. So it's like that. Some of these people got real issues.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's like the biggest example of like drugs are cool until they not cool. Like everybody's around and it's all cool at the beginning, and then people really turn to drug addicts.
Right. So are you still like pretty anti-lean, or is it more like a once in a while thing?
Maybe like once a year.
Really?
Yeah.
You're more of a drinker? Because you used to like celebrate not drinking alcohol.
Yeah, I'll drink now, but you know what? It's because I started going to clubs and shit.
Yeah.
But I try to stay, like last year I stayed away from like alcohol and like altogether. I was just really focused on that album.
Yeah.
I was just working on my health, not drinking. But yeah, I'll drink when I go to clubs, but I'm about to go back sober. I'm like, it's too hard to deal with like doing business and drinking.
Yeah, no.
Like waking up hungover, 2-3 days to recover. It's like I can't do it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, I don't know why Ray J is calling me right now. I should have gone do not disturb.
Tell him I still suck.
You want me to pick him up? Okay. Ray J, I'm doing an interview with OGZ of Shoreline Mafia right now. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Tell him I said what's up.
What up? What up? What up?
Man, sorry about bothering y'all. Yeah, so let's knock the shit out.
All right, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna call you after this.
I got a big play for it. Pause.
All right, sounds good.
All right, let's go.
That's funny. What you gonna do here?
Don't worry about it.
Y'all gonna run it too, man?
Nah.
Rage.
It's so much better if I don't explain.
That's funny as.
Holy shit. Damn, after this, Ray J and OGZ is gonna come out, and then everybody's gonna be like, damn, Adam brought them together.
No cap.
Damn, I need that. Holy shit. That just got me blushing. I'm overheating now.
A Ray J hook on the Jeezy song?
You know, that's a legendary pipe layer right there.
Yeah, come on.
You know? Me and him probably the only people in the rap game that won porn awards.
Oh, for real? He won a porn award too?
Yeah, because
I didn't know that.
I seen him in Vegas one time, and he's just like, what you doing out here? I'm like, I didn't really know him at this time. I'm like, oh, I'm here for the porn awards. He goes, oh, yeah? I won one of them one time.
That's funny as fuck. What award you win?
Porn podcast of the year.
Porn podcast.
I don't know exactly what
that's
he
not
won.
it. That's like fake porn. That's like a fake award.
On Plug Talk, we interview him and then we pipe him.
Yeah,
PlugTalk.com.
but I'm saying I thought you was gonna get like a best award or something.
I feel like I probably wouldn't be the one to win that. Not that I don't even know if there's that like best male performance. Like there's not that, but there's like best hits.
That's funny.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit going on in there. Okay. You stay in the gym at all, or like I'm trying to figure out what the new evolved, grown up OGZ is all about.
Yeah, I just fell off from doing so much like media and shows and videos right now. Like, but I'm about to get right back in.
Right. Is it tough to balance those like late night club appearances and shit?
Hella tough. Like one night, like I can do hella good, and then I go to the club and I'm fucking out till 4 a.m. Like commute and everything. Yeah. Even if I don't drink, that one night of no sleep is gonna fuck me up.
No, for sure. Yeah. That's always how I feel when somebody suggests like a club thing, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna be going to bed at 5 in the morning, and my kid is gonna be waking me up at 6 in the morning.
If it's not an OGZ show, I would rather stay home and miss the club. All that.
Definitely. No, yeah. I feel that.
Yo, sleep is really fucking important. Like really important. And the older you get, the more you realize that shit.
Especially when you know that you're booked up the next day, and it's like, imagine me sitting here doing interviews for 8 hours, and I'm dying.
We've been going to a club lately, and like my little homie just been sleeping in the car. Like I'm like, I just asleep. Like, or I'd be in bed. Like,
Yeah.
And I don't have to be at the club. They want you at the club at 12 or 1.
Right.
So I'm in bed, and it hits like 10, 11. I'm like, I want to get out of bed and get ready. This is crazy.
Yeah. The only way I could survive that usually is the preemptive nap. You take like a
for
2-hour
sure.
nap at like 8.
I feel like that makes it worse. I'm like, I
Yeah.
really want to stay asleep.
You're like a weird version of yourself after the 2-hour nap.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
It feel weird for
But
sure.
then also when you're in that environment and you want to keep getting booked for showing up to that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, I show up and show the fuck out.
But
though.
it's like, yeah, you got to be this like energetic ass version.
Exactly.
Of yourself.
So, like, I'm in the club, I'm listening to like R&B on the way over there, and then I'm like, all right, I get there stretched, and I'm like, all right, let's go in there, act crazy.
Right. Definitely. What's your relationship with graffiti these days? Because I'm not gonna lie, over the years I've seen a few clips here and there that made me realize, like, oh shit, he's having a hard time letting it go.
No, I had to stop.
Really?
I had caught a case, and that shit cost like 50,000-60,000.
Where at?
I think in like Santa Cruz or something. Like,
Really?
Like leaving the show, we were just fading. We were like, all right, let's catch throwies, and then we got caught up.
Wow, and it cost you $50 grand?
Because I had to pay for whoever's with me. Like, I'm like, it was my fault. I turned everybody up.
Holy shit.
Lawyer fees, to basically make the case go away.
Yeah. Is that tough though? Because I know you still got hella love for it.
Nah, it's not tough because I don't want to pay no 50, 60 racks. That's like, I'm not gonna throw away the money on that shit.
You still feel comfortable with
But
that kind of thing at
I
home?
feel like I'm like writing. I do so many autographs like almost every day. So it's like, and I'm doing my hand style. So it's like I'm still doing it.
That's how I think of it every time I got to sign mad posters in a row. Is I'm just like working on my name.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely. Nah, we had a documentary that we've been working on for like 6 months now or whatever. With some of your boys or some dudes that you know. And at a certain point, because like, all right, we're doing like interviews with them, and then we also have footage of them like hitting highway signs and shit. And like the whole time I was thinking like, y'all are really gonna let us just put out a documentary that shows your face and shows you like
they're doing
living your
like
life?
their faces showing and everything.
Yeah, because they rap and shit too. So it's like, you know, like
kind of burnt out.
yeah, and like the whole time, and then at a certain point they stopped responding to the video guy who's putting it together, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense because I don't know why you would want to put yourself out there like that.
Kind of burnt out.
Yeah, that's wild. But damn, like there's still a lot of people tagging OTX and shit. Like you still see it in crazy places all over the city.
Fans and shit.
I know it ain't you, but yeah, definitely.
All over the world, everywhere I go. Like if I do a show somewhere in Colorado, so fans are gonna write that shit. Well, they wrote on my tour bus one time.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, dickhead.
So it was like
Like you
upsetting.
came to see me and fucking I was
You
like,
didn't care?
He was like, how do you feel? The homie was like, how do you feel? I said, I get it.
Yeah, because that is kind of like the most hardcore thing a fan could do in a way.
No, it was just like I would do the same shit. Like,
Right.
So now I'm on the other side of the.
Yo, very weird thing is to like own something that gets
right
vandalized. Because we got a billboard on Melrose at one point, like a big on some shit billboard, and within like 2 days somebody did graph on it, and it's not even like some fly shit, which would have made me feel one way.
Yeah,
it was like
that's
garbage.
what pissed me off. It was some toy ass shit.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Beyond
dickhead.
toy, like the worst thing you ever seen in your life, like somebody who just found 2 half-empty cans of paint. They didn't even like finish filling it in and shit. And I was just like, damn, for real, like you kind of get that peek into what that might be like for other people.
Right on your store the other day.
Well, the store is not even there anymore, but
I thought I seen a video like this.
there was a couple of attempts where people came through and like tagged the ground and shit. I don't respect that. Tagging the ground. It was like shooting in the sky. That's fucking corny as. But okay, yeah, like all right. So that takes care of the graffiti thing. Oh yeah. So how you feel about the nitrous explosion in Los Angeles? I know you're around people doing that all the time, probably.
I was around people doing that, but I think it's bad. It's hella bad for the kids, and kids don't even understand how addicting and and what it does to your like neurological, your brain. That shit brings psychosis on. Like it's bad. It's bad. I don't condone nitrous.
Definitely, but you guys were kind of like I remember. I think it was you hit me up after I did that documentary, and you were like, "Man, we deserve our credit for being like super early."
It's like with lean or anything else. Like we never did it with intention of like other kids or like you should know. Like it's like. People should have common sense. It's like listening to Lil Durk. Don't go out and kill people, you feel me? If you just enjoy the music, you feel me? Don't do what we do.
Right.
You do you feel me?
But nitrous is so accessible.
Nitrous is more accessible now than ever, and I don't think no kid should be doing that shit. No one should be doing it.
Because it was so much more of a pain in the ass to get fucked up on it back in the day, and now it's like with the Galaxy.
Yeah, you
gas,
could just walk
so
in and buy
easy.
that shit. That shit is bad. It's trash.
Yeah,
I don't f- with it, and I make sure no one around me is doing that shit.
Yeah, most people don't have the heart to go spin on an op, no matter how much Lil Durk they listen to. You know, like nitrous is different. That's like $40 at the smoke shop.
People is ignorant.
Yeah, nah, for real.
Free dirt.
Yeah, true. But yeah, because that's been kind of like a wild one to see unfold, and I even asked some of the guys who worked for me the other day. I was like, that nitrous shit kind of fell off, right? Like people ain't really doing it as much as they were like a year ago, right? And they're like, nah, it's still huge. It's just, I think people kind of stopped putting it on social media as much.
They're probably gonna ban it though, and they should for sure.
Well, Galaxy guys took themselves out of the smoke shops and shit because I think that they saw that they were gonna get
They probably
fucked
just
over in
rebranded.
court.
I mean, they banned it in Europe, so
Yeah,
they probably banned. But Europe, you know, they ahead of like trying to help their people and stuff.
yeah, and that
Like they haven't had red dye and all that shit in all their food for how long?
and something I still don't see out here though is like in Europe you would go to the bar and as it's emptying out there's just a guy standing outside filling up balloons for like $10 each.
For real?
Yeah, and regular ass people are just buying them and getting fucking loaded.
The last time I was in London, it was like kids on every corner. That's why they banned that shit. It was kids on every corner doing that shit. I was like, that's crazy.
Definitely. Okay, so okay, we covered your personal drug use and everything. Oh yeah, okay. Either or, Kendrick or Drake.
Both. I fuck with both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have like a preference.
So when you were watching the
And
whole
they
thing
both
play out,
they both f- with me.
really?
Yeah.
So Kendrick was involved with you being at the pop out.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was like handpicked. Like there was no one there that like Kendrick didn't approve.
Really? Okay, because I
So
think.
the invite was basically from Kendrick.
Oh wow, that's dope. I think I assumed that it was kind of like the opening DJs or
Nah,
whatever
hell
were
no.
kind of picking that out.
Kendrick, that's like if I threw a show, like nothing that's happening on my shows didn't go. And that was like one of the biggest televised things. So.
Definitely. Did you see that, like the impact on that on your streams and shit like that?
I don't think I looked at it.
Okay.
But I did it because it was like a cosign from a great rapper, and it was like on some LA shit. Like, bro, Hispanics and blacks didn't always get along like that, so it was like the biggest cosign. I thought it was super special and important.
No, that is dope. You felt that a lot when you were a kid, the sort of racial tension. It
Yeah,
feels like
for
it's not as crazy as it used
It's
to be,
not.
right?
I low key feel like I'm not even gonna not even toot my own horn and nothing. I feel like I helped bring shit together the way everyone rapping and shit now. Like I feel like I helped do that.
Definitely. When's the last time you tapped in with Drake? Because you guys modeled for him back in the day, right?
Yeah. Probably like a few months ago.
Really? What's he saying?
We were just saying what's up to each other.
Okay. That's dope.
I mean, I know so many mutuals because, like, bro, I got hella homies in Toronto and shit.
Right. Yeah. No, that's for real. But okay, with that, like, are you somebody who wants to stay cool with both sides of that equation to the point where, like, even no matter what you think about what's going on with the beef and shit, you just like don't commentate on it. You just keep out of it. I feel like that's what most people in the industry do.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just gonna stay out they politics. That's they politics. Like whatever the fuck they got going. Like I got my own shit going.
Right. Definitely. Okay. Rest in peace. Say so the Mac.
Yeah, recipe say so.
I never even knew.
I fucked to say so hella tough.
Yeah, because you said free him in your lyrics. That's like when I first even heard of him.
I used to serve say so back in the day.
Really?
That's how we met.
Yeah.
That's really how we met. That's how he f***ed me when we met each other because we were like, oh, what the
That's crazy.
We seen each other at the studio and he's like, what? He's like, this nigga be coming to serve me. I'm like, yeah.
Damn. So does that f you up at all? See somebody lose his life like from drugs?
Yeah, bro. I don't condone drug use. Like I know we do it and like we do it from time to time, but like everything is cool in moderation, bro. I don't condone drug use, and that's why I stepped away from hanging out with so many fucking people over drug use. Like,
really?
I don't want to see that shit. Like,
so there's a lot of people that you previously had in your life where it just kind of got too depressing at a certain point.
So 100%.
Right. No, definitely. Okay. What I saw that Peso Pluma brought you out during the show.
Yeah.
What led to that? Like, how did that go?
He just reached out a bunch of times. He let me know how much he fucked with me. Like, he did interviews where he talked about how me and Phoenix inspired him. Like, he was super heavily Shoreline Mafia inspired.
Oh, that's dope.
So, like, yeah, he brought me out at 2 shows. He fucked with us hella tough.
What was it like going on in that kind of huge audience?
I feel like I've done shit like that before, so it's kind of normal.
But it's like such a
and they even seen him
like
once
fan base, right?
Once we because they Mexican.
Oh, so they fully seemed like they understood who you
like
were and
at
everything.
home,
Oh
like,
shit. shit. That's
and
dope.
then when I met him, it's like we knew each other, and like hugged each other, and like we just love.
Definitely. Does it?
I like how like they all embrace me and I embrace them back. Like all the Mexican artists,
Yeah.
they heavily embrace me.
Definitely. You don't speak Spanish though, right?
Yeah, I speak Spanish.
Oh, you do.
I don't know. People be saying I don't speak Spanish. I'm like, bro, I speak Spanish.
People put all their like not real Mexican stereotypes onto you because I feel like you look white enough that people just kind of like make that assumption.
Yeah, it's funny because my grandma dark and she's the one who I speak Spanish with. I was just having a whole conversation with her yesterday. It was my son's birthday party. Oh, my son's birthday today.
Oh, really?
Shout out my son. Shout out Sincere Jewels. Corinne Carranza gang.
Happy birthday. How old is he?
Turning 6 today.
That's your oldest?
Yeah, he's the only kid.
Oh, the only one.
Yeah. Well, I have 3 other fur babies.
Oh, dogs.
Yeah.
Got it. You thinking about making more kids, or are you just sticking with the one?
I would want a daughter for sure.
Really?
Yeah.
You do IVF so you can pick that out.
Nah, I wouldn't want to do that. I feel like that's like extra out.
That's like you trying.
I'm just
to
gonna
play
hope. Yeah. I'm just hoping. I was gonna hope for a daughter. If I get a son, I'm not tripping.
Damn, yeah, because I got a 4-year-old daughter, and like it stands out to me so much. Like I have to have another kid. I gotta roll the dice. Like I can't just do one. I gotta at least try for.
I want another kid for sure.
Yeah. Damn, you feel like you need to be at a different point in your life, or
No. I'm ready for a kid whenever. I'm not tripping.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay. I saw that there was a Lil Yachty minor controversy where somebody was trying to make a thing out of one of his lyrics. He said, like, I got a Mexican bitch, I'm going to take her to Moe's. And then, Moe's is like a Mexican joint. It's like a Chipotle type spot. And I seen people on TikTok trying to treat this like it was offensive. Do you think that's offensive? Is there anything to that?
What? That's not offensive at all. That's crazy.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, I bet when he was in the booth saying that he didn't even think that it would be offensive.
I feel like people just be saying shit. People just want to be involved. People want to feel important. People want to be heard. People want to put their 2 cents. Like a lot of people, there's a lot of people that shouldn't have podcasts and we need to make these more expensive.
Yeah, we need a tariff on these.
Sure. Oh God.
Nah, because like, all right, the dude that I saw making TikToks about it was acting as this was like this was the most grave offense.
Was it even a big song? I've never heard it.
I don't even think it's a big song.
Yeah, he's tripping.
And I'm like, bro, that's
if it was like
lyric.
I could see someone tripping if it was like a #1 song, like Billboard charting, like.
I mean, bro, like rap is,
and that shit not even offensive.
Yeah.
Shout out Yachty too.
Rap is like
I fuck with Yachty.
most of the time when you're rapping, it's like you and your homies making a bunch of like weird little jokes and like just around trying to make each other laugh. It's like it's so the vibe of like you're supposed to be pushing against the edges of like what's considered offensive or acceptable.
And it's rap, like we don't. At the end of the day, we don't give a fuck. Rap.
Yeah, that's what's so fucked about the internet. You have all these people that don't really listen to rap, and they're basically like trying to make content off of talking about rap.
Like I think a lot of people, like especially like critics, they don't come from where we come from. Like, you'll never understand. Like, you feel me?
Definitely.
Like,
I think about it all the time.
We all come from like the street, like we're like ain't no fucking getting canceled in the street.
Yeah.
Unless you do some J-Cash shit.
Like,
that's how you get canceled.
What qualifies as J-Cash shit?
J-Cash shit, I don't know. You know, weird shit. Anything weird.
I think about that sometimes. At some point, I'm gonna have to explain to my kid that like bitch is a bad word, but every rap song I listen to calls girls.
No,
bitches.
you got your kid's from LA, so you gotta explain what a J-Cat is.
Oh man, I feel like my girl don't know.
She don't go to school with Hispanics.
Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. Oh, I can't even imagine that conversation. What about when like Tyga's had a couple songs like and one of them that he took down? It wasn't the Go Loco one. It was I forget which the one he deleted was. But like he was kind of like playing on some Mexican tropes, stereotypes to make a song.
I fuck with Tyga. And Tyga gave me a feature and for the free, so he looking out for the Mexicans.
Really?
Cause he looking out for me and Tune. I'm looking out for more Mexicans. You feel me? He looking out.
That's dope. Shout out Tyga.
Hey, shout out Tyga.
He's streaming now. Could you see yourself being a streamer?
Nah, I don't think so.
You don't think you got it?
Maybe I'll try.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of rappers
I just feel like
would have a hard time with it.
Yeah, because it's too much. Like we do out of pocket shit. We say out of pocket shit. Like it's like a lot of private shit. Like
and like being on stream for 4 or 5 hours in a row. It's like
maybe I could. I don't know.
It's a tough skill set.
I need a lot of I need a media train all the homies around me.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you got to media train them. 100%. Okay, you want to know when I knew that you was a cold dude? Is when there was an episode of that Fig Munity podcast you're on, and AD asked you for a verse, and I felt like you kind of killed his rapper dreams a little bit by shutting him down.
Now shout out AD. It's not even that. It's like really business. Like
you were like, you got a label, you got a budget,
bro. I turned down so much stuff, and a lot of people think like you would assume it's because I'm cocky or I'm like, you feel me? No, this is my art. Like this is like real art. Like I treat this like art, and that's why I feel like I'm so successful with it because I don't treat rap like so much of a business. Like I treat my music like a piece of art. Like art.
Definitely, yeah. Because I mean,
so I don't fuck around about it. Like
a lot of people like are really out here doing songs with whoever. Yeah. They're doing interviews 24/7 all the time, and it feels like you're moving in a different way where you take the shit more serious.
I'm on my way to be a superstar. Fuck all that shit.
Yeah, for
sure. You can't fucking like put yourself up here and then come down and work with everybody. And it's like I would love to. Like I don't even like saying no. Like it's so hard for me to say no. But like I want to keep my brand where it needs to be.
Because we see people all the time who like fall out with their day ones because they wouldn't give them a verse or whatever, and don't seem to understand that as a rapper you got to kind of.
This shit is art. Like and like people like I feel like other people. No one's ever explained it like that. Like no one knows how much this shit means to each one of us. Everybody has their own like way. That's why like it's some verses that I don't get cleared or I ask for a feature. Like I don't take that shit to offense because I understand.
Really?
I feel like you just got to be understanding. A lot of people aren't understanding.
You got any examples of that come to mind in terms of songs that
not
you
really.
wish could have came out?
It's a lot of shit. Like I can't even think of it. Like off rip, I can't think of it. But we've asked for features all the time. People be like, "Oh no, we don't want to do this," or "We'll work later," and I'm like, "All right, cool."
No, yeah, definitely.
I don't take nothing personal. This shit business.
How'd you end up connecting with? You got a song with Pressa and Bundog, which apparently he's like a legend for and needs to remain mysterious. Because I was on FaceTime with him and Pressa one time, and I screenshot, put it on Facebook, and they were like, "Bro, you got to take that down." It's like all bad.
That's my boy. Shout out Bundog. I met him when he was like fresh out of prison. He just took care of me. Good people. It's like when you meet people and it's just love. Like I don't want nothing from him. He don't want nothing from me, and it's like he real. So like real recognize real. Like you meet someone and you like it feel like I know you my whole life. You feel me?
Right. You were in Toronto when you did that video, or that was out here?
It was in Toronto. Yeah, I was in their hood. I was by the projects right there.
That's dope.
It was half Toronto, half Atlanta. I was with Pressa in Atlanta, but Bundog couldn't leave Toronto, so we did the other half in Toronto.
Do you feel like you were moving around with some very dangerous individuals right there? Because I feel like they're like we don't know, but they're like super controversial. Yeah, they got crazy street shit.
No, I feel like I move around with dangerous individuals everywhere. I have my whole life. You feel me?
So he was dissing some ops on that song with you. I don't know if you caught it.
Yeah. He was dissing somebody. But
Yo, I feel
hey,
like you wouldn't have done a song with somebody in LA who was dissing somebody like that.
Nah,
I don't blame you. That's
for sure. But I feel like everybody understand where I come from. Like I like to show love and give love, and like it's nothing personal with me. You feel me? Like I show a lot of love. Like if you really look at everything I do, like I show a lot of love, and I just love to get the love back. Like honestly, I feel like in a perfect world we should all be united. We all the same, bro. When I meet niggas from different hoods, niggas that beef with each other, like, bro, we're all the fucking same. We tell the same jokes. We like the same bitches. We wear the same clothes. Like, it just, shit gets misconstrued. Like, life is life. Society.
For sure. Do you feel like you're stuck with the same haircut for life? Like, you can't switch it up?
Oh, no. It's magic in this hair. So
like, OGZ with the baldy might not hit the same.
Yeah, it might not. Nah, it's going to hit the same. It might hit harder.
Like,
Who knows?
We had
it's definitely, whatever I do, it's not going to get worse. I'm only going to get better.
But we had the OGZ snowman board on the wall for like a million interviews in a row.
I love when I see interviews in my boards right there. And I know it goes over a lot of people's heads. So y'all know that's my skateboard.
I definitely had
on every interview
acting like it was a bootleg Young Jeezy.
Yeah, it's funny because like people that aren't really fans of me, like they'll try to come talk shit. Like they'll be like, "Oh, you got that from Young Jeezy? You copy Young Jeezy?" It's like
no shit.
No, besides that, like besides the obvious, like, but we come from skate culture.
Right.
But like every brand,
parody, rip
yeah,
off
exactly.
Shit,
It's just and it's paying homage. Like I grew up off Jeezy, you feel me?
For sure, but that says a lot about how.
And I really sold bricks, so.
But like, think about it. Like, if you could take a hairstyle and put it on a snowman, and everybody gets the reference, that kind of says a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Definitely. You ever met up with Young Jeezy?
They hit me up the other day when they were in LA.
Really?
They're like, "Yo, Jeezy want to bring you out." I'm like, "What? That's a set." I'm like, "That's."
You weren't around?
I had just got home. I had been gone for like a month.
Oh
and I hadn't seen my son. I was like, there's no way I could just get home. I just walked in the house. I'm like, I can't just leave.
Yo, I would trip out if I heard y'all on a song together.
I told his team, the people that reached out, I'm like, I want to work with him. I want to do something with
Yo,
Jeezy.
that would be actually a crazy ass moment.
I'm gonna do something with him.
Yeah,
I'm putting that out there right now.
I got this dude, Belly Gang Cushington from Atlanta, who raps exactly like Jeezy. He's a white, or he's half white, half black. He raps exactly like
one of my favorite songs. Like that's why I came up with the shit was So Icy, and Jeezy's wearing the snowman jersey, and that's why my first Rolling Loud I came out with that exact same snowman jersey. I was like that was one of the most inspiring songs for me. Like
for sure,
being a kid watching Jeezy and Gucci.
Definitely.
And that song was powerful. Look what came from that song. Beef, like all type of shit. That was a special song.
Definitely. That changed the whole shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else you got planned coming up in terms of pushing this album and everything you got going on?
Just gonna keep doing content. Shows. I'm doing shows. Like I'm doing clubs every weekend. Like, and it's cool because it's like an older crowd. Like it just goes to show. Like when I do a show, it sells out because it's all ages. And when I do a club, it sells out. Like everything's just going up. I just plan to keep on working, keep my foot on the gas.
Definitely.
Yeah.
No, that's dope to have.
Yeah, Paid in Full is one of my best work to date. Like I love how I'm rapping on it. I love my headspace that I'm in. And it just feels good. It feels special. So, and then we going right into Shoreline Mafia. So it's like
definitely.
I've never done that. Good back to back.
Yeah.
No, you seen how long they made us wait to drop a Shoreline album? 3 years. Like
yeah. Were you real frustrated during that time period?
I was touring so much, like 200 some days out the year. I wasn't even paying attention.
Right.
And then I forget that fans are at home and they not like travel. Like time goes by fast when you're traveling and busy. And so when I reflected on it, I was like, oh shit, damn, we fucked up.
And there's new rappers every day.
Yeah.
Trying to take your spot. You gotta just keep going because it's like you never know.
No cap.
Definitely. All right. Anybody you want to shout out? Any thanks?
Shout out my son. It's his birthday today. I'm about to go up, take him to a nice dinner.
Yeah.
That's it, man. Shout out you. Thank you for having me here, man. I ain't seen you in a minute.
Nah, yeah, it's been a while. I seen that Rolling Loud like a year ago.
Congrats on all your success.
Nah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah. I'm proud of you, seeing you being a good dad and everything like that. It's dope. Hell yeah. Man, our kids will get together one day.
Shout out,
play date.
Shout out the kids, man. Shout out the kids. That's what we do it for. That's all it is. If you got kids, fuck everything else. That's what you got to do.
I still haven't had any like interactions between my kid and like rappers' kids, which I feel like will be like the trippiest thing.
How old is your daughter?
4.
She don't want to meet my son. He already 2-player. He 2-player. You got to keep her away.
That's crazy you mentioned that because my kid, my girl says that my kid basically has like a crush on her swim instructor, and he's grown, he's like 20 or some shit, but like she's like I could tell by the way she looks at him and shit, and the way she talks about him that she fully like she doesn't understand, but she has like a crush.
Yeah, she gotta stay away from my son. He too fly. Like.
Oh my god, yeah, all right, I'm definitely gonna do that.
Maybe they should never cross paths.
Yeah, all right, let's keep them separated.
Then we gonna start beefing because he gonna be mad. She heartbroken.
You can't be mad about that unless he does her dirty. Then I'm gonna fucking kill him.
You see, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be smoke.
All right, yo, OGeezy, Shoreline forever. I appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Much love. No Jumper, coolest podcast. Like, comment, subscribe. Turn my man up. We out.
Paid in full. Get paid in full.
All right, we gonna.
Or have you never had somebody to sell it for you? We on camera? Because pretend.
We on camera? Sounds like we might be. It's counting down.
Pretend P.
We're pretending to be peace.
I mean, hey,
I'm drinking
saying,
straight diarrhea, buddy.
Forever 16. If you forever 16, you know what I mean? How do you not have a that you could?
Who's forever 16? What's that mean?
Oh, YBG.
Huh?
YBG.
Oh.
That was the name of his album. Forever 16. Forever P. And the 16th letter.
Oh. I would have assumed it meant like I'm a little kid forever. I'm going to act like a little boy for the rest of my life.
Do you feel that was childish? What's going on?
Oh. How dare you try to make me make the opening statement about our boy having a moment in the laundromat?
Yeah, the moment, but life probably hit him in the laundromat. My question is, why do you pick up the camera every time you're going through a hardship?
he picked up the camera when he already had tears going down his face.
Yeah, he had splashed the water first.
Nah, they looked organic.
It was like 5 of them coming down at one time.
Oh, man. But I feel like you guys are probably in the same boat as me where you felt a bunch of different emotions at the same time.
Yeah.
You feel sympathy, but then you also feel just kind of like, bro, like, how are you doing this? Like I don't understand.
Your network circle is so crazy. What's going on?
Because, all right, I've always had an assumption about anybody who finds himself with no place to live, which is basically like, you gotta really mess things up to end up in that position.
Or be irresponsible like me.
Yeah, and there are people who, it's not true. Like, you know, hey, let's just say you had a terrible situation, your whole family is just not around anymore, they all lose their lives at the same time, and then you get screwed by a hospital bill and you lose your job, and like all these things that kind of like could happen at the same time. Like, I've known people over the years who end up damn near homeless in situations where like it's not really like they did anything stupid to get in that situation, they just kind of ended up in that situation. The thing about him for me is it's just like it was shocking because it's like, I know you got people that looked out for you at a certain extent. Like you're part of an organization on the streets, which granted might not be the most philanthropic organization, but I guarantee there's some people from that like that would have given you a lifeline at some point. Not to mention,
you see what happened with it.
AOB.
You seen what happened.
For me, if it comes down to it, if I'm down on my last, I'm gonna find a bitch and I'm gonna make it happen.
But you have to find a bitch more homeless and in a more like desperate situation than you.
No,
you don't. This is the thing.
We'll be twin homeless.
You need to stop chasing what you like and pay attention to what likes you. If you got a girl that ain't a good looker, but she got everything going on and she's in love with the person that you are, you don't have room to be. You need to be right there with the fat bee. You know what I mean? I'm trying not to mess up. You need to be with the fat bee, with the good car, good job. All that pimping gotta stop for a second because it's pretend. At this point, you can't be pimping.
You're all in. I'm all in. If I need to, I'm all in. This is my life now. It's trying to make you happy so you can take care of me and help me get back on my feet.
Tax pimping.
And I'm done with it.
Turn into a tax check.
At some point, I'm done with this.
But to me, that's not
cool.
That's not pimping. I call that babe stationing. You know?
No.
That's babe stationing.
Yeah. So
you find a babe and you post up. Instead of shop at her crib. I've done that for decades.
Girls will do that for dick. You don't even have to pay nothing else. You go in there and pipe her down. And here goes the keys to the car. Here goes the key to the house.
Or just listen. You don't even before you pipe her down. Just be like, oh yeah, no, I feel you.
I've known so many guys who are clearly getting by off this movement over the years that it's like, damn, he got nothing going for him, but he was able to find a situation with a girl and make it work. Yeah. And I respect that so much, and it's just kind of confusing to me how you get into a position where that's not on the table anymore.
Well, and to be fair, it might be on the table for him. Look, as someone that's made...
No, he said he's holeless. He made holeless merch.
I got confused, and I know he made the joke of the missing M in that word.
Yeah.
But
No, but he's holeless. He said
listen, bro. Let's just say it like this. When I met you, you didn't have a house. That's how we met. So it's like,
So that video is like a fake revelation. He's acting like this is a new thing when this is kind of how it's always been.
It's been like that for at least 3. You know what I mean? Yeah, I didn't have a baby. I didn't have a little toddler when all this was going on. So
okay, so you became friends with Barry post-incarceration.
Yeah.
So he did some time?
He's always been around. He used to play football with my cousin, ex-dudes. One of our boys from Hunnies, they played football together. That was my dog. He died the day I dropped him off. Like, I dropped him back off in the hood. He had did some shit at my house. He had stole like a 4 drink out the refrigerator. I had like 16 pints in there. And then my boy did some bunk. I'm like, you think I don't check every pint before I leave the house? I know I got niggas in my house. Like, and everybody that stays here, they know not to touch that refrigerator at all. So
a missing foe is
so
crazy.
a random homie stole this from you, not YBG.
Not YBG,
okay.
But that was our best. That was our closest dude. I dropped him off. He died. Whatever the case is. So now we cool. He comes to Atlanta while I was living in Atlanta. What was that? 2002. I was living in Atlanta for probably like a year again. Getting back out there, one of my little bum homeboys bring Gordy out there on the play, and he never paid Gordy the full money for the play. But while he was doing it, I walked back in the house. I'm like, man, who is this big old nigga on my couch?
Right.
But we kicked it off. He a good cook. He know what he doing. When we playing with the bags, he kind of got something. I got the numbers. He got the bags. You know what I'm saying? The numbers kind of confusing. But the police messed that up. He had an apartment in Atlanta that I was letting him rent, and then I had 2 apartments. He was staying in one. Okay. You remember when everything came crashing down? That day I called you in Atlanta, like, bro. Yeah. Okay. Bow. So that ended all of that. I bought him out here. He was staying with me out here. I didn't have the money to give you every week because we not trapping no more. So I extended my hand. You told me I was getting the show. I tell him, hey, only person I'm going to pick for the show is you. So you just got to come pull up, and maybe it's going to be a couple dollars there. Everything that I had, I gave to Gordy. Now, he burns bridges with everybody that he's around. I don't know what's up with him and his mom's relationship. I don't know what's up with the rest of the family, but it's just like, to me, it feels like you're around, and then like I don't want to make it sound bad, but it's just like
you're trying to cover. You could easily make him sound
crazy.
like a bigger piece of shit.
Crazy. But that's my homeboy. But
right.
Now that I'm saying it, it sounds crazier than what it really was.
Well, what's also crazy is people trying to like shirk the responsibility of his housing and eating and living on you.
And
just because you're that's even more weird because like do you even like know him like that?
Honestly, that I've been thinking about that since the video came out. Is like, you know, how well do I know this guy? Like I feel like I've had like little side conversations on some chill shit, but for the really I never had a conversation with him outside of just being in the lobby and No Jumper. Maybe like, you know, he's rolling something up
or something. We might be at a party.
Yeah.
Have a sidebar.
Like I feel like I know Conrad distinctly more than I know YBG, and I barely know Conrad on like a personal level. Besides just hanging out around him, you know.
I just know like as someone that's actually like homies with you and have been in bad financial situations since I've known you, I've never even thought to ask you for anything. And
well, this is the thing too. Is
I actually like know you. You know
I
what I mean?
gave him $2,000 after he got shot. I wasn't at the party. It wasn't my party. I didn't have anything to do with the party. He got shot. I gave him $2,000 just to like help him get on his feet, just to be on some cool shit. Because he was on the podcast with Brick for a little while. And I'm not saying this to be like, oh, I don't know homie like that or whatever. But it's true that like I don't know him that well. And from my perspective, it's like I gave him $2,000 after he got shot, even though it didn't have anything to do with me. So I really don't feel like it's my fault to like help him get back on his feet. Even though in the video, in the title on YouTube, it says Young Barry Gordy, parentheses, no jumper, is homeless or whatever.
Well, because and like from a outside perspective, that's like the kind of thing like let's say No Jumper was a rap group. Let's say we're Dipset. You know what I mean?
Right.
We're Dipset, and this is back in the early 2000s, and we're beefing with G Unit. Like 50 would have been like, look at Barry's starving. No Jumper can't take care of their people.
It ain't even No
you know
Jumper.
I mean?
That go to like Brick Baby. Like nigga, Brick Baby can't take it. Like it's just like, why would you even get on the internet for you ask me to spend a night, nigga? You ain't even asked the nigga, hey bro, it's fucked up. Cause listen, I'm gonna tell you what happened. He got like 15 bands, nigga, and I ain't heard from him, nigga, in like 3-4 months. So fuck a nigga. And what he going through. Dead homies. He know that. I tell him on the phone. Really? I don't care what you owe me for a fucking iPhone and you running away from a nigga. I let you hold the iPhone, you lose that. But it has some information to one of my crypto wallets that I couldn't get back.
Damn. What?
That's
horrible. That's like the worst thing that could happen to you in the crypto world besides maybe getting rug pulled by Adam 22.
Thank God I go on the iCloud shit and kind of remember where I took a screenshot and all that shit because it was all bad. So I really was pissed off about that because I expressed it like, bro, you only need to hold this for a week. It's like one of my sacred phones. Nobody called. It only got crypto stuff on here. And he went and lost my phone.
That's like the worst thing to give the bro code. Here, this only has thousands of dollars of sensitive
But see, you can't get
information
into
on
it. He's not a thief like that, so I ain't even worried about it. You can't get into it, and then you probably can't buy drugs with crypto. You know what I mean? So I'm not really worried about it. And he's not a drug head.
He's not?
He don't
That's
do
the other
perks
thing
or
I was
nothing.
wondering.
He don't do perks. He don't do nothing but smoke weed. Bro. Yeah, so we get into it over some bullshit phone, and he gets some money. He don't never come back around. Mind you, you stay with me for years and all that. I'm not asking you for nothing but that money for that phone. Everything I did was out of love. You disappeared. You disappeared. Then you pop back up like checking the temperature or whatever, and it's like, man, it's still fuck you. I ain't until you give me that little money, I got you blocked on Instagram and my phone.
Oh, so that's why he doesn't follow you.
Yeah, he can't.
He had unfollowed a lot of people at
He
one
did.
point.
He only followed like 10 people, and me and Brick were not on the list at one point. But like Josh still was. How come Josh always doesn't get unfollowed? I get unfollowed, but Josh don't get unfollowed.
He didn't unfollow me either, but like his explanation, because he had came
He
on
was still
here.
waiting to scam you.
I was next.
Just kidding.
No.
Just kidding. Gordy, just kidding.
No, he said that like he was like going through something and he unfollowed everybody except for like his dead homies, and then he restarted refollowing people. That was like what he said.
Damn, I'm the opposite. I'll unfollow a dead homie.
Yeah, I mean,
I've done it many
that's
times.
hard to do.
I'm sorry.
That's a personal decision.
Yeah,
but
but it's like, you know, it's like if I don't really know you like that and you die, it's like, well, I know you're not gonna post anymore, so I might as well unfollow you.
I use my dead homies accounts to like send like posts I want to remember. Like I literally like have like a DM open like with one of my best friends.
Oh,
where's
really?
like all the posts I want to go back and look at. You feel me?
You know, there's like
It's
an
in the
archive
save
button, right?
Oh,
You could just save
hit
it.
the save.
I just felt like this
It
is
all
like
goes
I
to
don't know.
one place.
You keep track of your links in Draco's DM on the gram.
Like
It's
literally,
for sure
like,
Draco too. You know it's Draco.
literally like archive of
Let's
2
still
years.
DM in Draco in 2025 is a mental illness.
Just to remember stuff.
He's right here.
Yeah,
Like, you know what I mean?
he's right here.
But the thing is, in reference to what y'all were asking earlier, like why would you choose to do this after? Why would you choose to cry like on camera as someone that's made like really sad posts when I'm going through some? It's a cry for attention, bro. You know what I mean? Like it's a cry for attention, and honestly, I feel for the dude. Like I feel. Like I don't feel like there's an obligation, but I do feel compelled to shoot him something. So whatever his cash app is, like I'll, you know what I'm saying, put something on.
Well, I think somebody put up something for him, trying to help him or whatever the case is.
There's a GoFundMe?
I don't think it's. He might as well do a GoFundMe. You gonna go cry online?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like at that point, this is what that did. It made people feel sorry for you, so they'll never look at you as an equal again.
Right.
Well, you crying for help like that in public is like they always gonna look at you as a bum. You know, like you gonna give them some money, but then like when they come back around and ask you for something as an equal, like as a, you know what I mean?
No,
You're not gonna be.
I feel that 100%.
You get what I'm saying? They gonna treat you like a peon every time.
But y'all as fathers, I mean, when he was talking about his kids, that didn't like tug at your strings a little bit when he was like,
yeah, you got a kid, then why you don't got a 9 to 5?
Yeah, that's my thing is if you have a bunch of kids and you don't have a place to stay, I'm looking at you like, well, you really fucked up because you took on a bunch of expenses consistently throughout life that you're supposed to be taking care of. Like that's super irresponsible if you produced a bunch of kids and you can't even take care of yourself. So yeah, I felt a little bit of sympathy like, damn, like that sucks. I wish that wasn't your situation. But 0% of me is like, oh, I need to come fix that for you.
No, for sure. I mean,
because that's what it was for the first time.
Right.
If we even can.
Yeah, to get on your feet or whatever. It's like,
he went to go get a car before he got a spot.
See, yeah. Like I'm forced to assume when you are that fucked up that there's other things that are wrong, and that if I were to hit you with a couple thousand, which granted I already did, that would not really fix the problem. The problem, I assume, and I hate to be judgmental, but I assume the problem is a problem that is not going to just go away
until you stop.
If you give somebody
handouts.
a little bit of money, yeah.
You got to stop wanting hand. He thinks that when that shit fucks up again, he'll cry somewhere else and try to get another handout. Right now, you need to look at yourself, whatever you do, get off of this one and really get in the field and figure your life out, because it's like there's no way possible that people are going to keep on helping you. Mind you, I'm not even talking about what I did when he got shot. He couldn't come to my house, and I felt bad. A hygiene problem at my why he can't be there.
He's got hygiene issues.
He had a couple of them at the house. I don't know if they daily, but it's a couple of them that
Break it down.
can't. I don't want to do it like that.
I mean, you already slimed him, dog. You just Nickelodeon slimed him.
No,
Right?
a lot of people have hygiene problems.
I said a
Flacco for
hygiene
sure got
problem.
some.
He improved.
I haven't seen it, but I look at him.
Flacco smelled good
If
now.
Flacco lives with you for a month, for sure you're gonna uncover some weird smells.
Okay.
Boy, he used to be
First and
Funkarunkus
foremost-
over here.
First and foremost, corn chip shoes do not when the feet smell like corn chips and shoes.
God.
You can't keep them in places, in certain places. All right, cool. My wife used to trip off of that. I know the homies be having stinky feet. I'm a grimy nigga. It's like, nigga, keep the motherfuckers in the garage. You know what I mean? Like 06, so I can deal with that. When you come here, hey, I'm off the rip. Soon as we walk in the house, on the dead homies. Before you go lay down, here go your towel, here go your soap, here go your you need an extra toothbrush. That's the type of nigga I am, because you hit the corner in the morning stinking at my shit, oh no, you gotta go. It's just like in a cell.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So a couple things had transpired, like it was his house, clothes and underclothes in the wrong areas. My daughter's room was like one of his hoarding spots.
He was just kicking it in the baby room?
Not Kai's room.
Oh.
Zoe's room.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the older kid's room. But
There's not like a discussion like, hey, you're sleeping here.
In a 15-year-old girl's room?
Like, no, like when you come into the house, like,
That's
this
some
is
smack shit.
no, no, you said I talked to Smack too. Stop doing Smack.
That's on the list. We're gonna get into
podcast
that.
canceled. I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. We can't talk about this week.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything about him. I'm just saying personally, I would feel weird about having to post up in a little girl's room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look, hey, check in. Right
go
before I went to rehab, I was like couch surfing, and I just stay in the homie's 5-year-old son's room.
But he gave you that.
Yeah, he gave it. That's where I knew I was staying.
Yeah. So
and that's my nephew for real.
I had the game room for people that like my man cave.
Yeah.
Copper squat in there. It's not gonna be comfortable because I don't want it to be comfortable for you. It's 2 reclining chairs in the floor right there. I'm not putting an air mattress in there. I'm not doing nothing to make.
We're not trying to accommodate your needs.
I'm trying to make you uncomfortable so you can go get your fucking spot.
Yeah.
At this point, you need to thug it on the floor. You know what I mean? And I guess it's back with whatever. I ain't gonna get all into it.
His back hurt?
Yeah, I'm like, that mean hurry up and get the fuck out. You know what I mean? But it's like, and then people that big though, they can't. Big people should not try to crowd your space. Like, you shouldn't be trying to live with somebody at 6'4", 300 pounds.
And I feel that pain too, where it's like I'm 6'3", 230 pounds, and if I had to post up in the corner of your room, I know how unpleasant that's gonna be.
Yeah.
If I was 5'2", 140 pounds, oh man, you're not even gonna see me.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
And then it's like, okay, yeah, you're of help, but are you of help of us getting some more money while we together? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, what's the plans? Because all the plans revolve around like me and what the fuck I'm finna do and how he's gonna eat off of that. So it just was like a couple things that I just was like, look, when we was hustling, this was cool. I'm telling you, you're not gonna get on YouTube and say nothing. Like, start your YouTube, do your shit. We giving you an alley-oop up here, Adam. You didn't have to hire, cuz you solely did that shit for me. You told me to look for somebody, you know, no background check on YBG. You just know he was a cool person, and that's my boy. And I was like, I'd rather have a friend on camera so we could have natural convo.
That was your big ski.
Yeah,
That was that. Well,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, I just don't feel like I need to be responsible, or anybody here needs to be responsible.
How long was he staying at your crib before
About
you
3 years.
Oh my
3 years? 3 years.
Gordy been with me since 2022.
Oh, I thought you was finna say like
Since the top
like
of
a month.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I let somebody stay at my crib for a month, I would feel like that was the most humanitarian shit that I've ever done for anybody in my whole life. My girl would be acting like I was Mother Teresa if I let somebody stay with us for a month. And she'd be trying to put an end to it at any given
Every
moment.
day.
Hell no.
And you have like a decent sized house.
Yeah.
It's not like
And she would still, like, I mean, somebody staying with you.
Bigger than Adam.
No, I'm saying, but for that whole time, like you said, you was living in an apartment at first. He's like in the apartment with you,
Cubs and everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I ain't gonna lie, it ain't like it was. That's my dog, bro.
Of course,
it wasn't like it didn't ever feel like that until it was like, hey, I don't got 200,000 right now, nigga, and you in the way. Everybody's in the way. When you broke, nigga, if you're not bringing nothing to the table, you need to exit stage left fast, bro. Because it's like you thinking it's still cracking, black trucks every day and all that. Like, bro, we finna drive my black truck tonight, nigga. You about to drive this motherfucker and start turning into that.
If I was down to my last, and the last thing I had was just one homie who was letting me sleep in the corner of his crib or post up on a couch or whatever, I would then dedicate every moment of my day, no getting high, no getting pussy, no scrolling TikTok, 100%. I'm driving Uber, I'm working in an Amazon warehouse, I'm doing everything possible to run up enough money so I can get off of that couch and get my own independence, and then I'm going to continue to grind that way as if there is no such thing as entertainment, as enjoying life. I'm doing everything possible to just get back on my feet. Very foreign to me, and that's why I feel like that's why I wouldn't want to like give him more money, is because I'm looking at the situation and it's like I feel like I could give you 10 grand and it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
I feel like you're still probably going to end up in a similar situation, to be totally real with you.
Well, it becomes enabling at a certain point, right?
Yeah, and I just don't, like, if you don't believe that money that you're giving the person is going to actually change anything, then what is it? And it's like, I refuse to treat money like it don't matter.
The only time that I'll keep it real, I have asked Adam for shit, but I was in terrible situations. I was fresh out of jail the first time. He helped me bail out. That was automatic. Thank you. I was grateful forever for that, right?
You got to support the criminals.
Yeah. Then I had to move.
Bail is encouraged around here.
Then I was getting my house, and I think I was like $2,000 short on the deposit because I had paid for the moving fees, all that stuff. My boy came through. You get what I'm saying? But I'm only gonna ask for something when I'm really fucked up. Like, I would never even think about asking, and I really will get that shit right back. Nobody else in this world is paying back their homeboy.
Nah,
you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like when you give your homie, like, we haven't worked, like, so we're friends, but you know what I'm saying? But like, you give your homeboy money, he's not thinking about paying you back ever.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what he tells you. I've been through it too many times.
Well, I mean, like, depending, like if it's on some work shit, like I've paid the homie back. Like,
it's different. You have a check that comes every.
No. I mean, on some work, like if it's like
that's different. That's different. But I'm just saying, in these situations, like, the motherfucker's not.
Yeah. And you're not even gonna hold him to it. You feel me? Really?
So it's just like, you know, the motherfucker reaching out to people every time they in a problem, because I believe he reached out again, like right after he got out the hospital to Adam.
I think we like were a little slow on giving him the $2 grand, so he might have.
No. I'm talking about when the car got impounded.
Oh, he asked for more? I don't even know if I saw that.
No, you talked to him.
Oh, I told him I can't fuck with it. Oh, yeah, I can't do it. Nah, there was another time, where he sat down and asked me for more money. I was basically like, bro, I can't do it. I already gave you some money.
And then it's like, damn, bro, you still using my resources.
Yeah.
Like, if that's me, if Adam sent you 2,000, Brick did that.
Right.
Automatically, Adam, am I right or wrong? Like, you're doing it because that's Brick's right-hand man, and he kind of fucked up.
And it's like, obviously, that situation is not a fun situation to be in, because you're sitting there, you're feeling bad about it. It's emotionally impacting you to have to say no, or it's like financially impacting you to have to like come up out of pocket. But either way, like, I don't know. I consider that kind of like, I would be mad at my friend that I introduced to somebody who runs a business or whatever. They use that connection to try to like scrape up a couple thousand more out of it.
Where's your rich white homie at, dog? Let me borrow a few racks.
This is the land of plenty. You could go make a rich homie.
Yes, what I'm saying.
Like, mind you, the Asian dude that we got is crazy. Like, but we had to. I'm not gonna keep on airing out everything. Listen, bro.
Because I don't want this to be like the Sharp episode where we just kind of like went in a little too much.
Do you see what Sharp said about this?
What?
Sharp said that the reason why YBG is homeless is because he made fun of the Drake murals or the Drake.
Oh, so it's a
the
karma
Drake
thing.
That's
pictures,
so baby bang, nigga. Because
You agree?
no,
He did bring that up.
No,
Like,
he
nobody
did.
would know if it wasn't for that, right?
Listen to this.
He did. No, that was exposed by him.
man.
Listen to this. Cause when he was fucked up and shot up, and I told Sharp like, "Hey, the kids over here, I want them to see the bandages and shit and all that." He had a spot at Sharp House, and I think that's when the murals came about.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
Yeah, he didn't mind. Oh no, this what happened.
wait, Drake. Wait, hold on. He was buying home
He
decor.
fucked it up by airing it out?
No. He was buying home decor to make YBG more comfortable.
This what
So he bought a bunch of.
I know you like Drake.
And this is also what happened. That nigga was on Sharp's couch, and he could have went inside the streaming room. Sharp had the music up at 1 in the morning. He like, "Hey, bro, you can turn that down." Sharp turned down his TV. He got a bitch
you
over
can't do
there.
that. You already
Then he
know this
woke
dude's a
up.
vampire
Then
when
he's
you
like,
went to stay with him.
He said that he started acting like he's hurt. Come on, Sharp, I can't get no rest. You can turn the light off.
Oh man, that's rough.
Nigga Sharp said he went in this room and closed the door. Okay.
You know what you do? You get a sound machine. Or you go on your fucking
You're
YouTube.
at somebody else. You better go to sleep, motherfucker, through whatever else you going through. Nigga, if I'm playing this shit at 80 million, whatever the is called.
But this is me. Everywhere I go to sleep in the world, this is what I do on my phone when I go to sleep.
Yeah, sure. White noise.
To piss.
Got addicted to it from having a kid. Because we were using it for her, and then I got addicted to it, and now I can sleep without it, but I don't want to at all.
Yeah.
Can we put that AC on?
But that's rule number 1 of being a house guest is not only A, make yourself as little of an imposition as possible, but B, you have to contribute. Like, clean up, make shit nicer, add to
He
the.
does that.
Okay, that's that's the most
That's
important.
why he been around for 3 years.
But-
I can't call him nothing else. But he picked certain areas to clean. Like, hey, how about cleaning the bathroom?
Yeah, you gotta
Like,
you gotta
nigga,
clean
after
everything.
you use that motherfucker, you know what I mean? But like the kitchen, the rooms and shit.
I got a
Like
home.
Gordy, you get around there, everything finna be put up. He go cook.
Let's take a quick hiatus from
do it.
having this conversation. We can totally get back to it, but I just want to let everybody know that this episode is brought to you by everything420.com. And right here, I have something. We cannot smoke it on camera. We have been informed by the team, but it is called the Bud Zuka, and it makes you feel like you just unlocked a next level sesh weapon when you load up a couple of grams into this here tank.
It gotta be at least like a 7 or a half.
And light the room on fire. So I would like to know, have you guys seen anything like this before?
Just this right here, just the Bazooka.
I just want to hype up the unique design and talk about how insane it looks in person.
We actually turn bro on.
Well, yeah, there you go. It's not full, but right. And the great.
How do you do this?
We did it before. You load up that whole tank with weed, and then you just press it, and it just like yeah.
Come on.
It's also great for gay pranks.
Like,
Yeah, you can just troll your homie.
that's for when the cameras are off, Brick.
See, okay, the great thing about everything420.com is that they have fast, discreet shipping, and they have top brands like Stizzy, Packwoods, Cake, and Cookies. Everything 420 is legal, and they have a $4.20 deal section, and they have top shelf flour, magic mushrooms, pre-rolls, vapes, edibles, bongs, and accessories. Mystery boxes also, which are always a fun surprise, and they have amazing gift ideas where you can get more bang for your buck. And if you want to get your hands on one of these Bazookas or any other crazy 420 sesh tools, well, hit the link in the description and use code NOJUMPER, one word, for a discount. And make sure that you check out everything available on the E420 app on the App Store for Apple and what was the other one? Google phones as well, Android phones. So yeah, shout out to everything 420. We'll have a little bit more information later in the podcast. Anyway.
And they edible smack too.
Yeah, you'll be rolling. On rolling.
On hood.
Crazy stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, have y'all ever do you know the parable about like the camel in the tent? So some dude in the desert has a tent. Camel comes up and he's like, "Yo, I want to sleep in the tent with you. Like, it's really cold outside." And he's like, all right, but there's not enough room. Just put your neck and just put your head in there. Then the camel, next thing you know, he needs to put his neck in there. And the dude's like giving him more and more room. Next thing you know, dude has no room. The camel's taking over the whole motherfucking camp. And that is a parable about house guests. You feel me?
Yes, for sure.
Exactly.
And I mean, honestly, all throughout my BMX years, I was just letting people stay with me like all the time. Like when on any given day, there would be a random dude sleeping on my couch. It was just constant. And only through having a kid and a girl am I not living that lifestyle. And honestly, I can now appreciate it a lot because I in retrospect, don't really understand why I was doing that for all those years. But I mean, I feel like if you let somebody stay on your couch for a week even, that is a huge benefit that you're giving them. You're essentially giving them something that is worth many thousands of dollars, which is a place to stay in the greater Los Angeles area.
Yeah,
For sure.
that's a fact.
For sure, because you can go get an Airbnb for a week. You're going to be out of 2,000.
Have y'all ever had like a house guest stay or like a homie that was staying over and then they did too many drugs and you had to kick them out because of that?
Too many drugs? No.
I
actually could stay.
Yeah.
Normally you would think, and I'm not going to say who it is.
I hate having a lean house guest.
It's always sleeping.
Stop pouring me up.
No,
hey, get the hell out of here.
Get out of here.
Keep that walk away from me.
Lean house guests are cool, but I had a coke house guest, and I wasn't in a coke period of my life. I'm not gonna say who it is on cam. I'll tell y'all afterwards.
Oh, love to
but
know.
Yeah, this dude, bro, it'd be 4 a.m. You feel me? And I would like me and my girl would hear him wake up from the other room, like to go use the restroom. This fool would go in the restroom. I'd hear him play with his nose for like 6 minutes straight, like all that, and go right back to bed.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, he snorts a line and sleep.
Yeah.
Gets
He's
a little water up there.
You feel me? Like I was like, nah, bro.
Sometimes I'll be like super tired on the weekend, and I'll like wake up, eat breakfast, go to the farmer's market, drink mad coffee, and then get home and still be so tired that I'll just pass out on the couch for 20 minutes or an hour or whatever it is. And so it's like a different feeling though, napping while you have tons of caffeine in your system, because it's like a jittery sleep where you're not like as asleep as you would like to be.
But like what the whole thing is, when you're on coke, I think you're addicted to the drip, right?
Well, the drip
probably
is what
has
makes
to
you
taste it a little bit. Like
the drip is
What
what
about some
makes
smelling salts?
Yeah, where they at?
No, I'm saying maybe that's because who wakes up to do a bump to go to sleep?
And he wasn't even doing just the bump. It would be like he was
relling it out.
Yeah. And I think it's because he's so addicted to it that his body like needed it even in the middle of the night. He just needed that coursing through his veins.
Yeah.
It's a little. I was like, yeah. You just get that, Dad Holmes.
Rick wakes up and smokes an unfiltered Camel in the middle of the night and goes back to bed.
With wax.
No.
But that's understandable.
That's still, hell no, I'm not smoking a cigarette in a minute. I don't even smoke a cig to go to sleep. Cigs make your heart race.
How long do you wait after you wake up to smoke a cigarette?
Well, it's a digestive tool. So I'll go sit on the toilet with a cigarette for sure.
Oh,
That's foul.
That is the best feeling in the world. I
You
wish
have
I could.
to take a cigarette to shit, right?
No,
You
but
don't have to. Many people shit without cigarettes, but
yeah,
shit.
but no, but that's because the opiates got him constipated.
Nah,
so he
I ain't
need
it.
that, like,
Nah, no.
Yeah.
I shit every day. Like I don't get constipated from opiates. I don't go days without shitting.
they don't call him shitty for no reason. He be shitting his pants, he got diarrhea, all that.
Nah, every
Horrible
day
bowels.
I make a bowel movement at the same time. It's like I'm good.
That's such a great feeling, is smoking a cigarette and taking it. I'm not like allowed to do that.
How long do you wait?
Till I smoke a cigarette?
Yeah.
Till I go outside. Whatever my first reason to go outside is, a cigarette's getting smoked.
I still haven't even smoked weed yet today, or any kind of tobacco. It's almost 5.
Neither.
I've been up since 7. That's actually crazy to me.
Do you notice anything or?
I don't right now, except that my mind feels like relatively clear. Like I could interview somebody and keep a clear head and feel comfortable with that. But then sometimes I notice, like, as this podcast goes on, because spoiler alert, this might be a full 4 hours because we got Rosenberg coming and we're gonna have to hang out with him for a while. But definitely, like, I notice myself just wanting to get high because it's like smoking weed signifies the end of the day to me, even though I sometimes do it in the middle of the day.
It's weird because like I love smoking weed, but sometimes weed really don't be weeding like that. Like it don't really. I don't know.
You be having that both. I ain't gonna lie.
Your weed sucks. That's why.
No.
I've been rapping since 8 in the morning.
Yeah, what is that? You're just in the studio all morning?
All night. I got a shower at my studio.
Right. Okay. So for the record, this morning I sent to the group chat and I was talking about us potentially going to the studio later this week, and you immediately sent a video back of you and Gordy in the studio at like, oh yeah, Conrad, sorry, sorry, it's a loaded mistake right there.
Yeah. What?
But it was like 11 in the morning, and you're like, hey Adam, we in the studio right now. Like, so you were still in the studio at 11 in the morning from the night before.
Well,
you're a cokehead.
No. I fell asleep off the juice. Okay. But Les Studio is so nice that I've been putting in overtime.
Wait, you were recording his studio?
Nah, I got a warehouse too. That's like a whole compound right there. That's just the studio side. It's a poker room. It's like different little. So his stuff is so nice that I'm starting to try to stick in there and put some more detail in there so I can offer space for people to come, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
One of my poker buddies sent me a picture of you playing poker Saturday night.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God, this is why Adam likes you. He's like, you gonna come play poker with us in LA? I'm like, sure. Nobody.
Oh, that was Vegas?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you were still hunting for loose?
Who? Hey, them niggas don't want to see me, man.
Oh, okay.
But nah, it was wifey's birthday.
Okay.
And
so you guys went to Vegas?
Yeah. Well, she was like, well, you shoot content out there anyway, so it's like you can work and be out there. I'm like, yeah, cool. I definitely could work on my wife's birthday. You're gonna let me do that, right? Didn't happen.
Isn't that kind of like contingent upon like how much nice stuff
I
you
lost
do early?
all my money and I got it back in poker, and she fucked those machines up. I think the machine was reading her birthday. I told her that machine too hot. Don't go back to it. She go back with another. Every time she put 100 in the machine, she left with like 600.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. She watches, like how I study like the other gambling stuff, she studies slot machines. Like, she follows like 80 different slot machine pros.
Wow.
And she's really turning into
a
slot pro. Yeah.
I know a dude who won 1.2 million from a slot machine.
She's probably gonna do that one day.
Wow.
Like I know one of my ex-girlfriend's uncles, this fool had won, he hit for 600K on a slot one time, and had been lit, and then pretty much got stupid jug in the little off-strip Vegas spots, you feel me? And just has been living out there ever since and losing money.
Yeah.
Just like,
that
like
gives you a spot.
Yeah, like that 600K has been in the wind and probably like lost 2 times over since
for
then.
Sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
So I have a question. Has there been any further fallout from the Rockstar Black Sam confrontation? And I got a reminder the other day from Reddit when I realized Rockstar is the one who, I remember there was a time when Lush was doing an interview in his time away from No Jumper, and you had to take a shit. And I had totally forgot about this, but it was Rockstar. I remember hating you at the time and still thinking, this is pretty crazy to be like that mad at somebody for having to take a shit. Because let's be real, yeah, it doesn't happen in every podcast, but it happens once in a while that you might have to take a shit. It's kind of awkward that it was live. That you couldn't just edit it out.
I just ate some KFC right beforehand. You feel me? Like,
wait, you were interviewing him?
Yeah. We were potting together.
When he was away from No Jumper.
Yeah. And Rock came through, and I've been knowing KK for years. That's my homie.
So you could have easily used the Black Sam Marathon situation to really tee off on Rockstar and be like, you piece of shit, pussy. How did you back down to Black Sam? Just to get back at him for hating on you for taking a shit.
Well, he was, like, the thing is, that was in the midst of him, Lupe, and China Mac were all trying to, like, trip on me for not donating to Lupe's GoFundMe.
Oh, remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Whack was in the mix. Like, it was like a whole,
that was
like
funny.
Everybody. It was like the fuck Lush. I thought that it was all you too. No. I literally thought that like Adam was the unseen hand. No. Like Adam's telling China Mac and Rockstar. I didn't think I knew. Meanwhile, you're like on the other side of the world getting married and just like living a regular life.
Yeah.
And but I was so convinced, you feel me, that it was this fool. But I will say, as far as updates, 2 things that I find interesting. One, Rockstar has since apologized to Black Sam.
Yes, we have that on deck.
I thought that was interesting. But something that was pointed out to me by Loose and Whack that I thought was really interesting is it seemed like Rockstar don't know Black Sam as much as I thought that he did before. Like, because there's footage of him walking up to him and he said, "What's up, Rockstar?" Like, he's like introducing himself. Like, if I walked up to like Donnie and seen him, what's up, Lush? You know what I mean? Like, nah, like, which threw me off. I thought that they were more familiar with each other than that. I could be misinterpreting it, but
because I mean, Rockstar's thing was that he said that he went to the burger spot or some shit that Black Sam was posted up at once and sat down and had a 3-hour conversation with him. That was his main way of saying that he actually really knows him.
That's the thing. I mean, what do you think about that, Brayson? What's the truth?
You don't buy it?
I'm trying to ignore you.
You know the truth, so
I don't think Rockstar know nobody that he say that he know like that.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna keep it real. Black Sam, this is the thing. You've been around at concerts. You come to. I'm not trying to say he's a PC, but he's always at the. Is there a concert crib? Is a PC?
We could start that.
Crib. Yeah, so
we got the Kava Crips.
Yeah, we the Kava Crips.
They just eat a Kava a lot.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So I ain't trying to speak foul about my homie, but like anytime there's a show in Arizona or LA with anybody that we know, he's there, he's backstage, he's taking pictures. He'll call me like, "Hey, bro, you can get me into the Young Thug show. You can get me back there backstage with them. I just want to like to show him Arizona was his city." So it's like, really, you only pop out at events where motherfuckers like, "Oh yeah, okay." You know, you're not retaining no information from a conversation at a concert backstage.
No. Yeah.
You might sit and chop
if I've only met you 3 or 4 times and it's at events,
it's like you come chop it. It's like yada yada yada. Like, when is he gonna stop talking? Oh yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, all the time. Love.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You didn't hear shit he said.
No, I'll hug someone if they're all excited, be like, "Oh, I love you, fool!" Like, I'm not, because I don't want to be rude and act like I don't know you. Yeah.
So I feel like he's only been to like the grand openings of the marathon shit. He'll pull up after Nip died and go to the store, to the marathon store, to the marathon cultivation. Like, go out his way to drive way on Canoga. You know what I mean?
So I mean, there's pictures of Rock and Nip throughout the years. Or do you think is that the same?
We're saying Black Sam.
No. What I was gonna say though, is that the same thing though? Is that
it is, but then,
or did he actually really know Nip?
Nipsey a gang member, like a real gang member, and the West Boulevards is our allies.
Right.
So, cuz like Rock our age, so it's like we done been in different. So he might have really had a different bond with Nip, thinking that Black Sam is gonna respect that bond. He don't respect that.
It's crazy that throughout all this, that Black Sam has not issued any kind of public statement, has not done one thing on social media. All he did was the real life conversation with Rockstar, and he's completely ignored everything that's taken place publicly, has not commented, has not left a message, posted a story, anything. I appreciate that commitment, even though myself, I would never be able to do that.
But isn't that kind of like from Black Sam, he seems like he's like a real business-oriented guy, right? That's his whole thing.
Many people use social media for business.
Right, but like in his eyes, his objective is this is the launch of Marathon Burger.
Right.
People weren't talking about the launch of Marathon Burger after that. They were talking about Black Sam confrontation with this crib, blah, blah, blah.
And I saw that it's like basically like still packed. Like, I sent Josh to get the Marathon Burgers. I don't know if you guys caught this, but I sent him to get them so that I could surprise Whack with a Marathon Burger so we could do the taste testing on the podcast. And Josh said that when he went to get it, that it was like crazy packed in the middle of the day on a Thursday.
Yeah. I mean, the burgers are fire.
Honestly, I didn't even want to finish it. I said I wasn't going to finish it, and then I couldn't help myself, and I ate the whole thing. I think it's really up there with the best smash burgers I've had in Los Angeles.
For sure.
Says a lot. There's a lot of good options.
Yeah,
really?
Sure.
It's like it's up there like that?
I love hi-ho. I love heavy-handed. And I really feel like it's I don't want to say that it's better right now, but it's at the very least like in that echelon.
So it's a top tier.
It's like In-N-Out. It's like In-N-Out smash, right? With a sauce. You got like a secret spicy sauce.
Got some peppers that were really good.
Got like red peppers and jalapenos and all that on there. It's whoever put that recipe together, yeah, I did that.
And Whack
Marathon
decided
burger's fire.
that he was a vegetarian all of a sudden with the marathon burger in his face, and he ate the bread but refused to eat the meat. I don't know why.
He's
the only
gay,
thing
because he don't want to eat meat on camera. That's like
wait, but why?
I'm saying he's gay. He don't want people to know he eats meat for real.
Yeah, they'll do it. For sure. No, but he like, I don't know. It's Lent, I guess, or it was Lent at the time. I've never heard him say anything about being Catholic, so I don't think it's that. But he didn't. Yeah, he just ate the bread with the sauce on it, which to me was kind of shocking. That's the last thing I'd ever want to eat. I've never heard him say that he's vegetarian. And we ate a whole seafood platter from Blueface's restaurant like 2 weeks ago.
What's better, Marathon Burger or Blueface restaurant?
I mean, a burger is like my favorite food. It's like my comfort food. Whereas, like, it's such a challenge eating the gigantic bag of seafood that's drenched in these juices, and you have to fucking figure out. Like, I forget every time because I never do it of like exactly how to pull the shell off. It's like the messiest thing ever. It gets all over my pants. It's on my fucking shirt. It's everywhere. It's just like two such different things. Myself, I would always go burger. But, I mean, it is a fun adventure to go to the...
I'm a seafood kind of guy, but it's definitely... it's a more involved process, right?
Oh, it's crazy. Like, yeah. You get so dirty. There's no other food that you get dirty like that eating.
Yeah. Especially seafood, like the boil.
Yeah.
It's like everywhere. The sauce is on the outside of it.
Just put newspaper on the table.
Yeah, you definitely... Like, crib legs. You eating crib legs, you for sure got to have a bib on.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I mean, but... None the least, black people love that shit. He made it for us.
No,
it's like a fish market. I'm pretty sure he probably accepts EBT. It's gonna keep it going.
If they accept it, but is his new one like actually in a more urban area?
Santa Clarita.
Yeah, because like your last one was in Santa Clarita. That's
where he's at now. I mean, it's black people in Santa Clarita too. It's rent's cheap.
Well, Flacco's there. That's true.
Valencia was the first Lancaster.
Dropping lows.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, but the first Lancaster was Valencia. Like all the black people was moving out the city to Valencia.
Yeah.
Then they start moving to
Lancaster, a black city, pretty much. Like
but yeah.
Okay, I want to read the statement that Rockstar issued apologizing to Black Sam. I'm gonna have to squint a little bit. Wait.
On behalf of Rockstar 2800 and Smut Free Entertainment,
I want to publicly apologize to Black Sam and the entire Marathon team for my business dealings with an individual who made disrespectful comments about Nipsey Hussle. Oh my God, so he's apologizing for having anything to do with Whack. I also deeply regret my actions less than 24 hours later when I did an interview with Cam Capone. It was never my intent to call you out during that interview, but in that moment I was overwhelmed by a mix of emotions and the embarrassment that I felt. In business, there are sometimes gray areas, and we have to navigate them while still maintaining good relationships. I understand the space I'm in, and I recognize that not everyone will understand the metrics or logistics behind content creation.
Chat GPT.
Yo, I was thinking that, like, this sounds a little too proper,
my
right?
boy got a real publicist.
Got a publicist.
I mean, even just saying on behalf of Rockstar and Smut Free Entertainment, I want to publicly apologize. Like, you are you. You don't have to say on behalf of you. Okay, but I'm going to finish this. However, I am willing to admit that I was wrong, and as a man, I take full accountability for my actions. I'm done talking about the past. Respectfully, moving forward, the focus is on the brand and everything we're building, from YouTube and podcasting to Clubhouse, blogging, and beyond. I've created a space for authentic conversations and dialogue where people can connect with the streets and share their voices. This is a platform for those who argue and debate in barbershops, neighborhoods, and everywhere in between. At Smut Free, our mission is simply to enlighten, mediate, and resolve, if possible. We're here to elevate the conversation and keep things positive while staying true to our roots. I wish nothing but the best and more success for Black Sam, the Marathon team, and Nipsey's legacy. Long live Nipsey Hussle. Sincerely, Rockstar and Smut Free Entertainment. So he really rolled it the whole way up.
The marathon continues.
Yeah, listen, Nipsey Hussle and Black Sam is two separate people. When people start realizing that, then, you know what I mean, you don't got a dick suck. That's not, I just like, cuz he marked you out in front of everybody, cuz the apology should be coming from the other way.
Yeah.
on 6-0 Crip.
And you could acknowledge, like, okay, I was silly for saying that I wanted to fight. I don't actually want to fight. That was just something I was saying. But when you got publicly humiliated and the only reason you asked for a fight was because of the fact that you felt so offended and you had so many people on your bumper saying that you needed to do something to get some respect back, for you to then apologize for even hinting at wanting to fight when he kind of sort of marked you out publicly in front of a lot of people. This feels like the wrong time to issue an apology, and I wonder what kind of pressure was being put on him behind the scenes in order to do so. Did he feel like he was joining the green light team as a result of asking for that fade, that he was going to get a fade not from Black Sam but maybe from a whole host of other people?
That would be weak if that was the case, if fools were really going to fucking, like, if he was going to be greenlit or packed out over that. That sounds very excessive.
I just feel like he's trying to, I don't think he's like thinking that he was green lighted in the streets over the situation. I feel like he's trying to keep himself relevant by issuing this statement, because at this point nobody really gave a fuck about you issuing an apology and all that shit. Like, they're gonna make this and they're gonna troll you even more about the shit. Like, I'm sorry I couldn't get a burger that day because, like, nigga, I didn't really deserve one because I was around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's basically what he's saying. Like, I didn't deserve one because I kicked it with Whack 100.
Maybe he shouldn't have. Like, is it possible that he could have just walked by Black Sam and not, like, said anything and just gotten a
But
burger?
see, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
I was
what I
gonna
would've
point
done.
it out in the picture they used for the statement. It's always him asking for a picture with somebody, like, fan. Like, I found that picture of Young Thug. Somebody took that and sent it to my homie in the pen. The homie out the pen. The one we interviewed, Corvain, had that picture in his cell. And he just sent me the picture. You get what I'm saying? I be around all of the highest. I don't really have pictures, me and just that person. None of them.
Yeah.
I doubt that me and Kid Ink have those type of pictures unless it was for, like, a photo shoot for a cover or, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't do that.
Very rarely does that occur to me. Like, oh, I need to take a picture of this motherfucker. And I know a lot of people who do it, and I do think it's funny, and I do be making fun of you behind the scenes, but it's not the worst thing in the world. But it is kind of funny when I see somebody and they got photos standing there with someone, and I know
it's fan style. It's not like a natural, like, this the homie.
It's not like you just kicked it for a couple hours talking. It's like, no, you like
hey,
passed by.
Yeah, of course.
Like, when I was leaving Bootleg Kev's studio a couple months ago, I saw Juvenile and fucking Manny Fresh.
Didn't take a picture.
I could have took a photo. Would have done pretty good for my hip hop accolades. One day, if God forbid one of them were to leave the earth, I could post up, say, me and Juvenile, he was a real one. So glad that I was able to spend some time with him, whatever. My brain doesn't really work that way. I don't really roll with you. And nowadays, people keep a professional photographer with them just to take photos of them with celebrities. That's a real thing.
That's excessive.
I see that all the time.
That's crazy.
That's excessive.
That's crazy. Like, if Rockstar lived in California, I feel like he would have been at the pop out. He would have been like, that's just his character. Like,
he took a 7-hour journey to get there.
To the pop out?
Well, to the pop out, you're right. But to the Marathon Burger opening, I mean, that's a journey.
Yeah. I mean,
Arizona.
It was also his hood day.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and it's just like,
to add insult to injury, that makes it kind of like,
because that's a whole different story. Like, you know what I mean? And I ain't finna get to that at all. I can't do that here. Maybe when you interview him the next time over the burger, you can ask him.
If I would have seen Manny Fresh and Juvenile, it would have been a shameless fangirl and been needed.
We saw you with OJ. We know how it's gonna look. Yeah.
Well, we expect you to ask for a picture.
I'm a fan.
I mean, not like that. That's just, you know. But I'm not trying to, like, it's hard to say that to homie like a groupie, but it's like, you got to fix your ways because motherfuckers looking at you like that now, for sure. Like, for a motherfucker to walk you out, like, in front of everybody like that, like, motherfucker looking at you as a groupie.
I'm kind of, in my head, like, reverse engineering how that statement came together, because it feels like he told ChatGPT, like, write a very professional, heartfelt apology / response, and then, like, list it out, everything that happened.
Yeah, bullet points.
Yeah. I've been using a lot more ChatGPT recently, so I can kind of imagine what that would look like.
Hey, we're either going to use it or it's going to use us,
It'll
right?
be just like the milk in your mustache. Flesh ever told you
Oh,
about.
fucking hell. I got a runny nose and I'm drinking this big ass protein shake. I don't know what happened. I just got a random, like, it doesn't feel like a full blown cold. I just got like a fucking shitty mustache. I don't know.
Yeah.
The microphone was blocking it.
It's syphilis in there. You ate some bad pussy and it's just sitting there.
It might be.
You still want to lick his mustache?
It's pretty. It's a whole lot of pussy juices in there.
Hey, but I have some
It's not
news
that
for you.
homo.
I have some news for you. I ran into somebody who told me that they've been keeping an eye on you.
Yeah.
I present to you Officer Dwayne. This is Dwayne. So, Brick, you been keeping your nose clean? We heard about you and them pounds.
I told you the last time you pulled up on me, man. You came to the show.
What show? What show are we talking about?
Why would you pop up to the show and I gave you all that information the last time I saw you?
Yes, you gave us a lot of great information about the Bloods, the Hoovers, the Serranos,
But
the Nazi lowriders. But really, I'm looking for more information about your people. Please.
Well,
What's going on with the Crips out in South Central?
could you tell them I didn't tell you about Dirk?
Well, that's a federal matter. So that doesn't really involve me. I'm just a local city cop.
Yeah, well, it's a whole group of people somewhere right now that's screaming, fuck Brick Baby. I would like you to pay a visit to,
Brick Baby, that's your street name. Okay, we've been calling you Zahir down at the station. Zahir.
Zahir. Hey, it's crazy that you're a black officer. You're keeping your eye out of me. You sound like a fucking white guy.
Well, if you'd like, then I could totally use a more street voice. Zahir. That's totally possible.
The black officer's like, come on, brother. We ain't supposed to be out here fucking up, brother. But I'm going to have to search your car, man. Can you get out the car, brother?
Brother man.
Hey, why are you being so racist? Why are you being so racist? Why are you only harassing the black man?
Listen, if I wanted a fucking Jewish Serrano's opinion, I would have asked. So shut the fuck up over there, Mr. Nicholas.
I'm
here to talk to Zahir.
Okay.
I'm an advocate of the community.
Hey, can you tell me the shit that you said Cash Jones told you again?
What me and Cash Jones talk about in our weekly meeting is none of your business.
Yeah, because I believe the last time you came, you said something about Cash Jones telling you that it was unsafe to be at No Jumper after 4 o'clock on a certain day.
We are investigating the situation with Loose Cannon in the alley. However, that being said, when Cash Jones and I get together, it really resembles that photo of him face down with his ass up. And not much else. That's all we do. Hey, Jamal, get the fuck out of here. What's his name? Jamal? Dwayne, I said.
Dwayne. He's a fucking Nazi. You're a Nazi lowrider. Jamal Dwayne.
Jamal is a very black name.
His name's Jamal Dwayne.
Did you think Dwayne was good too? It was like kind of off the top of my head. Sorry.
Okay. R.I.P. Dwayne
shit.
Wiggins.
Hey, you guys, don't blow me up, man.
I wish I was like funnier, because
yeah, you had to
that is such an easy joke right there, like a layup, and I just like kind of froze. I didn't really have that many good ideas.
Kept thinking of seeing me and Remo. That's 2 cups,
and now 3. Yeah. I read an article one time that said that Jamal is the blackest name. So if your name is Jamal, you have like a 99% chance of being black.
I don't think I know a white Jamal.
I don't think I know a Jamal.
I know a white Jerome.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jerome, huh?
Yeah.
I know a Jeromey the homie.
Jerome in the house.
I don't know what happened.
Hey. Jerome is crazy.
He is from Detroit, though, to be fair.
We gotta pick our energy up, guys. What's going on, man? Let's get it up, man.
Turn up.
It's the Tuesday show.
Realistically, we
bat.
only need to even talk for another 45 minutes before crazy ass Rosenberg is going to get here, and then
off the bat.
And these glasses are going to get evoked.
Wow, and he's drunk at court and all type of shit.
Did you see the court vlog that I dropped?
Yeah.
Yeah. There was some comments saying that they felt like he was wasted.
Well, is there any? As long as you're not like held in contempt of court. I think as long as you're able to carry yourself with the proper decorum, it doesn't matter what you're.
I'm not gonna hold it against him.
I don't want my representation showing up smelling like liquor.
That was okay from my perspective, and I was talking up close and personal with him. I didn't smell any liquor.
Okay.
So
he knows how to. Did it smell minty though?
Yeah, if it's hella minty, that's
That
a
means-
dead giveaway.
no, I mean a lot of things with the way he was speaking to me definitely made me feel as if he might have been drunk. But I didn't smell any alcohol. I didn't see any alcohol stains. His outfit was clean. So
What if he took a Xanbar?
I don't.
You know that's
that
so
wasn't really the
regulated
vibe
in
I
the
got, but
white
maybe
world. I mean, it makes you act drunk.
Hmm.
The slurring, the
It's possible.
They might as well hand out like Xanax
to white kids. I mean,
Yeah,
not to white kids, but to white adults.
Just anyone,
White lawyers.
like when you walk into court, just like here's a Xanax, complimentary for the people.
Yeah, I think I'm taking one before I get there.
Yeah.
Off the rip. I'm so allergic to the courtroom. I start breaking out in hives.
It's so
and
boring.
Shit. No.
So boring. You have to sit like you can't even be on your phone. You can't even like have your phone down low texting. You have to fucking just completely put it in your pocket and not look at it at all. It's so annoying.
And then see like all these things bad happening to all these other people before you even get to.
I know.
Like,
So they didn't let you access with your camera, or did you vlog with a phone?
I was vlogging in the hallway,
Yeah.
and then 4X's homegirl was like taking photos of him when he came out. She did manage to snag some photos. I didn't have the balls to try.
It's a way to do it.
Yeah, fools are always like.
All the girlfriends get it off.
He said he got in a fight while he was waiting to like go right into the court thing.
Yeah,
but
in the court tanks.
He had,
That's where
had
you
to do a
squabble
fade.
out. Yeah.
I'm not sure with who or anything, but I guess it went down.
I feel like that he went to jail in a bad mood this time, because I heard the first call of him calling home.
Really?
It was a lot more aggressive than the last time he went to jail. I feel like he's going in there this time trying to make a statement because people said that he changed and was nicing up and all that stuff. You know, who was that? The two guys, or who was it?
My boy.
Yeah, he's the one who started off saying that he 4Xers wasn't squabbling his enemies in jail or whatever the case is.
His information is shoddy at best, though. Let's be real.
Yeah, so Skip Townsend.
4Xers is a tuna. He's a turned up non-affiliate. My boy.
He's 100% tuna.
He's the chicken of the sea.
Hey, did y'all
But
see?
he just, I guess he went in there and was cool, and there wasn't nobody that he wanted to fight then. But this time he called him like, yeah, I'm running everything off the bat. You already know what it is. And you bitch ass niggas, when I come home, da-da-da-da. He was popping it. And I was just like, oh yeah, I think that he left the streets while he was on fire. And he got like a point to prove right now.
Yeah, he has a job now finally and stuff. I think that probably kind of weighs on him. I mean, honestly, from talking to Lupe, she said that when he gets out that he's actually going to change his life and stop hanging out in the neighborhood, that's really the biggest thing that he needs to get over is the idea that you can just hang out in the neighborhood and that everything will be fine.
Yeah, live somewhere else type shit. Move to the valley.
He said that he doesn't live there. I don't know if I believe him, but in general, he just feels the need to go hang out at the liquor store and shit.
I mean, for people who haven't traveled and they're not well versed, you know what I mean? Like, that's the only thing they got and we got is our hood and our homeboys right there.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to make friends with people that don't understand gangbanging when you live 100% by the code, no cut.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So it's
But like Crib Mac at a certain point was just living ducked off, and if you wanted to be around Crib Mac, you needed to either like pay him or invite him to your spot, or you could come to his spot, and that was it. Even Crip Mac got that through his fucking skull at a certain point.
well, I mean, you could say that, but he's in jail for
No, for sure.
having a blick in the hood.
Yeah.
Was that a newer X4 Cam Capone interview, or is that an earlier one where
Yeah. So 4X or
That's
X4 is doing every interview platform imaginable, and the Cam Capone one is the funniest one because he's just taking all these little sneak shots at 4Xers by just saying like, Oh yeah, like he said, like when I got locked up, I had to do 20 fades
20
back to
fades,
back.
yeah.
Because 4Extra said 10, so he's saying 20.
Yeah,
He basically took everything that 4Extra said, and he's just like doubling and like outdoing it. But you can tell by the fucking look on his face that he's not serious and he's just trolling.
No, the best part is Cam Capone's like, "Did you get a breather?" He's like, "Did I get a breather?" No, I gave them a breather.
Yeah,
I'd be like, "Bing, bing, bow, one fade, bing, bing, bow, second fade. You get a breather, bing, bing, bow, third." I was dying.
Yo,
it
he's
was just
funny
Go
for that
watch
shit.
it,
No,
cuz.
the best.
The
The thing
little
is-
nigga stupid.
No, the thing is, yeah, he did have a look. Like you could tell he was being satirical, but he has like a really deadpan way of talking. So like if you didn't know who he was,
Yeah.
you would think he was just being serious.
Yeah, because he show no emotion.
Yeah,
when he
yeah,
talk. He got
exactly.
that straight face. He
Just
like, I ain't
completely-
scared to get beat up, cuz.
Yeah,
I think said I squabbled with a
super
nigga from
deadpan. Yeah.
Spain. I squabbled with a big nigga from where was the other dude from?
Yeah, he's a.
It was a nigga from Blackstone or somewhere else. And he like, yeah, I ain't tripping. I know the enemies don't know how to squabble. He like, I ain't scared to get beat up, cuz.
This fool said 20 fades back to back.
Yeah,
and he won them all.
Yo, there's a new interview that he did. Look at this one.
See, I had a few scratches on crit. That's it.
Yo, he did one that I just watched. Yeah, it's called "I Told You So." This is one of the most awkward interviews I've seen in my life. Like this guy is, no offense, bro, but this is one of the worst. And it uses a clip of us and everything. But yo, this is brutal.
He's a cool guy though. Actually,
I don't know who the fuck he is. I noticed. I went and looked on Instagram and I have DMs with him from like 2017, which I don't remember at all. But this is one of the most painful interview clips I've probably like ever watched.
I didn't watch. Was it like actually like in depth?
You want to watch it? We can watch it. Fucking. This is.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
No.
Okay.
That's the only.
Okay. Now, everything is good between you guys because that's the reports are saying otherwise.
Nah, man, we from the same hood.
Okay.
He from the dark side. I'm from the park side. We both represent 40s. Off the back trophy game.
Come on.
You know?
Yeah.
He in jail. I'm just keeping this shit lit off the bat.
That's right.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
Just always making some shit up. I don't want to go with shit, but that shit we gonna pay attention to that.
Okay.
Off the bat.
Come on, player.
It's like
Player.
It's like when Childish Gambino was interviewing Chief Keef.
that as a transition is just player. Wait, I gotta keep going.
And it kind of goes back to the other question too. Like, do you find that annoying that like people try to pin you against other people?
That's what the internet for, though.
Right.
Like I said, the more they talk and the more they do certain shit, the more they stir up shit, the more views go up, the more streams go up, the more that chili go up.
Yeah.
So keep doing this shit. Put me against somebody else. Put me against Jordan, though. Put me against somebody way up there, cuz so the bag can go way faster.
Okay.
Yeah, don't be telling put me on the dead homies. Like I said, Jordan or somebody.
Yeah.
See, I'm getting into it with Jordan.
Yeah, that's fair. You think we talked a little bit about how obviously your affiliations will in LA, especially in LA things get tricky. Would you ever do a song with somebody from another section?
Like a op?
Potentially, yeah.
Nah, hell no, nigga. I'm fucking no ops.
Yeah.
Hell no.
But for maybe just like another a Blood set or a Hoover set or anything.
Like the question wasn't specific enough. Just like name some gangs that I know you don't get along with.
Would you do a song with I don't know, Baby Stone Gorillas, perhaps?
Okay, but this is a fucked up thing, and I'm sorry for tearing apart your interviewing skills, bro. But like this is like I had a clip that did reasonably well. That was like X4 comments on if he would do a song with the Baby Stone Gorillas or something like that. Like. It was like two people that he definitely absolutely it was like that like got a couple 100,000 views, and so like I hate when I can tell that the interviewer is just trying to recapture an existing clip, like just trying to basically get the exact same clip, trying to like rebottle that magic, which I'm gonna be honest is like such a lowbrow tactic in the first place to like interview somebody you know exactly who they don't get along with because it's so fucking obvious from listening to their music, and then you just like try to like coax them into talking about that in general too. And it's different when it's a rapper than when it's like a whole gang.
To be fair, I agree. But to be fair, every single gang member that I've ever interviewed, that question normally is like, if I don't have that much to say, that question is the easy one to go to.
It's easy, but it's also just kind of trashy from my perspective. Like to be like, so you're from Rolling 60s, huh? Would you do a song with a Hoover? I don't know. I'm sorry. I just feel like that's kind of lowbrow, man.
I'm even worse because I'm always like, one of the greatest tragedies in LA hip hop is we never got to see a Nipsey and Schoolboy Q record. I'll preface it with that, and then I'll ask the question: would you ever be down to make a song with an
You're adding a buffer there. I guess that does make a little bit of sense, but
I mean, that's not really
a terrible question.
Yeah, I mean, you trying to start something, but like a lot of people might say, yeah.
Yeah.
Once they've got it in their head that they are rappers and they're rapping, you know what I mean? They'll do a song with an op. It just depends on like what op it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like if it's just like, oh, he from Gangsters, like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? But if it's like somebody from A-Trade that been dissing the hood and his songs and all that, like, of course not. Like, what the fuck is we doing the song for?
Because like I said, that clip already basically exists of X4 saying that he wouldn't do a song with any ops, and so he's like asking the question, already knowing the answer because he's trying to like recreate that clip.
He's probably answered that question 17 times at this point.
That's a boring question.
And it's weird because a lot of people would say yes because I've seen Killer Twine on songs with Fools from Grape Street and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like I've seen it before. Like,
yeah. Okay. Where were we? We were just doing the X4 conversation. Do you think that when Foresters gets out that he's going to be salty for us fucking with X4?
I mean,
he hasn't led on if that is going to be a thing, but I don't know.
I mean, like, I don't see how, because like you already had a relationship with X4 for a while.
Yeah.
And it's not like it changes anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you having to, no jumper choosing sides in a disagreement between friends doesn't really make sense to me, especially when we were like amicable with both of them.
Like I can understand him not like him saying the thing about B Brazy is like way more understandable than if he was like, nah, I don't want you to fuck with X4.
Yeah,
I would be like, bro, be serious. He's a popular rapper. We fuck with him as a person. I got closer to him as a result of hanging out with you.
Bro,
I was with them all together like a month ago.
You were at the video shoot for the song that we had together.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
for sure. 100%. It was all good just a week ago.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know what the argument was about, but if it's about what we thought it was about, like, I gotta grow up at this point. Like, who's more viral and who's done it? Like, I don't know.
It's got to have been something a little bit more than that, though, right? Like, maybe it started that way.
Yeah. And then it's just like, oh, how does Wack get the insight to everything?
But how's he also get the story wrong so often?
I'm just saying, like, who's giving him a hint every time to even get the story?
I feel like there's so many people that are really excited to like gain clout or gain favor with him because he has his whole clubhouse
Everybody
empire.
Talks, yeah.
But you're talking about shit that probably didn't happen for the record, but you're talking about shit that could possibly get both of them jailed.
Right. Well, I will say
openly.
That they got into it, and the next day, I already had a feeling that there was something that happened, but Wack called me the next day and told me a very dramatic version of events. Like, he somehow had heard about it while I was just wondering if something had happened.
But he told, I mean, yeah, and he talks about it on the internet. It's crazy. Like, and then you got Lovejoy running around. He's talking about open murder. Well, I don't even know. He talk about murder cases on his page and stuff. Like, bro, like, what do you tell? He's like, the family wants answers. Like, no, nigga, the police want answers, nigga.
Right.
The fuck you mean? Yeah, the family want answers, but the way you doing it, nigga, the family don't got nothing to worry about. They got top cop. He's not. I just don't get it.
Because, all right, this is my
the
thing.
Exposures thing is crazy.
The thing that Drake said to me about Wack, which was Drake basically was like, So what's the plan? He's like teasing what's on this USB drive. Was he going to turn it over to law enforcement or some shit like that? That's basically what Drake said.
Yeah.
And it's like, in that situation, it is a little different because Wack was alluding to having audio of Top 5 saying that he did something or would do something for Drake, right? When I see Lovejoy basically putting a murder on Big U and claiming that he's looking for information about it or whatever, this is very confusing to me. Like,
that's like,
how in any way is this acceptable?
Yeah, like, I don't care what it is. Then he's trying to lie and say the dude was in high school. Whatever the case is, I don't know shit about this shit. But he has to be lying because it looks like, from what I looked up, I'm looking up a kid from Crenshaw High School. That case doesn't exist. So whatever's going on, you know what I mean? Like, it has to be some shit from years ago. You get what I'm saying? And it's like, if they had what he's saying, talk about some DNA and all that, like, come on, bro.
All right, let's check this out.
Wouldn't be on the street.
Urban news, man, and y'all remember a couple days ago when I mentioned that case where the kid, the football player, you know, Big U's son's best friend played on the football team who was living with Big U, was killed. And they were saying that Big U didn't show up to the funeral, never contacted the mother for any type of support, anything. Just blocked her and everything, right? It was just like, damn, bro, like you always say if you know anything about these gang murders to give you the information. But when the football player is the best friend of your son who was living with you turns up dead, you don't want nothing to do with nothing, right? So the news came out today, this morning. The mother said that Big U has been denying to give his DNA. So they had to send a warrant to get Big U's DNA. You want to take a wild guess whose DNA came back on his son? Big U, Eugene Henley's DNA came back on her son's fingernail. Man, we got some pretty disturbing news.
How does he know this?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Like, and if, let's say that's 100% true, even if that's your biggest op, I'm just so used to sitting across from rappers who say, like, even my worst enemy, my biggest op, I don't want him locked up.
Never want to see him in jail.
This seems like it's directly flying in the face of that. 600, you know I fuck with you.
Nah.
But this is strange.
This is strange.
I'm very confused about this.
This is weird.
Honestly,
it's like nobody. I don't even want to talk on the phone with Cuz no more after that shit. It's just like, bro, what the fuck?
But isn't that your secret, homie?
Nah, you know.
Seen people saying that.
That's his other secret, homie.
We're in the age of where you control your ops. You could pick up for their FaceTimes and shit. Every time I pick up the phone for them, I give them hell. Don't think that it's just like, hey, whatever, bro. Nah, nigga, I'm giving them niggas all type of federal cold shoulders. Nigga, you the feds. I'm not talking about that cop. What is you talking about?
On another,
he was with Swifty Blue the other night. Hold on, not to keep on gassing, but Swifty just got to talk about shit we used to do. I'm like, hey man, them stories. He don't know that type of shit. Don't even say nothing around that cop. You talking about the wrong shit.
Lovejoy?
Yeah, man. Do your music and get up out of there, man. Don't talk about no street shit. Man.
Well, I'd like to report a crime to Officer Dwayne myself. Reckless driving, by the way.
Yeah. Like, take his ass.
Yeah.
You were saying?
Officer Dwayne, what's up with this guy? He's not paying attention to the road.
Listen,
clearly, you know.
Listen, Nicholas, I have an excellent relationship with Christopher, and he's been supplying us with all kinds of hot tips, hot off the presses. And really, if anything, I might consider Christopher to be more valuable to our operation than Zaire over here.
No.
You better come with some
shit.
You better come with some good food for him, man.
By the way,
that's a
Zaire, thank you so much for the work that you did on the Pee Wee Longway case. You knocked it out of the park on that one. You took a dangerous criminal / rapper off the streets.
There you go. You got it.
Officer.
There you go.
Yo, this is fun.
Yeah. He knows bro from my brother and me for show. That's crazy.
I always like watched Sesame Street as a kid and thought it looked like so much fun to be the guy manning the puppet.
Yeah, you're essentially you're essentially like giving someone like an anal prolapse.
Oh, it does feel weird sticking your whole hand up his ass. Yeah, I've been. I think I'm gonna like bust him out in like various podcasts coming up. Just like surprise like a bunch of different people.
Like Plug Talk.
Make him kind of like a reoccurring character. I could have been doing it right here. Yeah. I don't know.
There's people still sending me YBG shit.
Like what?
Just different shit.
How long till he's on back on Fig?
Shit.
You're just planting the seed right now.
Probably tomorrow.
Just planting the seed.
Probably tomorrow as he's what's the light skinned one? Keem. He's friends with. They grew up together. So
right, isn't his cousin or some shit?
Yeah, something like that. He'll be there soon. Or, well, Mac Whopper not taking it.
He should go on Dejan's podcast.
Well, I mean,
I don't think he's gay enough.
He might get it.
They've had studio sessions together, just him and Dejan.
Really?
That was what Dejan was trying to act like happened with me. It happened with Gordy. And I'm not bullshitting.
Damn, you're not passing the.
Wait.
He was playing his new album.
You're passing the Buka butt?
No zest, right?
Nah, no zest. No zest. I don't know, but no zest.
No zest.
But you never know.
You never know. the way what you call it? Dejan is thirsty to get somebody in a gay trap. He wants that story to be real one day. He wants to like fuck one of his employees, then like secretly tell on a podcast.
He needs to get his body right if he wants anybody to fuck him. But my thing about him though is that, so he literally, and I know he's done this before, but it's been a few months. His podcast, somebody sent me a link the other day. 300 views. You're telling me that you've been doing media on your own for like 10 years. You did, let's say, 6 months at No Jumper and like maybe the same or a little less at Figmunity. And out of all those fans, out of the hundreds of thousands of people who watch content on both of these platforms, that 300 people watch your podcast on a weekly basis.
He's shadow banned.
No. You are so unlikable that 300 people out of, let's say, 1 million potential fans who have tuned into something from Figmunity or No Jumper over the course of the past couple of years. And keep in mind, it's not like he quietly was on either platform. He was the #1 topic of conversation for like a month on Figmunity. There was this whole crazy shooting saga on No Jumper, etc. He's getting 300 views. Like, what? You need to look at that and say, okay, I'm going to go work at TCBY. I cannot even pretend that there's any future. The fact that he's convinced a bunch of homosexuals to sit on mics with him and pretend to do a podcast that nobody listens to is honestly flabbergasting.
I told you the community does not support him.
Well, yeah,
but they do, because he's sitting there with a couple of gay lords and a gay woman.
Well, he should be having way more than 1,000. He's gay
in terms of watching it. Yeah.
Like they should be rooting for they people.
Well, is it arguable that perhaps because he left such a bad taste in the mouth, of so many fans of both of the umbrellas, No Jumper and Figmunity, that like being on there didn't really do that much for him ultimately?
I think it probably hurt him, if anything.
Yeah.
It might have gotten some of the audience that he had captured over the years to like really turn away from him.
Right.
But that being said, I mean, I just think that really, if you were to look at the time, like right before he went on No Jumper, and then the time that I think he was doing his podcast, like in between No Jumper and Figmunity, I'm pretty sure that the views would have been like very consistent the whole time. Really, my question for Dejan is, how does it feel to get bodied by Stet? Because Stet, who you talked about as if you were so superior to him, is crushing you in views.
Yeah, he's doing good.
And his numbers are not exactly astonishing or anything like that. But let's be real. You're getting bodied by Stet. You big fat gay lord.
Did you hear the audio on his podcast?
No.
It's like, I'm about to say, it's kind of hard to do. It's like, it's poor quality. And I think that's probably why it's not an algorithm, too. You know, if you upload, like, low-quality videos to YouTube.
Really? That's interesting. I never would have thought of that.
Did you, what was your thought process when you actually, like, put him on to No Jumper? How did he go from being, like, this guy that was insulting us and being kind of funny style to...
I think it was Josh's idea. They're both part of the community. And I think they came together. And Josh like checked with me to make sure it was cool, but I think that that was more of a Josh thing.
Late night WeHo meeting.
Honestly, anybody that Josh is going to hire, I need to like kind of do a second review.
Vet a little more thoroughly.
He's made some good decisions about people that are going to be on the news, and he's also had some choices that I was like, okay, this needs an additional level of scrutiny.
This past tenure of the news has mainly been under Flacco's care, correct? Like as far as choosing the people. So
yeah, some would say that Josh is kind of taken over. I think him and Remo might be involving themselves more.
I think that that's probably gonna be for the good. Like I think that when Flacco and Remo are on together, it's great because they're able to argue with each other.
Yeah.
They're never on the same accord, but they don't like make it. It doesn't turn into some weird shit.
Yeah, I have heard people say that Remo is a good anti-Flacco.
He is
not anti fully, but he's at least putting up a counterpoint to some of his more flamboyant opinions
without getting like without it like turning into something emotional or like,
yeah. Remo's actually at South by Southwest right
is
now.
He?
I put his ass out there. I said, it was his idea. He said he wanted to go there. I said, all right, let's make it happen. So we'll see how many inroads he's able to establish with the underground community out there. Myself personally, I haven't been to South by Southwest since like 2016.
That's what I was going to ask. When's the last time you were even there?
2016, I went as maybe not even 2016, maybe 2015. I was like just starting to have clout from No Jumper. And I worked there doing security in 2009 because I happened to be living in Austin at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So legendary pro BMX rider Byron Anderson, who is literally zero of the people watching this are going to remember, he worked at this bar and he put me on to doing security there. And I was getting paid like $10 an hour. And I really, really hated it. It was really like convinced me like, okay, I'm not going to do this anymore.
I didn't know that you did security ever. That's crazy.
That was the only time.
Did you secure the perimeter? Like, was there any altercations?
At one point, there was like a hallway, and a ton of people were trying to get through the hallway into the back area at this bar, which I think was called Beauty Bar, if I'm not mistaken. That was a bar in Austin, and there was so many people trying to get through. And one of the supervisors told me, just stand here and make sure nobody gets through here. And I'm literally like this, like just trying to like do anything possible to like stop people from coming through. No, you can't. And you just realize in that moment, like, this is why you need to be a big scary motherfucker to be a security guard, because it's like, especially at that time, and this is like 15 years ago. I mean, I really was not anything special
you were
to
just
look
tall.
at. I was tall, but I was skinny and not muscular or whatever, and I wasn't getting any kind of real respect from people, which would have been nice. But I did get to like sort of meet a lot of like underground rappers, and it's being a security guard is like very good for meeting chicks.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah,
like you're like
position of authority.
Yeah.
You don't really, it's like you're not the star, but that's kind of good because there's not attention on you, so you're able to move more stealthily.
No, I remember like when I first was turning 21 during that era, and everyone's going to all like the Hollywood clubs. Like being friends with the bouncer was clutch, and bitches would be like, "Oh, I know that there's only like a few bouncers that work all the main clubs, and like when the bitches know them, you get."
I've had that conversation with many security guards about how much pussy they get while working their job. But I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of times it just feels like they're kind of hyping their shit up.
Well, it's like
making it sound like it's better than it is.
Like what you're gonna like get like ahead in the middle of your shift where you're like checking IDs.
You get a fucking phone number and then you holler at them later and you do some creepy sneak moves.
Yeah, see, and I'm calling bluff on a lot of that right there. I feel like 9 times out of 10 the bitch finna flirt with you to get in the club, maybe lead you on, think you gonna get something, and then like you don't see her until the next time she's there.
I did just want to take this moment to say that there are so many products from everything420.com that I absolutely love. Like, for instance, check out this crazy bong. I don't know if you're planning on exercising this throughout the night or anything like that, but that thing is great. And you can get all of their other smoking accessories, flower, edibles, vapes, and more through the E420 app. And like we got all kinds of great stuff here, like these black cherry gelato hybrid exotic THCA pre-rolls. That's some good stuff. What else do we got here? We got original skit candies. You could do a skit. Not the Stockton kind, but this kind. Yeah, we got a lot of good gummies going on right here from everything420.com. And you can download their app for quick and easy ordering. They have the best glass pieces and reasonably priced, too. You can even find pieces like pipes for only $4.20 and other accessories on their $4.20 section. And they have new products in that section, so go check them out. That's everything420.com. Or cop that E420 app. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Ugh.
So,
just caught in my nose.
I got a question for you, 22.
Hit me.
So, this weekend I'm attending this festival called Rolling Loud.
Nice.
Doing coverage with my friend Steven for No Jumper.
Oh, you are? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, should I go and be super professional, or should we title the video "I took ecstasy, went to Rolling Loud, and interviewed a bunch of rappers"?
I'm not going to encourage you to do ecstasy. That for sure is 100% your decision.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I feel like there's usually a pretty high chance that you're on ecstasy on any given day.
But I feel like that would be kind of sick. You know what I mean?
Whatever you want to do with the opportunity is what you want to do. I'm not going to tell you not to do it.
We'll see what the fans think.
Yeah, I personally... Oh, should I ask that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a good poll.
That's definitely a poll.
Should Lush roll? What do you think, Rick?
What?
Should I pop a Thiz at Rolling Loud?
For sure.
And go up?
Not an interview nobody, though.
But I'm interviewing.
Because they won't be able to talk.
I'll be able to talk.
They won't.
But they ain't gonna be
You're
on
a
this?
gasser.
Wait, is a Q&A different than a poll?
You're a gasser. Add a thizzle, whoa.
Wait, I think I need to end the Q&A. It's not a Q&A. It's a poll.
Yeah, we up in polls around here. I don't know what the fuck you thought.
There we go. Should Lush do E at Rolling Loud for the vlog?
I think this is a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned.
Listen, if we ask them, should Lush cut his own head off, they're probably going to say yes. Realistically, you probably shouldn't take that too personally. Okay, I want to say this. Who's the Mexican rapper who passed away this weekend?
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm forgetting his name. I'm sure you know stuff about him, right?
I actually interviewed him before. He was a homie of mine, RIP, long live, Sucker Free 104.
Right.
From Lennox. He was raw.
Yeah.
He was raw. We actually had spun him on the No Jumper music stream a few times.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. He go crazy. And shouts to my boy. I'm pretty sure you know him too. Youngster from Venice. Who was managing him. And
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
He's
that.
working with it's called Catch 22. He's working with a lot of
Shout out
artists.
my boy Temper from Lennox, man. He just came home from doing life.
So what?
Yeah, shout to all
over time.
Shouts to all the Louis V's. You feel me? Lennox to Venice, you know what it is.
So dude was doing graffiti in his neighborhood at 4 a.m, and somebody pulled up and they got into a situation and
supposedly
it was not an op.
Supposedly, I don't know too much.
Right.
Supposedly his friends were I don't know if that's true.
This is the thing. When you approach a tagger, you gotta have your blower out.
He did. He shot back. It was a good old bow, bow, bow.
It went all on your mustache.
God damn it! It's a booger season out here, man.
Them boogers, get your boogers done.
But yeah, no, I just know a couple of people that lost their life approaching taggers, they serious about tagging. So it's like if you trying to tell them they can't write on the wall, you might as well blow at them.
Well, yeah.
You can't, especially if you just live there and you from another hood and it's they hood, and you trying to tell them don't tag on your alley wall that connected to your house. Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sucker Free, he's not just a tagger. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't say. I'm talking about. You said he was tagging.
Yeah, from what I understood.
Oh, I thought it was somebody hitting up because of.
No,
he was doing his thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit, yeah. On the hood, you get caught like that. That's how it goes. Sometimes.
But they have a lot of beef. They're a very active hood. You know what I mean? They're really in that whole area.
So
Lil Watts and all
yeah,
that shit.
exactly.
You tell me if this is inappropriate to bring up, but I've been seeing various posts on Instagram basically bringing up old lyrics of his in which he was talking about killing blacks. Or just basically beefing with black people in general, not just gang members, but just black people in general. Like I don't know if he was NK,
So he said,
but he was at least banging something similar for a while there.
So yeah, he said the bar was, and this is old. This isn't one of his.
It sounds ancient when I heard it. Yeah,
because ever since I known him, that wasn't a thing.
Okay.
You feel me whatsoever. But a bar surfaced from an older record where he said something like, I be pressing blacks like to get up out the hood, whether they bang or not. Basically, is like to paraphrase. That's essentially what he said.
Yeah, that shit went left
Yeah.
before with the homie. The homie just got out from knocking one of them niggas down from trying that shit.
Yeah, like
from that area.
Yeah,
from the hood. He just got out 2 months ago.
There was
all that racial shit. Go get your shit.
Oh, I just tried to hit up the Black Southsider Instagram page to see the clip, and it's apparently been taken down. So that means maybe the pressure was put on him. Aha.
Yeah, and I mean, you could. I don't know the name of the record or anything, but I know that area has definitely had its fair share of racial tension. There's definitely a lot of like Mexican hoods that beef with black hoods and shit like that around there. So
that shit. I don't know. I don't be seeing it, but I guess.
Not so much no more.
I mean, I ain't never been approached with it, but I mean, like, when I'm outside, like, I'm on deck, a nigga probably know not to talk to me like that. Kind of like, it's like before you even walking up, I'm kind of like, what's up, bro? You know what I mean? Like, when we in situations like that, it ain't really, you know what I mean?
I was surprised to hear that bar in that song because I never, but my whole time being around
it's
those
that
dudes,
old that like nobody.
Yeah.
Do he got any features with any black people?
His rap name was just Sucker
It was
Free.
one word, Sucker Free 104.
Cause okay,
Yeah.
Oh wow. So a year ago, Duno did a vlog with him. They got 500,000 views. Duno with his shirt off in the thumbnail. That should be deleted. Community guidelines violation. Those are some titties. But okay, Sucker Free 104.
All one word, yeah.
So you're telling me we don't know if he did music with black people or not?
I haven't seen him do it.
Doubt it, but damn, that's crazy because the Lennoxes they don't push like that when they be around us.
That's why, like, I was surprised. I was surprised to
what?
hear it. I was surprised to hear it.
Honestly, based on the snippet I heard, it sounded like it was 20 years old.
Yeah, and that other dude is super raw too, J10 Foe that he rapped with. We were fucking with him on the music stream heavy.
But was he like taken off? Because I see
He was doing really good.
It looked like
so
Jap 5 was on that song.
he was getting put. So he was.
Jap 5 was in the thumbnail. Was that not a music video?
I don't think he has a song with Jap 5.
Oh, it just was.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was getting pushed by Youngster and like his whole movement, and he was working really heavily with Cypress Moreno, was producing a gang of his shit. So
they were telling me Cypress was managing it. Is that true?
Yeah, well, they were all kind of working together. I don't know, like I haven't talked to Youngster for a few months, but last time I checked and when I interviewed him, that's who was managing it. But they were all working together. Like Youngster was working with him and Cypress. I don't know what like the latest is, but
wow.
Regardless, very unfortunate.
Very crazy. How about this? Prestigious BPS Jungle Blood rapper of Baby Stone's Girl is 5 months. Calls out no jumper employee top level 40 crib 4 extra so squabble. This is Milk writing this caption for the record. This is like so extra'd out.
Yeah, he's so weird.
Calls out no jumper employee. That's the most Milk part.
Here we go.
I don't ask for much from y'all on Blackstone, but I need a favor. Can y'all find me? Can y'all bring me 4 extras?
So how you asking for a nigga?
Please.
Yeah, I mean, a good time to have asked about that would have been up until a couple weeks ago when he got locked up. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like, I don't want. Well, the title is "The Baby Stones Want to Head Up" from 4 extras. Find him for me, but it's really 5 months behind the scenes tripping on Blackstone, like always on the dead homies. And I just want to say, for nothing, not for no money or nothing. It ain't about the money. I just want to fade for fun. And no, it's crazy though. I know my homie will beat you up too. P4 will beat the shit out you, boy. Beat the shit out you. It's really hilarious to me. It make me want to laugh. I'm not trolling or nothing. We all beat the shit. It's really fly much behind the scenes, tripping on Blackstone, like always, on the dead homies. And I just want to say, I don't ask for much.
What's he sniffing for?
On Blackstone.
Probably got a cold like me. Okay, that's interesting because I feel like you can't really say that when he's freshly locked up, right?
That was trash. Like, can somebody find me or break? Nigga, take your ass to jail. You know where he at, nigga.
Yeah.
And you said you'll whoop 4 extras is crazy. You gotta have that confidence, but come on, man. He trying to get back. I guess he see how viral P4 went. He had to enter the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's it.
Do you know who this guy is? Do you know who the guy is?
Who, 5 much?
Yeah.
That's the dude inside the Baby Star Gorilla.
Yeah,
The tall one.
Oh, that's the tall dude?
Yeah,
That's the dude. Oh.
5 mucho.
Oh. I didn't even. Okay.
That's the little skinny tall.
Okay.
Like, come on, gang.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna
I
be
even
real with you.
recognize him.
I don't know that he's necessarily.
He ran that court.
He's probably not the one that I would pick out to take on for extras. To be totally
you can play
real.
that clip right there.
This one?
That's him in rare form right there.
Didn't hit the staircase. Look at Cub, bro. He just said hit the stairs. Nigga just said hit the stairs. Now he's finna make a scene. I'm finna beat on Cub in the middle of
This
the
shit
court.
old as hell.
Yeah, I remember. There go P4.
But I'm saying, this is the nigga that's looking for 4 extras.
I just want to fade. What are we doing? Can I get a fade?
Which courthouse is this?
CCB.
Can I get a
Which
fade?
one's that?
Why
Where's
you
that?
running from the camera? Can I get a fade?
That's probably where you were before.
Can I get a fade?
You at the
You ain't get no shot in the court. Nigga, shut your bitch ass up. Yo, water on the dead homie. Hey.
That's a classic. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But yeah, so that's a
It
fade we could
does.
probably look forward to.
How does it not have nothing to do with what we're talking about?
Well, it's not directly related.
How tough are you? You want to fight 4 extras, the aggression that 4 extras got? If let's imagine that was 4 extras. So 40 grip, cuz I need a fade, cuz. He would have ran over there, man. He would have gave them niggas no option. Like, come on, bro. That's a whole different energy.
P4 was a little more aggressive.
Yeah.
P4 has some aggression.
But no, I'm talking about, it's just like you can't.
In the chat, they said P4K shaped like WAG 100.
Yeah.
I need to see them two standing side by side.
Is he short? Like he is kind of short. Yeah.
What'd you do?
Your height, dude.
Cut my finger.
What'd you do? How?
I don't know, something under the table.
You need some weed?
Huh?
You
I
need
got
some
weed.
weed?
I need wraps.
We got wraps?
I've been cutting back on everything, so it's like not even an urge.
Why are you cutting back on everything? Yeah, did you even smoke a cig yet?
I smoked the cig.
Oh, you did.
We
Okay.
both smoked wax lace.
Yeah, it ain't no reason. It's just like, well, you not getting high. That's why I sipped some drink today, because it's like all the other shit that I do, it doesn't get me high. So I'm cutting back on that.
That's why I said earlier, weed don't be weeding.
Yeah, like weed is cool, but it's just like, if I'm not on perks and stuff, weed will slow me down like tremendously. I'll be ready to go to sleep.
I smoke a split at like 9 p.m. and that shit has me feeling straight retarded. Even after all these years, it'll still just have me fried as fuck. Honestly, when I was staying at this ranch in Solvang, California, which I don't know if people know about it, lovely place, about 20-30 minutes outside of Santa Barbara, and it's like a town that in 1911, took me a little bit to realize why everybody was wearing 1911 on their shirts and shit. At first, I thought it was like gun reference.
9/11.
Yeah, that was my first gun.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, take care.
Yeah.
1911 will tear your ass apart or something.
Yeah, that big old Colt 45.
No, it's a heavy gun.
Yeah.
They probably have those out there.
If you come to my house, then you can actually get shot with that gun as opposed to the other one. But either way, so it's a town that a bunch of Swedish people created because they wanted to uphold their Swedish heritage.
Danish, no?
Danish, sure. Yeah, that actually sounds right. And so all the buildings, the architecture is all like super Danish style, all bakeries, some of the best bakeries I've ever been to in my life. But we actually stayed at this like bushy ass fucking compound, like with like a ranch and shit. And it's like they have all these activities where you can ride horses, and there's farms and like barnyard animals for the kids to play with and stuff. So I was in a totally different world
Super
this
dope.
weekend.
Yeah, that sounds super dope.
And I wasn't smoking weed at all either, which was weird.
Well, they are called Danishes for a reason.
Oh, you're talking about the pastries?
Yeah.
I don't know if I actually saw any Danishes. Saw a lot of croissants. Hot cross buns.
Fire.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know
The
that
song.
The song that I learned on the violin.
Right.
Hot cross
I had
buns.
never eaten one.
Yeah.
I had just heard, because hot cross buns is like how they teach you to play the recorder.
Yeah, and the violin.
Yeah.
That's how I learned it.
And it's like this. It's got like a nice like cross of like flavor on it.
That's crazy.
So that was kind of fun.
Dude, like, how much of a reset is it to just be able to go out of town, turn your phone? I need that so bad in my life. Like, seriously. Like, there's nothing more I crave than getting up out in the city for a second. Like,
Yeah, it was nice. Honestly, I would never do it if it wasn't for my wife just like planning stuff like this to basically get us away from everything.
Or you wouldn't choose on your own to go to a quaint Danish town and
No.
outside of Santa Barbara.
For sure, when I'm left to my own devices, there's nothing except like YouTube, hustling, trying to get some money, trying to work on some video shit. Like the output that they see is 100% what I would be doing if I didn't have, her kind of urging me to, make children and take care of those children.
And actually have like
Be a fucking adult. Who wants to do that?
No, but also take care of your mental health to the point where you're able to continue to produce the content that you want to do and work, because motherfuckers can get burnt out.
As a person, though, I'm just like, I haven't learned anything about life aside from like making content on the internet. So it's like everything is totally foreign to me. Besides just like, I know how to ride bikes. It's like, it's weird for my girl to see me like know how to put the kid's bike together because that's like the only thing that I actually know how to do.
But that's the thing. You actually made money doing this, so it's like it actually gives you a leg to stand on. Because the other thousands of people, millions of people that are just like us, don't have any life skills to offer except for like our knowledge of subcultures and like unique histories that we have. Motherfuckers are broke, so
What are you gonna do?
it's not really as endearing.
He's gonna, I don't know. Do we have a Band-Aid?
No, because I can't roll a blunt unless it's covered.
Oh yeah, I don't want to smoke a blood from you. Really, you should have somebody else break the weed up for you and shit. Because
that's crazy.
It's not like you're gonna put a Band-Aid on it and then break the weed up. Do you trust us to break up weed?
For
sure.
Yeah, it's a really intimate experience. I don't need a smoking bricks blood though.
It's like a ceremony.
Yeah, it's a ritual for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Smoking a Crip's blood
Damn.
is crazy.
Yeah, that's it's already at its finest.
Yeah, we were hanging out with all these like sort of hardcore Jewish families when we were off at this spot, and like for sure they didn't know who we were at all.
Yeah.
And then like there'd be like a couple moments where like some fucking teenage kids would come up to me and be like, "Adam, can we get a photo?" And I'm just kind of trying to like duck away from them, trying to like make them not notice what was taking place.
Who gets recognized more when it's the two of y'all, you or her?
Me, for sure.
Yeah.
People don't really go out to porn stars that much.
But she's like, I don't know, is she like transcended that to like influencer category a little bit? Like,
kinda, but really, I feel like it's me. End of the day. Oh my god, my phone just recommended this picture of oh my god, it's me and fucking Kiki. That's the best photo I could ever see in my life. I gotta get out of there. This is me, Kiki, and AD. Just like I just like looked down at my phone and it was playing like a slideshow of different images, and that was the first one.
Just 3 Compton Crips
Probably
chilling.
this day 5 years ago.
It has been said. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay. Hoodrich Pablo 1 set to be released in October. I think he did 5 years in the feds for some gun shit. Let me double check here. Hoodrich Pablo 1, when you are deciding who you're going to do your first interview out with, just keep in mind the 22-ster has held you down and made it clear that you're a good guy, even when other people attempted to slander you. So I would like to invite Hoodrich Pablo 1 to pull up. It says...
And the dude that inducted you in the MPA, man.
You did?
My nigga Blow.
Oh, that's very good to know.
Kickstand and Blow.
Wait, no, racketeering. It was not gun charges. It was racketeering. Because, like, if you look it up...
Which is essentially like mafioso.
Hoodrich Pablo 1 was involved in all kinds of super crazy fucking racketeering, crazy home invasions, all that stuff. There's some YouTube documentaries about it.
Well, they took all the cases from everybody in the what do you call that? Gang, whatever.
In the gang.
Everybody that was on the case, They took all their crimes and just put it on everybody.
Yeah, that's a
because
RICO.
It's a RICO.
That's
so
a
it's
RICO.
like y'all all did it because he did it for the benefit.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note in No Jumper Folklore, if you're deep into it, that during the Lush One Cringe freestyle, when I said my diamonds from Africa, that was a Pablo Juan reference.
He originally said that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's a song. Diamonds
I thought
from
that was
Africa.
Kanye.
It's him and
Him
Pee
Longway.
Wee
something.
Longway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Safari Jumanji.
Fire ass song. Diamonds from Africa.
Yeah. Oh, shit, that's crazy.
That shit.
No, if you really wanted to dig into the No Jumper lore, you could go and discover this vlog.
Because he
is Drug Rich Peso locked up too?
Yeah, but he wasn't really like rapping or nothing. Nobody was like, he didn't have no home in the rap game like that because they used to hustle in the West End.
Who, Pablo Juan?
Yeah. And then
This is insane. Look at this. Oh, look at early Kendama Adam. So look at Pablo.
Yeah.
Lil Wop, who is now a girl.
You could see it in him back then. Now,
he was ready.
You could see he was always zesty.
Tony! He was like straight up homeless back then, bro. Duke. He got the Narcotic No Jumper collab on Big Bloods. Shout out Lil Wop. Oh yeah. Man, why? Do you think he would have ever like got in touch with his zesty side if he didn't like fall off as a rapper? Oh, Sour Matt. And this is oh fuck, what were their names? Maul was one of them.
Lil Wop always kind of rapped like there was something up his butt, anyways.
He was just like having a really bad day. Yeah, and look, he would be bringing the Chucky doll around and shit. This is just like the other vlog that we watched the other day, which took place in this exact same little chunk of asphalt.
AKA Blow.
AKA Blow.
I used to think that fool Drug Rich Peso was super dope rapper.
That was crazy.
Wait.
Probably because it's authentic. They could probably, you know how like it's a good movie.
Wait, I just saw a crazy typo. I'm pretty sure.
And bad movies. You know the good movies.
That's what I'm hunting.
Instead of rapper?
I'm hunting it down right now. I just saw.
Got into
Fuck, but now I realize I didn't go back far enough.
The motherfucker
Yeah.
crazy. Counter Road.
Fuck! I was wrong. Never mind. This is a great time in my life. This is when we first got the Gucci Mane 1017 collab. We made merch.
was this a blast out interview?
Yeah, we just did like little interviews with everybody. Another Asian doll was supposed to be there and she didn't pull up.
Like all around you or something.
But look at Lil Wop having hoes.
Well, to be fair,
women.
Look how feminine he looked though. Now just look back.
Who kicks it with more bitches than a gay dude though?
Yeah.
Like they have the most bitches around them than anybody.
I feel like he was trying to be like Thug to the point to where he might have thought Thug was like bisexual for real. He got all the same he looked like slime.
No, but he's the only dude from your community that actually had the balls to live his truth.
From your community.
Your community.
You had a gay guy sit on your lap before.
Black rapper dude.
You had a gay guy
That's
in
you.
Speedos.
That was a prank.
It was gay enough.
Not gay. Just
it was
fun.
close.
It was just fun.
What I'm saying is you guys had skin.
You know what though? There hasn't.
He wouldn't sit on my lap.
There hasn't been like a real expose of a rapper that I feel like it'd be super damning if it came out. Like someone that's super like hyper masculine. You know what I mean? Like
he's got to be the closest one.
No, but he's like always been kind of like a bit fruity and even. I'm talking about
nobody was looking at him as fruity. We looked at him at that time as like a savage drill rapper, psycho. We weren't really thinking about this kind of thing, but we probably would have assumed that he fucking had bodies. Or
I kind of thought
was on some crazy gangster shit.
A little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
At that time,
but looking
if
back,
that shit about Busta Rhymes is true.
It's not. Big homie CC lies about everything.
Okay.
Yeah, see, but that's the type of rapper I'm talking about.
Yeah,
someone like a Busta Rhymes, DMX type of.
True, that shit would be like, oh.
If you're like a big hyper masculine tough guy, dude, and then turns out that you've been busting.
You like to be face down, ass up like whack, like boy. Jesus Christ.
Listen, I'm not saying that there's no chance that Busta Rhymes is a homosexual. But Big Homie CC has like an endless litany of fake claims that he's made. His new thing is he's saying that I'm running like a sex trafficking organization.
Yeah.
Which, if he had any money, I would sue him. But I'm not going to sue the fucking local crackhead either. So it's like, I can't do anything
And
about
you guys
it.
platformed him.
We did.
Who's dead?
But honestly, that moment with Whack and Loose is when everybody realized that he was full of shit about everything. Because he absolutely misrepresented that situation as if he was on some tough shit when he really took his tail to Loose and Whack.
Oh yeah, for sure. The other day,
Even you hate Whack and you will still admit that. That's how we know
for
it's
sure.
true.
The other day it was bad. Whack had you cornered in. He talk about I love how y'all make content, man. Y'all content. I'm like, nigga, I know you not talking about how you love about somebody that's on your ass right now, bro. That is some crazy shit.
Yeah, he took his tail hardcore on that shit.
Super. And he's a big dude.
He also, the other main thing he lies about is he claims that he's involved in like stopping child abuse and sex trafficking and stuff like that. So my question is, where are the receipts? Because you make content about everything else that you do in your life. You know, you're at the club, you're filming. You're doing an interview, you're filming behind the scenes of the interview. You're in the car, you're filming. We all know people who do the pedo catcher fucking YouTube videos or whatever, right? We've seen it a million times. Never seen him do it.
Ever.
And you would think that, like, he's the type of dude that it would be like, hey, guess what? I just, like...
Nobody would document that shit more than him. He would be like Vitaly.
So what's creepier? Him lying about doing that shit, or him actually like not being licensed to fucking care about kids and shit like that, and him doing it like not
How
like
do you
that?
even get licensed to care about kids?
No, what I'm saying,
kids.
what I'm telling you is kids being trafficked. He's not an officer. He's not even in that department. Like you're spending your time trying to get kids out of sex trafficking rings. Like, what made you want to do this?
Well, how about lying about that?
Like, yeah, so you're lying about it is creepy because you're like you're infatuated with children in that situation,
Well,
and
he
if you're
knows-
lying about it, like that's weird than a motherfucker.
He's
That's what
kind of
I'm getting to.
strategic because he knows that saying that you're preventing sex trafficking and child abuse is like probably one of the things that could gain you the most points in the world. There's nothing more agreed upon than that children should not be trafficked
So
and abused.
lying about it, how creepy can you be?
Exactly, but he didn't think anybody was ever going to try to pull his card about it.
But that's like that's stolen valor. That's being like, yeah, I was in the war in Afghanistan. You feel me? Like I chipped 5 ops, pulled a bunch of people out of a burning building. Like, yeah,
I could see if you was like, all right, yeah, you shutting down whole houses in the hood. You and the homies pushing up in there like you got some kids in your hood. Like you got to get the kids up out of here. We ain't tripping about what's going on. All right, nigga, yeah, bye. You going? You not your press ain't like that because you're not doing that.
But it's kind of like an out for everything because one of the first things that he said to Wack when they were having that argument was basically like, oh yeah, I'm talking to the cops because I'm working with them on stopping human trafficking. Why would the cops allow you to help them with this? What qualifications
That's
do you
what I
have
said.
for
You're
that?
not licensed to even give a fuck. That's what I was trying
When
to
do the
say.
cops
You're
just
not even
partner up with random streamers?
No, technically, that's actually vigilanteism, and you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
You're really not supposed to.
That's
do
what
that.
I'm saying. It's creepy to even
You're not-
try to
The
even
police
get
do
involved
not
without-
want random influencers joining them in their business.
No, it's literally called it's vigilante justice.
Yeah.
Like they're not seeking that out.
Yeah.
But I get like when they're on camera, when it's like Gideon or Vitaly or Skeeter Jean, and there's like 100,000 people watching. Of course, they're gonna have to like fall in line and carry themselves with a certain decorum. But they don't like it.
I guarantee you he starts doing that shit, catching people doing stuff at some point, because then at least he could say like, well, look, there's the evidence of me doing it. But for the record, as of right now, there is no evidence that he's ever involved himself with this at all.
Doing that genre of content and not being super passionate about it, you're like, that is like that's like lying about having cancer.
But I feel like people at this point, that shit
You feel
is,
me?
that shit's such an easy. It's like doing a 20 versus 1.
Yeah.
Like people are gonna watch it to some extent just because it's a proven concept.
Yeah, exactly. But that's like something that where you're playing with something that's way more like diabolical. You know what I mean? Like it's on a level of. It's on, I don't know. You're seriously playing with some dark shit.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we'll read donations. Big homie CC, we've got something to say. We don't want. Please stop calling me. We don't want you trying to inject yourself into our operation. Thank you.
What's the next step then? Like fabricating like fabric.
Fake kid.
Yeah, yeah.
He saves like a fake kid, and then we find out
fake predator getting busted. Like where do you draw the line?
Now you're talking. That's not a bad idea. That could be a real content arc right there. All right, I'm gonna read some donos. What were you about to say?
We wait for break. Actually, it's actually one of the topics, but yeah.
Okay. Poppy Chulo donated and said, "Pray for YBG Maine." Jalen Hurt said, "Happy National NAPPING Day."
It actually is that. Is the funny thing.
I am. Wait, really?
Yeah.
Today.
You know, there's like days. Like, Yeah. This like this is the day of where you're supposed to take a long rest.
Well, now you say that. I'm pretty sure I said that NAP word earlier, and he didn't say anything about it. So that's growth.
There we go.
I was talking about sleeping in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Okay. Agent Spitz, can we talk about Tory Lanez Peterson Prison album? And besides Draco, thank you for using GTL. What other prison album / songs exist? Will more rappers follow suit? The legality and issues with it. Obviously, I have not listened to this Tory Lanez album you speak of.
Yeah, shouts to Spitz. It's a good record. The fact that he pulled it off, I mean, there's so much more technology to do that. Obviously, what Draco did was, thanks for using GTL, was extremely impressive. That's why Pitchfork gave it an 8.5 and said it was the greatest incarceration release album of all time.
But that creates a weird dynamic where, like, probably Draco's worst album has the best score.
Correct, because it's really like, to me, it is Draco's worst album by a significant
which is understandable because he was in jail for years at that point.
There's a couple gems on there for sure. That GTA song is crazy. There's a few bangers on there, but Mac Dre's prison album and X-Rated's prison album to me are the two.
Well, they made a ton, both of them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, Mac Dre made one, I believe, while incarcerated, and X-Rated had like the majority of his career was during
Cold Devil got a 7.9. To me, Cold Devil is the Draco album.
That is the quintessential Draco album.
Yeah,
It's significantly better. Obviously, like, this just shows that the arbitrary metrics that Pitchfork uses.
People always want to point that out too, of like, oh, you know, Ice Spice got a better rating than Kendrick or whatever. Not really, but like they're kind of like judging you against your own catalog.
I think that's part of it too, but there's no reality that exists where thank you for using GTL is better than Cold Devil.
Yeah, that's OD. FBI Agent 4 said, "Where's my N-word Rosenberg?" He is going to be here, honestly, in like 20 minutes. I told YBG I got $200 if you slide on Remo. Okay. Lush's uncle is his father and has fetal alcohol syndrome.
And that's good to know because I have no uncles. So shouts to my dad, Tio.
No uncles, huh?
Yeah, no uncles.
Okay.
By marriage woman.
And this is the same guy. I spend a lot of money to bash on Lush. I'm starting to think he has a touch of Downs.
I probably do.
To be fair, you're killing it on behalf of the Down syndrome community.
Thank you.
You and Shane Gillis are both really holding it down.
Yeah. I was thinking, why this whole time I was thinking of Shane. Like, a touch of the Downs, you could go far. Me, Shane Gillis, and Ice Spice all killing the game.
Oh, you think she might have it?
A touch of.
A touch?
Yeah.
You can't have a touch. You either have an extra chromosome or you don't.
No, well, you could have the genetic adjacent to an extra chromosome.
It's possible. You see that booty photo she posted the other day?
She's back.
It's like her saying, like, hey, I have ass.
Exactly. Like, no more Ozempic.
Yeah, you guys thought I was going to be skinny for life. I got a booty. Yeah. I don't know. It was just a good photo. I'm not... A bunch of people donated saying you lied to me, Lush, whatever. Someone named G said, "We need Comparator back in the jumper. Why you fools playing? LOL." Yeah, he keeps hitting me up. I'm going to be honest with you. Comparator, we could be cool. We could be friends. Sure. I don't really see him as adding much to a podcast. The other day, I watched a clip of Phoenix Flexen talking about his relationship with OGZ, and it was you and Comparator interviewing him on the news.
No, that was on a sick one on the show.
Oh, it was on a sick one, right? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, he was really not adding anything to that conversation. Like, I was watching it, and it really further reminded me of like, yeah, nah.
Did you see the Comparator incident from last weekend? Perhaps
it was an incident.
There's an incident with
Do we have a clip of this?
Oh man, see if we can find this because. I actually like that girl he pods with Linwood.
I know. I'm trying to get her on the pod.
I think we need Linwood on the news soon, to be honest with you, or something, because she's so basically, Raiders doing this new thing, right?
So
where Raider is
Compa, and then her name is Linwood.
Linwood, yeah, Lyn, but it'll still pop up.
I don't know.
Okay, so first of all,
basically he was making her feel so uncomfortable that she walked out or something.
He's a fucking sobriety conquistador. Like he's literally trying to impose sobriety on people when this guy has less than, he's claiming 2 weeks sobriety, but he called me like a week ago speaking like 200 miles per hour. You feel me? Like he sounded like he was on a bobsled. But I don't know.
You got the clip of Compa pissing that girl off.
He basically was telling her to get sober.
Yeah.
And to the point where she was like, you know what, fuck you, and got up and walked out.
Yo, that's pretty crazy. I didn't know that American Cholo let other people use his space. He got his own little network going there.
Yeah, he's building his. He's building
me and her, we've been kind of flirting in the DMs. We got a little something going on.
I think you should hit it. I think Linwood should be on Plug Talk.
That new cop thing that you do is gay too.
Well, you're not into it? Yeah, well,
pretty gay.
Makes sense that you feel that way, Zaire.
You know, he's just jealous that your hands up someone else's ass for once.
For once. He said he's 3 minutes away, just so they know out there.
Rosenberg already drunk. Let's keep it a stack. He's coming through faded.
Yo, like, what are we gonna talk about with Rosenberg?
I mean,
it's gonna be interesting.
Also, okay,
we're gonna party with him.
What type of lawyer is Rosenberg? Why is he
criminal attorney?
I know, but like, what big case has he fought?
He got Almighty Suspect.
Almighty Suspect for extra Crit Mac.
You just took a liking to him when you met him at court the other day.
If you haven't seen it, it's intense.
Okay. Brick's been in the dark spot for a couple weeks.
Okay.
I've been spending a whole lot of money on birthdays and mad about it. It hasn't been the happiest couple weeks of my life, okay?
Okay.
But I've made people happy. Everybody's smiling.
I feel it. Wait, check this out though. Like
that felt really dark.
Whatever it is, my client says it's all BS, right?
Right.
The point, though, in my opinion,
he looked like Scott Storch.
A lot of people said that.
Victor's hearing is a court trial on the parole violation. So we waive and admit, and then we get him out. That's the goal for this morning.
That was at
Got
the
it.
road
Basically, free the Crips.
Yeah. So
I can be on
out there. Rosenberg runs with Barasa, but we're coming over here and we're helping out the other homies in blue. How about that?
Let's go, Rosenberg!
I never would have expected somebody with the last name Rosenberg to be claiming affiliation with the Rasa. Yo, I'm gonna go take a piss so that I can be fully in the zone when Rosenberg does show up.
So is Rosenberg like a Shia LaBeouf, like Lush One type white boy? Like,
well, he probably is on like retainer for all the you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah. They probably got him locked in. I don't want to say too much, but that's probably what it is. So he's like,
but he sounded like he's straight championing criminal activity. He said, "When I get on the inside, I roll with the rock." I was like, "Whoa." Intensity. I guess we'll wait till Adam comes back because I don't know if you saw what Charleston White said about the little Ronnie.
What'd he say?
Bro, he was doing that Charleston White shit. He was basically like, F him and the baby. He was
because he connected to don't no real nigga like Charleston White, man. We could double back on some Adam White.
Yo, what's cracking?
Oh, the Raider clip. It was recent. Yeah, but if you watch, like you could for sure find the clip. Like I know Gangland Neem has a whole reaction where the whole clip comes from it.
I rob your blood, I put the blood out your mother.
That part.
I'm Mr. Stupid. Doodle dumb. Hey.
Nah, but honestly, bro, best wishes to motherfucking Barry. I hope he figure it out, man. Straight the hell up, bro.
Well, speaking on Lil Ronnie, suspect brought to my attention that everybody was talking crazy about, but I don't think so. I'd seen the comments, and then I reached out to Goyeo and them like, nigga, tap in. If you felt like I done dissed y'all little homie, then Beezy would have called me everybody. I just thought about everybody that was around. I'm like, Yeah, I mean, his people, his little circle of people probably had something
also,
to say about it, but I doubt it was
no,
Gago and them.
but you also know how it be like right fresh after
when somebody
you're dealing
died.
with the trauma, people are like tripping on whoever they might at the moment. And this fool said this. Like, I swear to God, fools just be reading the clickbait and not actually, like, sometimes it even like it make me wonder, like, for example, the way Drake reacted to that clip. It's like, is Drake actually watching the clips or is he reading headlines?
But even if he watched the clip, the message was, what the hell is you gonna do with the information?
Yeah.
Why should people be scared and get away from people? What are you doing?
But I just thought it was like, it's like obvious, like, because I mean, at the end of the day, when Top 5's out there calling himself Drake's shooter, it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean,
it don't make it. It makes it a little bit.
When
less
has that
serious.
been a gang member's place?
I mean,
yeah, that's strange.
That's just the only thing. It's cool. Let Aiden Ross pull up. Let Adam 22 pull up with the USB drive. Let hell academics. You know what I mean? Anybody that represent that tar with the yellow dots going through the middle of it, that black and yellow.
Black and yellow, black and yellow.
Streets with a little semen on the side should not be talking about
little
that.
semen. I think
with a little cement, you fucking fruitcake bastard.
I think all you gang members just stop being in the media then and just let us regular guys handle this from now on.
You don't like that we're coming in taking all the clout in the media?
No,
right?
I mean you guys aren't allowed to say anything.
Oh yeah,
you guys
you're not either though. What the fuck?
What
are you
I thought
about?
I was a regular guy.
I thought you was for West Side 5150 and all that shit.
Yo, you want to know something?
I can't say nothing.
Somebody just texted me and told me that the whole time that we were live doing this, that T-Raw was live at the same time with 1,500 viewers, and so I just want to point out that dynamic has changed a lot because there was a time period where they were crushing us in viewers live. Apparently, we don't live in that era anymore. So
he got marked out with 1,500 on his live stream.
Rest in peace.
They bought like us. They bought like us.
Yo, so can you tell us about the conversation that you had with Smack? Yeah, and I know it's killing you watching Lush break up your weed because I know you probably want it rolled exactly how you want it rolled.
Did I break it up bad?
Nah, you doing it.
So you got on the phone with Smack to discuss him following your teenage daughter on Instagram. How did this phone call go? Let's hear about it.
And did you say stop threatening the homies?
Nah, Smack tapped in. I was looking at the phone. I didn't store his number. So when I picked up, I'm like, who this? He's like, it's Smack. And I'm like, oh, whatever, bro. What's the deal? He like, I'm just calling to express the gratitude of, nigga, you are outside of that no jumper shit you got going on. Your family. G-Face is my family. So when I see you make the gesture of buying her the car and all that stuff, we all like the shit. I followed you. I followed her, and he like, I follow Whoopie Whoop Kid. That's good. And I'm like, well, I do follow a couple star kids, and I'm like, at first, I was going with the We Black. Sometimes people do follow each other's kids. It's not really the same. Like, gangbangers can't commit those type of crimes to be gangbangers. So I'm really not trying to think of Smack like that. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But you got me when you got to talking about him always talking about your daughter and all that. And I'm like, wait, is you on some bullshit? So if that's the case, unfollow her. He called you like, I unfollowed her gang, but that's not the reason why. And it was on some family shit. It wasn't even no argument or nothing. He just like, bro, you know, we don't even program like that. I'm like, bro, I ain't even offended from it. She got an Instagram. I posted it. I didn't think nothing at first, but as I pondered on it for a couple more minutes, it did seem kind of weird. You get what I'm saying?
Because then he made a video yelling into the phone saying, hey, Adam, hey, fuck you, Lush. He's saying he was going to beat my ass, beat Lush's ass, all for talking about it, which really doesn't seem to address the issue at hand, which is why he was following her in the first place. But, I mean, I guess if he's just such a Brick Baby fan that he just wanted to know what his kids were up to, I mean, I guess it's just kind of hard for me to wrap my head around it.
No, and Smack is like kind of like a sentimental, genuine type soul. I could see that explanation being accurate. But to think that we're crazy for calling it out or we're in the wrong for calling it out, like...
It's just where we at today. day with this shit and how creepy the world is, yeah. But
well, he's using
but
all
at the end
76
day,
of his IQ points for show.
At
You
the
feel me
end
to
of the
come up
day,
with that?
Smack, we'd like you to have a seat right over there on the couch.
All my
you can put the pizza down, put the menthol cigarettes down, have a seat on the couch. Okay.
Yeah, all my homies' kids I follow though. I ain't gonna lie. Like my little nephews and shit, or like even the other people kids. Like if they play football or basketball and they doing good, I follow them. I ain't gonna lie.
No, for
But
sure.
not
like,
too many young females.
Like there's a few of the homies' kids that I follow that are literally like my nephews and nieces type shit. But like I don't follow your daughter. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And I'm your friend, and we talk all the
sure.
time and outside of the pod, and I still don't follow your daughter. Like I don't know.
I haven't even looked.
Is it because I'm not black?
I didn't even know she had a gram until I found out about Smack following
I didn't
her.
even know that he had sperm cells.
Didn't even know he could come.
I didn't know you get a boner.
We didn't know she had a gram until one of these creepy no jumper fans start following her and posted me twerking in the Reddit from our Perk account.
Oh, that was a Spider Lug move, wasn't it?
No, that came from our Reddit.
Oh, so somebody else filmed it and then Spider reacted.
He reacted to
They
it.
followed my daughter, so I'm like, oh wow.
Mm.
And I was not twerking, guys.
And just like that,
Oh,
look who's
shit.
here.
Who's in the building?
Rosenberg.
What's going on? Brick not the trick, man. You understand me?
My guy, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Rosenberg, how you living, G?
I'm good. Okay, I brought party favors.
What's up, man?
Cigar.
Okay.
Cigar.
Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Cigar.
I like cocaine.
Cigar.
New World.
Rosenberg lighter.
Oh, Attorney Rosenberg.
You might want to let the camera see.
Yeah. If you sit down, they'll be able to see what's going on a
this
little bit
way.
more.
And Rosenberg pen. It's a stylus. You can use it on your device.
Oh, that's very cool.
Bad.
You could
That's
take
real
out the
bad.
part in the middle and snort stuff with it.
Yeah.
And then Dodger blue, white and black is the law firm colors.
Very nice.
Where's the whiskey at?
Where's the whiskey at? Let's go! Turn up Kings!
This is Uncle Nearest. I went to Bevmo, Beverages and More. Shout out to the homies.
Yeah.
They said this is America's oldest distillery.
Ah.
He said Jack Daniels worked for Uncle Nearest and got trained and then founded Jack Daniels.
Okay.
Now,
So he's a pirate.
This is rye whiskey. This is limited edition Bevy and More. Fatso, can we bust out I brought crystal whiskey glasses.
Ooh. Oh, so we got some glasses, but I mean, we can use those too.
No, we use the crisp, man.
Okay, yeah. If you think these are the moves,
Lush prefers crystal anyway.
I'm a crystal head.
Lush got real excited. He thought you were talking about a different kind of crystal.
Yeah, I was very disappointed.
Can you help me, man? I'm having a coordination issue.
You gotta put some.
And to be fair, I knew I could tell you were a man of culture and a whiskey guy. And as soon as Adam brought up that we were going to be drinking, I said he's a whiskey sipper.
These foul ass cups you just bought.
You don't like them?
Man, listen. They got dust flying out
Okay,
of them, bro.
so let's strike them and bring the other ones back.
Okay.
You can keep these. This is my donation.
Sure.
No, you're right
Foul
though.
towel, girl.
You're right though.
Shout out to my boy Rosenberg.
All right.
What's the creed?
Yeah, man, we're happy to have you here. Obviously, a lot of people saw the vlog. They saw you helping out our boy 4Extra in a time of need. And, we figured it would be a good time to connect and see what you had going on. And maybe you could discuss some topics with us. And
you're
also
also Crip Mac's attorney, right?
I was for his second state case.
Okay, yeah, because he had a different lawyer for the gun case, the federal case.
Dion Benjamin, shout out Dion. He did a great job. I did some commentary. That's when I actually met Adam for the first time. Okay, guys, who wants to smoke a cigar? You got a blunt.
I honestly don't even know how, so I guess I would like to learn how.
Okay, so let's open up the cellophane.
Let's do this.
So yeah, Crip Mac's one of my favorite people of all time. When you get within like 5 feet of Crip Mac,
you can smell him.
You feel better, bro.
Yeah.
What about Lovejoy?
Lovejoy?
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, he used to work with Crip.
Yeah, you ever?
I got nothing bad to say about anybody, bro. I'm just a lawyer.
I was saying, I'm not saying this. Anybody in the law department will love Lovejoy. There's no question.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't want to go in the ring
check
with
on those
Lovejoy.
fingernails.
Nah.
No.
I don't want to go in the ring with Lovejoy. That fool's like 300.
I don't need that fade.
Okay,
With the
here.
chopper.
I'll help you do it.
Yeah.
You gotta get the
I
choppy.
got the device.
And we're not supposed to inhale it, right?
Oh, you got to chop off the
You
end.
don't
Okay.
inhale it.
So we go like this. Now, it's an unusual shape. It's called the V groove. And it's designed to let the air come in like a little mouth.
Oh, okay.
like a
So
little dick.
you just put a little urethra there.
I guess so. I don't know. Mine won't fit in there.
That's what she said.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we
V
switch?
groove is
Can you
crazy.
help me open
These
that?
from
Sure.
Nicaragua?
What happened?
They're from Nicaragua?
Yeah.
You want this one and we open another one? Then you have to peel the ribbon off, right?
Yeah.
Should we
The red
peel
one.
this way?
Yeah, you got it.
Is it gonna bother you as a
By
lawyer
the
if we
way-
also smoke weed?
No, I'm cool. Do you play?
Yeah. I play.
Guitar?
No, I mean, like, I see your dexterity. You look like you play.
No, that's from
Nah,
Buka
nah,
Buka.
nah, yeah,
Yeah,
I play.
some fingering buttholes.
Yeah.
You guys are fucking-
He said he was gonna play tic-tac-toe with a man's asshole recently.
Yeah, it looks like this hand works. That was a compliment. One of them don't even work.
Only the most painful
No,
part of that.
you ever do the stranger with the hand that doesn't work that good?
Oh yeah.
Where you sit on it
Oh,
and make
yeah.
it go numb and then you jerk off with it and it
Yeah.
feels like somebody else?
The stranger is a
smell that.
classic white boy method.
That's a nice aroma.
Okay, so rye
It's
whiskey
always no.
before bourbon was fashionable.
Ooh.
Like, talking like 1940s New York. Richard Widmark, the old gangster actor.
Yeah.
Those fools drank rye.
Mmm.
Let me check it.
Like a G.
We're drinking rye tonight.
Okay, these are clean, right?
King Buka, yeah.
Okay, so we usually say dos dedos. That means 2 fingers.
Oh my god, it's so
Yeah,
much.
I'm 6'2",
Holy
2
shit.
fingers.
That will have
That's a
me
Buka.
incapable of driving home.
Yeah, I'm not.
Well, you just
I'll make a
on
dent.
dead homies, whatever you want to do.
Oh, okay.
On dead homies.
Well,
y'all
if it's
better
for
drink
dead
that
homies,
shit.
then
Whatever you want to do.
Shit.
Okay, the rest is for you, big dog.
thank you so much. This is gonna keep me going.
Rosenberg, what I want to know is this, brother. Is
I'm
it
handing this to you.
Mine right here.
Okay, okay.
Rosenberg, is it
Yeah.
classless to drink it
But I
quickly? Do I have to
appreciate
sip
it.
it slow?
I don't
So
wanna
I'm a
If you
sipper.
pound that, I don't even know
You
what
do
I'm gonna say.
anything you want, bro, but Rosenberg, I'm sipping the rye. This is Uncle Nearest. First, I'm going to check out the color. Then I'm going to swirl.
Dark as hell.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't above you, I ain't below you, but I'm right here with you.
You know what I'm saying? Then you tap it.
We all go in for a sip.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Holy shit.
Okay, now let's follow it up.
It's got a wild taste to it.
Lots of fire, right?
I can feel like 15% of my problems dissipate instantly.
Rosenberg, you better not let any of these guys drive home or it's going to be a serious
Perk
problem.
just kicked in.
Perk!
I'm about to die.
We're going to search you and find all Percocets, Xanax, etc. Lush, we have word that you have crystal meth on you right now in your body.
You're going to have to find it.
Cavity search, now!
You'll have to find it.
Okay.
Okay, now you guys know how to light a cigar, right?
No. Not
Okay,
really.
so here's what you're doing. You're not lighting a joint.
Okay.
You're putting the fire down here.
That side is what we're lighting? Is that? Oh, it has the ribbon on. I thought that was like,
You
okay.
take the ribbon off.
Okay.
So you're warming up the leaves. Now, see, you don't want it to touch.
Oh, so you make it still first and then have it touch.
See how I'm doing?
This is going to...
See that?
And you're not inhaling.
You see that?
I feel masculine as fuck already, I'll tell you that. Like my cock just grew 3 inches.
Bringing it to a staggering 3.5 inches.
You trying to box man deal me? Add him up.
Sorry.
A staggering.
Ashtray.
Yes.
Ashtray.
Okay, look,
we have a
what
burning
you can
barrel
do-
right here.
What
We
you
should've
can
put
do?
some wax on there. That would have been it.
What you can do is wait till you get like an inch, and then delicately deposit a 1-inch ash.
Okay. So you take pride in your ash?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure mine
So
is
you
like
get an
fully
inch
lit.
in. You guys, once you get an inch, what ash?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't really understand. Like, so I breathe it into my mouth, and then I breathe it out. I don't inhale it at any point.
Yeah, just like think about 80 smoking a blunt. I don't know.
That is funny. I don't know. I just don't really understand like what the joy is if you're just you're just kind of tasting it in your mouth.
You guys got to start saying pause. This is getting too crazy.
Me and Rosenberg way too masculine for that.
Yeah, exactly, bro. I feel like I'm like John Wayne right now. Like howdy.
Okay, so when you hold your cigar, bro,
yeah,
you can go like this, right?
Okay.
But you don't want to hold it like, you know.
What about this?
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Yo, that shit look fucking wild, Adam.
Not gay.
Okay, let's go back to Crip Mac.
Right.
That's my boy.
Western
Much
Wiggle.
love,
For
much
life.
respect. So Lupe's in the house with us, and Lupe is my plug to my boys in blue. So much love to Lupe for setting me up.
Neighborhood, bro.
Hey,
The
that
whole
shit
jumper
sounds
crowd.
crazy, right? Your boys in blue, like the Crips.
Yeah.
That's what he meant. Not the boys in blue.
Nah, because
No, not 5-0.
So what I'm saying is,
Not
rang.
Do you pray on like kicking it with gang members because you know they repeatedly go to jail?
No.
He's the area of expertise. He probably represents all kinds of clients that we have no idea about, right?
Ask the question.
Okay.
No. Gangsters love me because I'm gangster.
All right.
That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Naturally,
Go on.
somehow, they know. This is what I say, right? When you meet a new client, you go to Supermax, and I stand up. Okay, I stay standing because I want to give my prospective client the respect. Right? I'm not sitting down slouched. I'm like here, right? Like this. They see me. They read me. Rosenberg, pound, sit down, take off the shades. I'm looking at you. I've got 30 seconds for you to say this motherfucker's real or he's full of shit. Especially if they did time on a yard, right?
Yeah. Like me, Brick don't know about that life. I've done it a lot of times.
I'm saying I don't think I'm checking my lawyer out like that, but I can see in your structure
Well, on the
that you're not
yard,
afraid.
it can change in 2 seconds, right?
Yeah. But if I'm talking to my lawyer through the
Yeah.
glass, you get what I'm saying? I'm giving him the respect because he's got my life in his hand.
You saying
I'm
I
not really,
appreciate
you get
that.
You're
what
not
I'm
gonna
saying?
cut him off after
Appreciate
30
that.
seconds, basically. You saying?
Can I just ask again what the fuck I'm doing with this? Because I'm still just confused. Like, you suck it into your mouth and then you blow it out.
Well, here, do this. Go like this. Do you feel smoothness?
There's definitely a flavor in my mouth that wasn't there before, yeah.
Adam's always on some porno shit.
No. You guys just always take it that way because you're a bunch of gooners.
I'm a gooner.
Okay, here's what you're doing. You're taking the tobacco and the nicotine in. You're experiencing it, but you're not swallowing it. You're not, clucking it. You're not smoking a rock. You're letting it out, and you're experiencing a cigar.
Gooners Collective.
I keep sucking it in.
Now,
You're gonna get sick, gang.
go back to your whiskey.
And now my
In the
mouth is kind of
interval.
numb from the nicotine and whatnot. Okay, and then I hit this again.
Man, this is me if I went to college, if I did the right thing, I'd be doing this instead of sconce.
Yeah.
Scantes.
You feel me? Call me
Scantes.
Scante Papi.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let me read the fashion. This is, what is this here?
Yeah, what does that say?
Paisalandia.
Oh.
Paisalandia.
Yep.
I love it. This is like some brujo shit.
Yeah, exactly. Some rocker shit.
You really
Bronco.
separate yourself from a lot of the other criminal defense attorneys by just staying Gucci down, huh? The
Okay.
tie. I like the tie.
So look, last time we had the
Can you get a
silver.
little closer to the mic?
Oh yeah, we had the silver double G collection. Today we've got the 24 karat redipped gold. This is vintage Gucci cufflink.
Don't play with me.
Matches the belt because we're working the circles.
Yup.
We got the tie. You got your lizard handmade.
What kind of boots are those? Those are crazy.
These are handmade in Texas with Dodger blue stitching.
Wow.
Yeah.
Based off of Lucchese.
So when you said Rosenberg runs with the Rasa,
That's what I was about to say.
what did that mean exactly?
What I think it means is that the alleged organizations that I represent have started with, the homies.
Okay.
The homeboys. Sureños.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But I'm not limited to that.
Right.
Not limited to that.
You're not claiming to be affiliated formally?
Just on a chunky retainer.
Chunky.
Yeah.
Chunky? Well, I'm sorry, I'm missing that.
A hefty retainer, like a generous retainer.
So I just read a whole book from this dude, Boxer, who's like a Mexican Mafia member, et cetera. Shout out to Donnie for letting me borrow that. And basically, one of the things I took from the book is that there are a lot of lawyers who are essentially being co-opted by the Mexican Mafia to do their bidding on the outside. So if you're a lawyer and you're in any way connected to the Mexican Mafia, they might just have you doing all kinds of shit, and maybe you don't really know what you're doing at first, et cetera. Would you be open to that kind of line of work?
So, couple things. I don't say those words. I say alleged prison gang.
Right, okay.
And I just talk about the law. This is a RICO. This is a gang conspiracy. This is the evidence. You've got this fool. He wore a wire. This guy's an informant. You've got these 3 detectives. They're in a task force. They're running HDATA, high trafficking drug area. And that's what we talk about is the law and the facts.
Okay.
Law and the facts.
Right. Is it challenging ever as a lawyer to like stay out of getting involved with criminal stuff with your clients, especially when they're very charming and
okay, so
famous
my clients are all charismatic.
Right.
They show me that side. Why do they show me that side? Because they want me, like you were saying, you want me to work on your case.
Yeah.
You want me to put your file at the top.
Yeah.
Right? So they're juicing me all day. So I love it, bro. I love the rappers.
What does juicing mean?
Making them feel good.
They're bigging them up.
Hyping them up.
What they're doing is what I do, right?
Yeah.
They're charming me.
Okay.
They're entertaining me. They're trying to get me to come in so they can squeeze every little ounce of Rosenberg's law, knowledge, and experience out of me.
Wait, hey, are you like Davey Kleinfeld? Davey Kleinfeld in Carlito's Way. You like Sean Penn?
I haven't seen that in a while.
Sean Penn in Carlito's Way.
The real answer is you can compare me to the consigliere. You can compare me. They always say whatever, Better Call Saul. But the truth is, Rosenberg is just an OG in his own lane.
How long you been practicing law for?
20 years.
20 years. Okay.
And you like being squeezed. The juice.
I like being challenged, so I learn more.
Yeah.
So on the next fight, I'm better.
But you explained how they squeeze all the knowledge out of you.
Yeah. Okay, so I had a
He's
client.
trying to make it gay.
Yeah. No, come on, he's doing that shit on purpose.
No, you're just doing that.
Bro, no.
I really don't
he
think
said that he comes in and squeeze. All right, cool.
No, here's
I'll
what
leave
I'm
it
saying.
alone.
Normally, I come after
Fuck
they
around.
squeeze. Normally,
Yeah, it's like shit.
I'm going to speak on it because I think you're raising an interesting point.
Yeah.
Squeak on it.
So I had an alleged prison gang leader in Ventura. They brought the man down from Salinas Valley. Okay, they had a wiretap.
Ventura.
Now, Ventura. Buena Santa Ventura. Okay.
Ventura.
So he's on a wiretap, right? The hardest thing in the world to shut down. So a wiretap is the most invasive investigative tool, right? Now, the Attorney General actually lists every wiretap from the state of California and what happened. So I'm not speaking on the names, but after 2 years of litigation, I got 3 dope conspiracy charges dismissed in Ventura on a wiretap.
Wow.
Technicality.
Now, no, it's called the law. My client is the one that pushed me. He said, Rosenberg, they don't have shit, dog. Look at this. Look at 62950. Look at 62972. Look at this. Look at that.
Teaching you stuff.
So he was my professor.
Yeah.
On the wiretap.
That's how I am.
So, you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
That's what I mean by squeeze. I mean, like, hit the hole, 33 dive, fullback.
Yeah.
Bam.
No, Rosenberg, what you don't realize right now is Brick is low-key lawyer shopping in case you feel me?
No,
like
I'm just that's how I am with my lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot him the info. Like,
No, I
look,
appreciate
bro,
that.
Like,
Hey.
look at this and see if I violated this, because I don't believe
hold
that
on.
I'm in violation of this penal code.
I'm checking the
period.
gear, dog.
Yeah, I just went.
Fucking tight.
Yeah,
What
I
is
just
that?
went.
What you got? You got some cool shoes today?
Just Rick
pants.
Owens
Oh, just some light Rick Owens.
with the vertebrae.
How much you pay for
pants.
some Rick Owens sneakers? Like $2 grand?
I played PS5 with somebody live.
Okay.
And they gifted me like Rick Owens and like Burberry shit.
Wow, that's nice. What a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does Rosenberg hit the blunt when he gets passed to him?
So for now, because I'm driving, but I smoke out with Conejo.
You're also drinking.
Also Conejo.
Yeah, I
Who's Conejo?
smoke with Conejo.
Conejo's has Conejo never been on No Jumper?
I don't know.
That's fucking insane. Conejo is a dope ass rapper slash actor, I guess you could call him now at this point.
He's an actor. He's a producer. He's a podcaster.
Fool was on the run for like 10 years.
14.
14 years, yeah. He's from Dead End Harpies, and allegedly put Elijah Wood on Dead End Harpies.
Seen that. Seen a video about that.
Yeah, that he's the reason why Elijah Wood be with him.
But am I mistaken that Rosenberg is a Jewish last name?
So Rosenberg, full disclosure, Italiano y judío.
Oh.
Italian Jewish.
We're the same thing.
Oh.
We're the fucking same thing.
Yeah, it could be the father figure that you've been looking for.
Yeah.
So here's my joke. That means I know how to cook and I know how to make money.
Facts. You feel me? Pizza bagels. What's cracking? You see what the fuck going on?
Pizza? Oh.
Pizza bagels.
Oh, that's
No,
clever.
so I was a cook. Yo era cocinero antes.
Okay.
So now I love being in the kitchen, right?
the fuck does
That's
that
where
mean?
you learn your Spanish.
Yeah.
The homies are moving fast. No time for bullshit. When I was 15, they used to hand me, the lemonade with the tequila, taught me the salt and lime.
You're from LA?
Yeah. LA native, Fairfax High.
Oh shit. We're so similar, it's crazy.
West LA, man.
Yeah.
You didn't go to fucking Fairfax.
Fuck no,
High.
I didn't. I went
You
to
went to a
uni.
ritzy private
I
school.
went to uni,
That's
yeah.
bougie.
Nah, Uni's around the
Fairfax
corner. That's
bougie
public.
too.
To put in perspective,
bougie too.
when
I did go to
when
Crossroads,
Lena
too.
found out where he went to high school,
Crossroads?
she
I
was
went there too.
shocked.
I went there
Santa
too.
Monica. This fool is
Yeah.
a rich kid.
Yeah.
So what? You're low key not poor either.
Listen,
fool.
I didn't know. I had no idea that your high school was this prestigious, but Lena could not believe that you went to that
To
school.
be fair, it was always prestigious, but now it's like insane.
Right.
Like now.
All right, big dog.
Billie
you need
Eilish.
Water? Okay.
Billie Eilish
Billie
went there?
Eilish went there.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Yeah,
What about
yeah.
Phineas?
I don't know.
We
Okay,
don't know.
so look.
No one knows where
Chat
Phineas is.
GPT. What
Yeah, yeah.
school did Phineas go to?
Yeah.
Uni High.
Yeah.
The uniform is blue and orange.
Yeah.
I played ball.
We played against y'all.
So we played.
We played y'all.
He was playing ball with the blue and orange in a different way.
Nah,
Okay.
That's your comment of the day.
For
Where'd
sure.
you go, Brick?
I went to Fairfax for like 8 days.
You went to
before.
Culver.
Before
No,
what?
Yeah, Culver City.
I went to Culver for a year. I got kicked out of Culver City School District. I started a riot in Culver City. Then I went to Westchester.
Legendary.
Westchester.
Whatever school I went to. I went to Price. Then I had to go to school in Mississippi for like a year. Then I came back home and I graduated from Price because I was kicked out of LAUSD too.
So what were
Think
you
that-
like in high school? Were you
Cool.
a baller?
Yeah, I just
You a
played
player?
basketball.
He was just
Played
straight
golf.
up, just a regular kid.
Regular dude.
Hoopster.
Yeah, I used to play basketball.
Right. You wear shades?
No.
Okay. So when I was coming up, the homies used to wear the bomber jackets. And when I say the homies now, I'm talking about, African Americans. So they used to like break and all that, right?
Oh
They
my
would
God.
have that natural comb right here with about a 3-inch fro.
Yeah.
Little
Right.
Gumby? The Gumby.
Well, I guess. And then they had the K cutter. You guys remember the K cutter? So the K cutter is straight up, down, and then has metal prongs.
Yeah. The
K
cake cutter.
cutter.
The cake cutter. Yeah,
Cake cutter. Yeah.
They
You
used to
feel
put
me?
the cake cutter in there.
So when I played ball, I was one of like 3 white dudes on the squad, right?
Yeah.
So I was with all my homies, right? Now, in our starting team, 3 dudes got killed. So this is the 80s, right? This is when it was like warming
Wait,
up out there.
out of the starting 5 on the team, 3 of them got
no,
killed?
no. Football. So it's 10.
Oh, 10. All right.
It's 10.
Still pretty hardcore.
So Lamont Campbell, Wayne Silborn, and Oh fuck, dog.
Lamont Campbell.
They all got killed in the same incident, or
No.
separately?
Just I'm saying
Oh,
like
okay.
that's what it was like in L.A. Right?
Got it.
Our quarterback Lamont Campbell. This fool never worked out. Natural athlete, green eyes. You know, much love. Those are the dudes that taught me heart. Right? How to hit the hole.
Yeah.
And I think that as a lawyer, people see that, they pick up on that. I played fullback, started fullback, offensive and defensive
That's why
line.
you said 33 died.
Right, there you go.
And hit the
so,
hole.
I'm not a big guy, right? But I got heart.
You gotta be tough to play fullback.
Yeah, play fullback.
Yeah.
You go ahead up with a gang of big old dudes.
Because you running with the ball, but you're not a tailback. You feel me?
You're blocking on every other play.
You're blocking.
You're
I'm
really
hitting.
like a linebacker.
I'm hitting every
for
play.
Sure. Every play you make a
But I was
contact.
the fumble king.
You
So when I
fumbled all
was
the
on the
time.
line, no.
You recovering.
I was
You
I was
recovering.
the guy that could get in and slap that fucker out of the quarterback's hand and say, "Yeah, what's up, dog?"
Oh, you playing D
How
too?
you do that at
You playing
fullback?
D?
How are you doing
Yeah,
that?
I thought you were
Offensive and defensive line. We used to stunt with the homies, right? They used to 3-on-1 me. Okay, look. So we're at Washington High.
This is
We're at
this shit up first.
How dare you?
we're at Washington High, right? And so I'm on the line, right? I'm in my position.
Y'all are losing, by the way, huh?
5 dudes come out. They're like 104th Street, Carib.
Yeah,
That's the league I played in.
yeah. So who it was some East Siders. Who y'all was playing?
So we played. I'll tell you where we played. We played Jordan,
That's
Lock,
103.
Manuel. We had 3.
103, yeah.
Got
Three.
one of them phones in it, too.
We had Jefferson, Washington. I'll say Washington, FAF cheerleaders.
Yeah.
Fine as fuck.
Some bad ones.
Fine as fuck.
Washington
That ain't the
Crenshaw.
league that you in no more.
We're not where are we in now.
Yeah, y'all like
I don't even know where they.
Fairfax, Westchester.
Yeah. They. Oh, Fairfax is not
Hamilton,
playing
Unity.
Washington normally.
We played.
They played Pally.
Yeah,
You feel me?
Palisades.
Hamilton. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, that's a
That's what I
different
just
league,
said.
dog.
Yeah.
That's where y'all at now.
You'll play Hammy.
It's
You'll play
Westchester.
The fact
play
that you guys
Westchester.
know about what high school sports teams play against each other, like I one day maybe I'll have that level of understanding of Los Angeles, because nobody gives a fuck about Nashua sports, and I don't know.
No,
I don't even know.
We real LA boys,
Yeah,
but
it's like the games is all the shit.
We
it's like
watch,
if we
we
went
still-
to these schools and I played basketball, so I know what division I'm in. Like
So
you got
when
we
you're,
still watch high
when you're
school
17,
sports.
going to the football
do?
game is the
Yeah.
coolest shit you could do.
What? Were you 14, 15? Hell yeah.
See, where I'm
Hey,
from,
wait,
there was
wait.
only one football game.
You're for
That's
sure.
Pop Warner.
I played Pop Warner for a minute.
Yeah, okay.
I just played basketball.
Okay, so we played
I
football.
played for Crenshaw
Sorry.
though. Pop Warner.
I love Crenshaw.
Yeah.
So look, when I grew up, you can't do what we did when we grew up now, right? So we played football on the street. I grew up 2 blocks
Yeah.
from the museum.
Sideline pop.
So I played football with this dude named Tony Smith, right? He lived around the corner on Olympic. Well, in the 80s,
Yeah, somebody.
You right by the Playboys.
in the 80s, he hooked up with a producer named Ricky Rubin, and he became Tone Loc.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's amazing.
That's the LA thing, you know what I'm
What's
saying?
the
At
Tone
any
Loc hit?
minute,
Wild thing and
Wild thing.
Funky
and
Cold Medina.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he had 2 hits.
He had that great deep voice.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
Ricky Rubin,
We don't die.
And Rick Rubin, obviously, we multiply.
Multiply.
Taking a dump, so relaxing. Straight Jack.
Wait, what?
That was
Baby Kid.
Yeah, so he did the voice for Pee Wee, the baby,
Okay.
and Bebe's
Bebe's
kids.
Kids.
Okay.
And he had a whole verse.
Yeah.
And the baby, he always had shitty draws. And
Yeah.
he was taking a dump, so relaxing.
Yeah.
Straight Jackson. That's one of his
That
bars.
sounds
Occasionally, I hear
Oh
rappers
my
reference
God.
Bebe Kids, and that was a total cultural blind spot for me. I don't know anything.
You
about
gotta
that.
man.
watch Baby Kids. It's like an animated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
you're-
It's the
you're-
funniest shit in the world.
Another
Yeah.
blind spot.
Not that.
Yeah.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Oh
Robin
my
Harris.
So
Straight
let
up.
me ask you this, Adam.
Sure.
What are the people saying about 4 Extra?
They love them.
I mean, give me some more. Because I love the homie when we were in the back, in the lockup, in the back.
So you got to talk to him more than is shown in that video? You got to go and talk to him
Yes,
privately?
sir.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay.
Okay, so the first thing, 400, we were talking. He's like, man, he's telling everything. And he goes, hey, I had to knock that fool out. And I'm like, what? He shows me his fist. He's like, look.
He said he got into a fight while he was in the holding tank for the court date.
Now, typically,
that's out of control.
So as a lawyer, like, as a lawyer, like, do you have to? Is it advisable when your client is like, "Yo, I just got in a fade," and that's like your first time meeting him? Do you have to? Do you tell him like, "Hey, don't publicize this"?
So the answer is, I cleared it. I made the call. I'm good. He said he caught a fade, and he's undefeated. Let's leave it at that.
Off the back, 10 in a row.
I'll just leave it there.
Yeah,
but no, I cannot implicate my client. I cannot incriminate my client. No, I'm just because you were speaking on it.
Yeah, no. So what I wanted, like, no, but what do you say to your client? You'd be like, "Yo, like, chill out, like, cover your knuckles up, like."
So I mean, I say what I always say, right? I have no statement. I want my lawyer. I have no statement. I want my lawyer. That's what you say at the police station in the interrogation room. Then, when they put you back in the lockup and there's someone in there,
don't talk.
Then we say, don't talk in the tank. Don't talk in the tank. It could be a Perkins operation.
A lot of people have gone down like this. Yeah,
they know that. They just still talk on purpose.
In my experience, there's a lot of people that aren't up on that. If you're up on that, I say much love, my boy. Much love.
But we all know a bunch of people off the top of our heads who basically got caught up because they had a conversation in the holding tank.
Or didn't get caught up, like Draco. You feel
well, but Draco's homie said shit he wasn't supposed to say.
But my whole thing is this. How cool are you with somebody that you just met that you willing to admit guilt to something that if I'm going to talk to a Perkins, if somebody asks me about my case, I'm going to tell them how innocent I am.
There you
I'm
go.
gonna plead to him about how I don't even know what I'm in here for. I'm super innocent. I don't know what the fuck's going on right now.
I mean, similar question is like why they just air out all that shit in the music.
Yeah,
you know. It's like,
okay, that's interesting
because they want the glory.
But what the fuck if he's asking you like, where'd you throw the gun? Like, yeah, I took the gun around the corner. Like, man, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Ain't no regular nigga asking you where the fuck you put a gun at after you smoke somebody. What the fuck are you? Why are you talking to him still?
I have a question. A lot has been made of Brian Steele getting Young Thug off in his Georgia State RICO case.
Right.
Do you look at guys like you know, obviously we look at huge names in the podcast game or in the rap game. We look at them with a sense of awe and stuff. Is Brian Steele, from your perspective, is that one of these guys that you look at and you're like, oh yeah, that's a GOAT. That's somebody that I can learn from, that I can study and observe.
I will speak on this, and I won't deflect, but I watched 80% of A$AP Rocky's trial in the courtroom.
Okay.
This is not on court TV. That means I can hear the little rats. What's it? Rat on cotton?
Yeah.
The lady from the South said, I can hear rats on cotton.
Yeah.
Okay. So I had to get there at 8:30. You get a little ticket, and you go in the back row. Rosenberg, I'm a trial lawyer. I got my pad. I'm writing down every word.
You were just doing this for the love of the game, or?
So I can grow. Joe Tacopina.
Yeah.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. John Lewin, major crimes. He convicted Phil Spector.
Wow.
Right? And then you've got Joe Tacopina. Much love, my boy. I even
That's
got a little...
DA? Was the same dude that got Phil Spector?
Yeah, he's the major crimes. He's their star.
Okay.
He's their star, John Lewin.
Okay.
I mean, I can speak on this for hours, but what I want to let you know is that when you're in the room and you hear the not guilty and the crowd starts making noise and 8 deputies come out and they're like, the next person who talks is out. And then you see Rakim jumping over the wood and landing on Rihanna for that hug and kiss, which in 20 years I have never, ever seen it. If he was not on bail, the deputies would have jumped him, even though the jury is right there.
For sure.
So that was, I mean,
those
game.
moments are what makes it all worth it.
Yeah.
Damn, when you put it like that, that's crazy.
So I've offered commentary on that case. I've also offered commentary on Judge Jeffrey Ferguson's murder trial in Orange County, in which he's alleged to have fired one fatal shot to his wife, Cheryl. Now, this is what's interesting. Cameron Talley's his lead defense lawyer, okay? Judge used to appear in Fullerton, Department N3. And a year before this murder case, he told me and a DA a story about how he was missing 3 of 4 shoulder tendons. Now, that became part of the defense, accidental discharge. But now I represent the decedent wife's brother, Larry Rosen, under what we call Marcy's Law, so victims can get a lawyer, right? Like Garagos is representing the Menendez brothers' family.
But is that for wrongful death?
No.
Is that a criminal charge still, or
what's a criminal charge?
What you're representing them on?
No. I'm representing the brother who supports the defendant and wants to see him actually get a misdemeanor, even though the jury was hung 11 for guilt and 1 holdout for not guilty. And you say, Rosenberg, how is he going to get a misdemeanor? Well, I'll tell you, because if he gets a felony of any sort, his 2 sons will be cut off from his pension. So that would mean the DA would be harming their own witness. Philip, his son, testified at trial. So if the DA convicts Jeff Ferguson of a felony, they're now hurting the son, Philip, who testified in their case.
So do they have to remove him as a witness then? Is his testimony inadmissible?
He testified. There's a mistrial. There's going to be a new trial.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, yes, Rosenberg, I'm here, but I also can do the victim advocacy side. And in this case, it can benefit a defendant. And you may not know this, but under California Constitution, Article 1, Section 28B, Marcy's Law, the victims have the right to go to every hearing, and they actually have the right to address the judge. Yeah. So what we're doing here is we're basically using criminal law to community organize and attempt to intervene, because they want to lock Jeff up for the rest of his life. Yeah. He's 74, a judge. Imagine which yard he's going to go to.
PC. For sure, PC, right?
So what I hear,
judge.
The word I hear.
What the fuck where's Jeff's case? What is Jeff?
It's in Orange County, Santa Ana.
I know, but what is it?
Okay, so it's an interesting question. Let me see if I can speak on it. So because he's a sitting judge, he can't do his trial with an Orange County judge, right?
Right.
Because the DA can't get a fair trial. Okay, fine. So he's got to get an LA County judge, Judge Eleanor Hunter from CCB. We call it the long cause floor, 9th floor. Very good judge. I've done trials with her. Very experienced long cause judge, probably for 20 years. But now she's sitting in Santa Ana, Department C35, but the jury pool is from Orange County.
And that could potentially be people that he locked up's family members or things like that. Isn't that kind
or people that love him.
Yeah, it could be either way.
In that area, so it's biased.
Yeah, like me, and coming from the community we come in from, like, I'm not necessarily psyched on judges for the most part, but I guess most regular people are, though. Yeah, most regular people are psyched on judges, right? Like,
when you say psyched,
they
clarify?
They hold them in high regard. They're like well-respected community members.
Right.
Like, yeah.
He could never talk down on the judges, even if he wanted to.
Yeah, no, of course.
Well, no, I can anonymize it and say whatever I want.
Okay.
But if I put a name on it, Your Honor.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
But no, they watch my IG. All the DAs watch my IG.
Really?
They watch your IG.
Yeah.
Detectives, they're watching.
They're
Because we're throwing little gems out there, right? Some people are implicating themselves with their own social media. Not us here. Not us.
Never
Not us.
When I was watching the judge in the Young Thug trial recently and Traplo Ross's documentary, when he was so mad at Brian Steele because of that secret meeting that they had with Woody.
He was mad.
And
he knew about that shit.
The judge has no idea how he found out about it, and he's so fucking mad. And he eventually kind of like deduces that the defense was probably in cahoots with him about it. But the judge like really can't do anything about it. He tried to lock him up. It got overturned.
He's supposed to go to. He's like, he's like, the only thing that I ask is if I just can be cellies with Young Thug while we fight our case.
Yeah. Because over the weekend,
Hey, I saw a comment.
That's a soldier right there.
I saw a comment that made me laugh. It said Rosenberg.
Oh,
yeah.
What's that?
My nigga
Instead of saying Rosenberg,
with a C,
Rosenberg.
because I'm a crib.
That's not bad.
But check this out.
Would you represent a blood?
I have.
Oh, okay, good.
Rosencrantz.
I just hung a jury, 7 not guilty, 5. I'm going to speak on the neighborhood just a little bit.
Okay.
Queen Street.
Okay.
Say less. Say less.
Shout out Bosco.
But this is what I'm saying. And I said this to Crip Mac before. Everyone says neighborhood, but why don't we say neighborhood?
What?
like
no, is that wrong?
What the fuck?
Changing the
Is that wrong?
neighborhood. He's asking because neighborhood, right? But
it's got to be in it.
No, that sounds too close to niggerhood.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Yeah, I'm like,
hey,
what
you might
the
be.
fuck?
I think you're on it, big dog.
It sounds like that lady, the news reporter who was reporting on Kobe
Who,
Bryant.
Megan?
Wasn't it Kobe Bryant's death? And she was trying to say Lakers and something else at the same time, and it ended up coming out sounding like the N-word. You remember what I'm talking about?
I think so.
That wasn't Megan, right? Megan Cunniff?
No, it wasn't her. No.
I feel like the most dangerous sports team name to say would be like the Knicks.
Oh yeah, that could go bad.
That
Yes.
might have been that.
Yeah.
If you're lit,
Like the
Yeah.
Knickerboppers.
and you kind of
You feel me?
slur
Say
that.
the Knickerboppers.
Slur
The
that.
the Nickerson Gardens
That's
is always. I can't say it without someone saying, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Yeah,
Right.
for sure.
Like,
Yeah,
or which
that's
or
crazy.
which New York
That shit
City?
sound crazy.
Don't
Jumping
talk
out
about
of white
salad
boy
dressing.
mouth.
Which
If you don't want to, if you don't want that
exactly.
AI to get a
Vinegar.
perfect N-word
Right.
out of you, don't talk about the thing besides ranch.
Yeah.
or
That's
crazy.
funny.
I never thought about that.
which
I was watching a
funny.
YouTube video one time,
Yeah.
and the guy was talking about this salad dressing,
Yeah.
and they edited it in the video, and I'm thinking about it. I'm like, oh, like the AI thinks he's saying the hard R,
Yeah.
which is
That's
insane. That
crazy.
we have to like do battle with that.
Well, there's like 2 NBA teams in New York, and if you refer to them in one way, it's the Nets or the Knicks. But if you say it the other way, it sounds crazy as fuck.
Oh,
You feel me?
I guess, yeah. Oh, okay. If you throw the net on the front of the,
Yeah.
okay,
The or, yeah.
okay,
Could be misconstrued.
okay, I got it.
Yeah.
So during ASAP's trial,
Right.
the N-word came out a lot.
Yes.
A lot. And I don't want to say the wrong thing, but you got ASAP Relly, right?
Yeah.
Terrell Efron. Okay. So
He's no good.
the text, well, I mean, in Latin we say res ipsa loquitur. It speaks for itself.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is that nobody actually said the N-word in closing argument. They just say, quote, the N-word.
Right.
Yeah. But they said it the whole time.
But it came, I mean, the jury heard the N-bomb, I want to say 300
It's
times.
a gang of different judges that read off exactly what they're saying, and they use the hard R.
Yeah, they love doing that.
It's like, bro,
Yeah.
you know he's not saying, he's saying, and you're like, yeah, my nigga.
You gotta stand
And
on
then-
business.
My bad, I said it.
Like, why is this word
For
being
the-
given
for-
such
for
special
monetization
placement?
purposes, I can say
It's the one word that you can't say in context. It cannot stand. We must put an end to this. If I'm reading a rap lyric and it has the N-word, I should be able to say it. I can't.
Okay,
And it's an unjust
Eminem,
system.
No, you can't.
Eminem,
I know.
Eminem, does he have a pass?
No. He found out the hard way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look, Rosenberg, I don't have that pass.
Why do you want the pass?
I don't need to go there.
I think everybody
like-
should stop saying it.
Yeah, my whole thing. Yeah, even black people, right?
See?
The hard R.
Okay, see, look,
Like,
see how you get a little ash?
Yeah.
How do you get?
yeah.
How
That's
does
gonna
one
be tough
procure
with
a
an
hard R
expensive
pass?
Nah, just a little water.
A little bit, yeah.
There was.
He's showing me how to clean this.
Like, no.
That's
What if you
what
get?
it
It's one thing. He
Like a
that's
cat,
the homie.
right?
He can say the N-word. But yeah. But no, that
See,
pass the homie.
They're in their own world over here.
No, he gets
No.
the hard R pass.
How do
Like-
you get a hard R pass? You know how like a white boy gets the N-word pass. Like he grew up with it. It's like a Jin Lee. Like he can say,
No, I
he
got
can
it.
say
I got
the
it.
You gotta be
GA.
super down.
I got it. I got a rare hard R pass. If you have Tourette's. If I have Tourette's, you can't blame me for anything I say.
No, I think.
You ever see a kid with Tourette's screaming the N-word? I've seen it. It's very offensive. Yeah.
I grew up with that.
Keep him in the house.
I have
I
Tourette's.
grew up with that fool.
God damn. Why is it?
Rare N-word pass.
Yeah.
Tourette's.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't
Never
know.
thought about this
He
before.
better
Okay.
not
That's a
Tourette
good
out
one.
in front of me. I
This
might
man-
Tourette back and slap his ass.
This
I
man's
ain't gonna
enjoying
lie.
the whiskey.
Yes. Quite a bit.
Oh yeah, see, he's a big
Okay.
consumer of drugs and alcohol.
I'm a sipper. Wait, thanks, Adam. Where's Dwayne at?
I ain't drinking right now.
Okay, that's cool.
I've been
So
He's drinking lean.
I like, it's an awful lot of cough syrup over there, my
That's
boy.
a factoid.
That
My
was,
boy.
No, lean.
Hey, so I was
It's just a little bit of cough syrup.
They were telling me about that clothing line,
Yeah.
and I mean, this dude's going international fashion shows.
That's so dub. The go.
Shouts to Dub.
You know, he's banging all that foreign trim, FAF. Come on now.
Sure he is.
No,
Hey,
married man.
Well, okay. When you're on a business trip in Italy, Milano.
So you gonna tell on married men?
No,
Or
I
we
ain't
gonna
speaking
stick
on
to
it.
Are you married?
He
I'm
could.
not speaking. I'm
are,
saying.
are you married?
I'm married to my job, big dog.
All right, I figured that. Yeah. So listen.
I try to be the international playboy.
All right. So
Respect.
W's versus L's. How many wins do you have in trial for?
Ooh, is it like a
187?
boxer?
Yeah.
We can look
187.
this shit
So,
up.
Yo, Desto Dub.
Hey, what's up, big dog? Rosenberg.
He was just talking about
I've
you.
been saying good things about you, big dog.
You gotta have a model for you.
Yeah. I need to lose 10 pounds to get that cut. Oh, there you go. All right, I'm feeling the gear. Let me see what the shirt says.
That's an awful lot of cough syrup. That's the only thing you can't say.
right.
Hey, we got Lush and Brick
Yes.
too.
Cracking,
All right.
bro.
Yes, that is, baby.
What's good with my folks, man?
Stop calling my phone about fucking what's the name, bruh?
Who?
What?
That's what I called you
What?
for. My boy Barry Gordy on there, man.
Oh man, they calling me too.
Everybody calling my phone. Like, bro, he had a nigga copy and paste a text and send it to me. I said, look, bro, you doing that for another nigga, you about to get blocked.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Family members in way worse positions. They don't even got phones.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Phone, he up.
But what is the relevancy? That's what. Why are we the ones that's getting bashed for it? Like they don't know we the ones that been looking out the whole time.
Bleeding the block, left and right. Come on, bro. I done sent so many cash apps.
That's what I'm.
Cash app.
I'm gonna send a
I'm
cash
trying
app.
to tell you. That's why I'm like I ain't even trying. That shit crazy. Yeah, motherfucker. Hey man. Everybody goes through it sometimes, man. He gotta just get on his shit and not be famous no more. He think he too famous.
I was couch surfing all through fucking. I was homeless through tour.
Hey, have you listen?
Dusty.
Wait, hold on. Have he ever asked you for a job at Awful Lot of Cough Syrup?
I ain't never heard that one.
Alright.
Hey, that might not be a bad idea.
I'm just saying, it's different ways to even go about shit. Like, at the end of the day, like, a motherfucker keep having their hand out. Motherfucker got a whole company that you could fit in somewhere. You might not don't even got to be seen. You could work in a warehouse or something. Nigga, you never asked that, nigga.
A nigga never asked. They asked, but it wasn't for that.
Yeah, they go ask, nigga, but you just...
Hey, I seen you flipping burgers. How come you couldn't help Rockstar out with one?
Hey, he bullshit.
Hey, I didn't go the first day. I went the second day.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what was going on the first day. I wasn't there.
All
you
right.
know, in a real way.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Yo, hey, if you ever catch another case, God forbid, hit up our man Rosenberg.
Oh, because he's overly qualified. I'm on my Aaron the plumber shit.
Okay.
He's supposed to call in later.
Hey, the
Guess what?
mayor of Melrose should have Rosenberg represent him.
You won't need me, big dog, but somebody you know might.
See?
That's what I'm saying.
Why do you think that?
Because
You never told Adam that shit. Not one time today. You told Lupe that shit. You told me that shit. You ain't never told Adam that shit. Hey, one day that one of your people get in trouble, Adam, they might need him too.
Adam met him.
We could all use a Rosenberg at times.
Nah. Rosenberg think only black people get in trouble. It makes
Nah,
he didn't offer his services to fucking Adam.
Everybody gets in trouble.
He didn't offer it to me, you, Lupe, every nigga in the build.
For your next pipe case, call Rosenberg in 22.
It ain't nothing but a case. What that nigga call
It's just a case.
Who dropped that verse?
That's my boy Rad. That's my boy Conrad. He got a case.
Okay.
Hey, listen, man. It's all good.
The 22 stir.
Hey, man. Look at this.
That's an ash.
That's an awful lot of ash.
Now that sounds like an awful lot. Now I get the humor.
You like it, right?
Yeah.
He was getting attacked by a cop, and the cop said, "That's an awful lot of cough syrup."
Okay. The lean. Promethazine.
When I got introduced to this guy back in the day, I've said this a million times, it was introduced to me as, yo, this guy is like the lean dealer to the stars. When Quavo touches down, when Young Thug touches down, they hit this guy up for their juice. That's how I got introduced to him in 2016.
Hey, must love Quavo.
They should have told you I was taxing. Whatever the price was, I was going an extra 10.
But meanwhile, so he's selling all these drugs, and then he's also pushing his T-shirts, and all of a sudden, as he sells more lean, he gets more big-name rappers wearing his stuff, and then all of a sudden, more rappers are wearing it just because they see other guys wearing it, and then he becomes very good friends with Lil Pump, courtesy of the No Jumper tour, and goes on tour all over the world with him. All of a sudden,
I like that.
And now his clothing line is so ubiquitous that everybody fucking knows about.
That I'm doing a collab with $150 million company by the name of Four Loco.
Sheesh.
There you go.
Yeah,
There's my fam, big dog.
That's an awful lot of locals.
Go loco.
Okay, so
Adam, I'm about to bring some of these promo dollars over there.
Oh yeah, let's do it. I'm trying to get drunk off a Four Loco. Fuck this whiskey.
See what I'm saying?
Hey, is it close to the original formula? Or are we bringing back the taurine or what?
Yeah, I want to tell them I almost lost my life to their product.
Yeah.
I'm talking to them right now about bringing back the formula, but they said it's gonna have to be like for an exclusive drop because if they really.
It just needs to come with a 4-hour energy or 5-hour energy, whatever it is. It's like taped to the side of it, the combo pack.
We need that bull semen.
You think that's the only way to survive before a loco is an energy drink?
Hell yeah.
Well, that's how you make it a Four Loco,
Hey, it's
really.
not a real Four Loco without the taurine in it, straight up.
They should just sell it in a separate bottle at the store.
Yeah. That shit was like,
I didn't know that's what it was.
It was like Adderall and Xanax. Oh, that shit was so nice.
Oh, speedball.
Speedball. Yeah.
My homie every time I drunk a full one of these, and we'll wake up best friends again.
Yo, if you drink lean and Four Loco at the same time, you deserve to die. For sure. You're playing with God.
Hey,
you're gonna die.
Just remember on the M30s, get it from a doctor or that sexy nurse.
Yeah.
That I know you're dating on the side, big dog.
Well, you a fan of the 30s?
So the answer is,
He's an ASM pop fan.
I see them in the reports. You guys remember, I did the first fentanyl case in LA County at CCB.
Whoa.
So here's what happened. So the client, he's the homie. I'll shout him out red. You don't know what hood. But he's got a brick like this, like a brick.
Yeah.
And it's like beige, right?
Yeah.
It's like a kilo.
It's like gunpowder.
Nobody knew what the fuck it was. This was like 2014.
Yeah.
And so the cop put on like a janitor's outfit and tried to like follow him out. And then she came back and she did the presumptive test on the fentanyl brick. It came back opiate. So they charged him with heroin.
Yeah.
That ain't no
Nobody even knew about fentanyl back then, big dog. So what I'm saying is this. Whatever you want to do, go through a doctor.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And people, bro, back in the they used to have fentanyl from the doctor. Fentanyl lollipops.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate. Much love, my boy.
Yeah.
Much love.
I'll tap you guys in. You guys got to do some business together for sure.
Yeah.
Put me in the group chat. You know, we need more
Throw me a
lawyers
couple
out here.
This could be your Brian Steele.
Where you keep them at? In the top left pocket?
Well,
once you catch that murder case.
Remember, I invest in concerts. I invest in films. So there's always
We're gonna
something.
figure something out. You know, I'm not really going against the law right now, but if in a timely manner it does. But there's other ways
He's
Yeah.
squeaky clean these days, this guy.
That's an awful lot of fentanyl.
Tell him a nigga got a jizza.
Yeah.
A jizza. A jizza.
He
a
smokes
jizza.
bad
Hey.
weed, and he doesn't drink lean anymore.
What he said?
I like the eyebrows.
I'm gonna holler at you.
I like the eyebrows.
You've been on that shit today.
What
You've
shit?
been on that. Yeah.
Which shit?
I like your eyebrows.
No, I'm just saying he
No,
did
I
like
was
the
telling
face.
Mesh the same thing. I've
Yeah.
been wanting to tell him that today.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
All right, so do we have any waters on set?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Donnie, can we go have somebody bring us a
Turn
water?
it
Michael
yellow
sit
at
here.
the
And
eye.
where's Lupe at?
She, I didn't see her out there, but she
was out there. Yeah, I seen her when I went for
And
my
where's Fatso
my
at?
potty break. Who's Fatso?
That was the homie I brought with me.
Oh, okay.
they probably they probably in the cut.
Oh,
I mean,
there he is, right
there
there.
he is. Fatso, what's good, big dog?
Do we need to meet Fatso?
You should.
Come sit
Pulling
down,
up,
Fatso.
pulling up.
What's going on, G? How you living? Take Brick's seat for a second. Fatso, how'd you meet Rosenberg?
My bad, Brick.
It's always fun to meet somebody new on
I
camera.
love Brick Stand. So
Here,
God.
make sure. Yeah, see the hat. Look at the gear, big dog.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got a cool voice, cool outfit.
Well, he's in music too,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah,
Music
okay.
As well. Oh God.
You got like a young MC8 energy.
Not so fat.
Yeah.
Not really all that fat,
I get,
right?
Pop Smoke a lot. I get all type of shit. You know, Afro, Brent Fires. I get all type of lookalikes.
Where are you from?
I'm from Los Angeles. I'm from Viewport.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
The sexy.
Here's what I'm trying to say about Fatso.
Uh-huh.
He's my big dog.
Viewport is
Big dog right here.
Viewport is 50th and Crenshaw to 57th. Then when you get to Slauson and Crenshaw geographically, it's the Nipsey Hussle town center.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
That's right.
Geographically.
That's right.
But it all together, Lamert Park, View Park, Hyde Park, it's all Crenshaw District.
Crenshaw
But me,
District.
I take pride in Black Beverly Hills.
I was gonna say.
Yes, I take pride in that.
That's where the FAFs are at.
The fine
Definitely they are.
Fine as fuck.
I definitely I was a Ladera Heights menace for a while.
Oh,
I ain't gonna
Okay.
lie.
Ladera
Hey,
is great.
I
so
was
the
in-
view from down to downtown, that's a different view.
Yeah.
I'm over east,
So what?
but
what
y'all
would
are
that
south
be?
and west.
So what is that? Northeast LA? What is that?
No. I'm basically
No,
from
you from
East
West,
LA.
No, you
No,
from
I
West
grew
LA.
up.
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah,
West
when he
Sider.
told me,
West
fam,
LA,
I'm a
gang.
West Sider.
I said,
Fairfax.
bro, I
Yeah.
stayed on Mansfield. I
Hey,
said,
Oh,
Exactly,
hey,
right
you
by the main-
remember MFH?
MFH?
Hell yes.
Mansfield Hustlers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They used to go to
Money,
that.
hoes, and clothes.
They used to
all
go at Olympic, where La Brea, where Trejo's Tacos is now.
Yeah.
There was a little hamburger stand called Pops.
I remember when they
a
had
whole
a,
gang now, Rosenberg.
like a little
They
donut
used
shop
to.
on Wilshire.
They used to.
They a whole
Well, I
gang
don't want to
now.
say what they used to do, but if you know, you know.
No, but hey, Rosenberg, always be proud and push that line for that West Los. You feel me? Because there's not that
Bro,
many. Be
I've
proud
been-
of that West LA.
I've been in the
Come on.
Bay Area for like 15 years, big dog.
I moved up to the Bay for
Okay.
13 years
No,
myself.
dude, I was in East
We're like
Oakland.
the same person. I lived in East Oakland. Get the
Hey,
fuck off
okay.
the shoulder.
Wait.
Jews.
Hold up.
Like,
Hold up. Hold
Italian
up.
Jews from the West Side, lived in the Bay. What, bro? What did you
Urban
send me?
Jew.
Yeah,
Urban Jew.
Must
I
be
told
some
them that.
organized crime shit. Okay, but look. When I was in Berkeley, I did architecture,
Oh, you went to
philosophy,
Berkeley.
pre-med. Then I went to film school. But this is what I want you to know. 19th and Broadway in Oakland
Yeah.
was the Greyhound bus station.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
So Rosenberg.
17 in San Pablo.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
got you. I
Yeah.
feel you.
Yeah.
Flint's.
Yeah.
Flint's.
Flint's right around the corner. Yeah.
Okay.
Great barbecue.
So I used to live across the street in a loft, right, with the fashion people, you know. So going from our storefront in the middle of the block to the end of the block to the liquor store, that was a mission, big dog. I had to know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
you can't even walk 30 feet without, right?
No, look, it's back then.
That was before they had cars,
And
big dog.
let me clarify on Rosenberg's behalf, because a lot of people are going to say that's downtown Oakland. That shit's turned down. No, when this fool was there,
Downtown
that
is
shit
anything.
was activated, bro.
Downtown
That shit was a dangerous
Oh.
place to be.
And remember, it was reverse racism. I'm gonna speak on that.
I know where folks was at.
So I went to what was it called, Daddy's Fish House?
Which
or I went to Giant
JJ's?
Burger. I go to Giant Burger.
Murder Burger.
So
Murder Burger.
So they'll
56th
have
and Pablo.
they'll
All
have
the way
like 10
downtown?
people in line.
Murder Burger.
And
gang.
here's me, white boy, long hair, and I'm the last one. And I'm like, bro, I've never dealt with that. So as a Jewish American, as you know, we got the persecution, we got the Holocaust. We were instrumental during the 1960s civil rights movement. But it didn't make sense until I saw when I lived in a loft at 33rd and Filbert, old sign factory with the gate.
Yeah.
So when you roll the gate, you feel the sense like you're separating yourself out, right?
This
Like now,
Filbert, you in the trenches over
now
there.
I'm hiding behind my gate, and this little 4-year-old dude. I used to drive a Vespa, right? I was a mod and a punk
That's your
rocker,
Italian side.
right?
That's
You
your
live
Italian
many
side.
lives.
So I'm opening the gate, I'm pulling up, and this little 3-year-old dude picks up a wrench and he waves it at me.
A
And
3-year-old?
I'm like, okay.
He went from 4 to 3
I'm
in
like,
10 seconds.
I'm like, okay.
He lost a year.
3-year-old threaten you with a wrench.
No, look.
Oh, and then the girls used to pull up. The girls were
But
like,
they always liked you though. Huh?
no, they're like this. You want a date? You want a date?
Welcome to the Bay.
You
No,
want a
I'm
date?
keeping it stacked
Welcome
though.
to the
They-
Bay.
You
look,
want a date?
they cool though. Like if they see like Oakland is a really progressive place, and if they see that you cool, they gonna fuck with you, bro.
Well,
Like,
we got down on the music in the clubs
they gonna fuck
because
with
my boy did the clubs. We had Word.
you. You're in the Sweet Jimmy's area. Sweet Jimmy's on Pablo. Yeah, that shit was getting shot up every fucking weekend.
So what had happened is you go to MacArthur Park Station, right?
MacArthur Station. Yeah.
Okay, so my homie, I don't want to
Never-
incriminate myself, but my homie was named Chaka. No Hoto.
Chaka.
No. This is Oakland. Okay, no Hoto, but he was a handsome black guy.
Okay.
Ladies love. He carried a Colt 45 with a white ivory handle.
The pearl
Right?
handle?
Now, that was my road dog. I don't want to speak too much, but if you read between the lines, you know Rosenberg, I've been on this side of the counter, I've been on that side.
He's with us.
So you were fucking with Big Fee and them.
He's
And
with us.
you were fucking with Big Fee and Lil D and all them.
You're talking about when the godfather of Oakland got killed and 400 people showed up to the funeral.
Yo, we got to get Brick a seat back. I feel bad.
go
You
ahead.
over there on
Yeah.
feet.
I was noticing that.
I feel bad. I fuck with him though. He's cool. Yeah.
Hey, as we say, much love, my boy.
No, hey. If he doesn't star in the MC8 biopic, I'm like, shit. You're like, that's AWACS, bro. The fuck? Like, no.
All right.
So wait, all right.
You want that water?
Yo, I'm good. I got water. But yo, so when did Rosenberg decide I want to be a lawyer?
That's a great softball.
Felix
Appreciate
Mitchell
you.
is my
Appreciate you.
family.
Okay.
So
I gotta know.
So when I was in film school, I stole a Colombiana from the big Irish white boy who got a 1600 on the SAT.
Damn.
They were together for 10 years. So Rosenberg.
You stole
So-
her with just straight riz?
I don't know what that means.
You gamed her up
just
with your
gamed her
swag.
up?
Yeah.
You just had
Yeah.
it in you?
So she broke
You
up
would've
with
thought-
homeboy.
Come on,
field
who's not
already.
dropping
You
So
talking
she
about
went with
Imagine
me.
him as like a mod dude in the 70s or some
Yeah.
shit.
You're
No.
dropping
No, dude, we
crazy.
were in the mosh pit.
Oh,
So, but
The
she
mosh
was
pit?
she was a law student at Hastings.
Okay.
So
Oh,
I moved
okay.
to Hastings in the Tenderloin,
Yeah.
as they say.
You
Tenderloin.
in the
Tenderloin.
in the
The
Frisco.
Tenderloin.
So
Ooh-wee.
I was in film school. My hair was about as long as your braids.
Yeah.
We used to wear white T-shirts, Carhartts, and work boots.
Yeah.
I ended up with Chippewa,
Yeah.
made in USA. Shout out Chippewa. So what I'm saying is that I was doing a documentary on my gonna be first wife's law school, and I was a philosophy major, so I would help her write her papers.
Wait, she was a philosophy major?
No, I was a philosophy major. She was Latin American studies.
Yeah, but that philosophy degree was going to do nothing for you, player.
Except when you help her get the highest grade in legal writing. So after a semester, I said, bro, I could do this. So I became a community organizer in the Tenderloin. We were shutting down the crack houses, not with the cops, but we were suing the property owners under a theory of nuisance.
Have you been to Glide Memorial Church?
Cecil Williams, I was on the board of directors with Glide Development Corporation during law school.
I'm the hardest.
And he used to go like this. He used to see me and he would say, that's the law student.
Okay, so to give context to these other guys. So Glide Memorial Church is a church in the Tenderloin, which is essentially the
Skid Row.
The Skid Row of San Francisco, and it's the best.
No, I know what the Tenderloin is.
No,
but the church.
The church is the best church ever. It's got amazing gospel music. People go from all over just to you want to see amazing music. And for a long time, I don't know if still, but the main singer was trans, and this is before it was cool to be trans.
Before Lush got into that.
Before I was trans.
Okay, that was
That's
funny.
San Francisco for
We'll
you.
give you an elbow.
Lush, known to take a walk on the wild side.
If there's anyone like
Lou
me,
Reed. That's funny.
Lou
That's
Reed.
funny.
Lou Reed reference is amazing. Played in a band with my dad.
If you don't mind,
Yeah, he did.
Yo, let me just pay some bills real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to say everything420.com. They have magic mushrooms and the E420 app. Products can hit just as hard, but in a legal, accessible way. And I think the next time that I order a mystery box from everything420.com, I think I'm going to get the shrooms box. That's that good stuff. Yes, please. You know they carry top brands like Stizzy, Pagwoods, Cake, cookies, plus pre-rolls, vapes, edibles, and accessories. If you want to get your shrooms now and get real weird, you'll also get legal fast shipping that will hit hard as F. Just check out the E420 app or the everything420.com for easy ordering and use my code NOJUMPER. And just one second, I just want to say how happy I am, Rosenberg, to be wearing Fashion Nova jeans today, just like every other day of my life. You know, I never take them off. Okay.
Nova men.
Okay, so for all the feds, ATF, and DEA tuning in, FBI, Rosenberg, I do not condone nor condemn this message. Not a member of a conspiracy.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. 22, we're going to have a conversation about that.
Yeah.
That ad is a little
mate.
dubious.
Salute, brother.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Look how much
Hey,
Lush has now.
you smoke Camel Straight.
How did it get that much? Oh, you took bricks. You stole bricks.
Hey,
No,
Brett.
little bullshit shot that I got. That shit did activated all type of shit going on up
You
here.
having
I'm
emotions?
like,
Feelings?
I'm trying to have my friends back because
No.
I know he shouldn't be drinking.
Brick
Listen,
back.
I'm so happy to have a lawyer on hand. Donnie, can you show the screen? I want to get your opinion. It has been said that our good friend, Whack 100, might be violating some sort of laws, and we would love to get your opinion. If you could just throw these on to just hear this out and see what you think about some of the statements that are being made in this clip.
So you want me to put on?
Ain't
Where's
nobody,
the votes?
nah, bro. I see
Where's
what
the
you
boss?
trying to do, bro.
Talking to me. Oh, here you go.
Fuck them niggas, blood. Pyro, I'ma get on donut for not killing your ass, blood. Listen to that. You keep whooping blood, we gonna activate blood, homie. Don't nobody give a fuck about that roof. Blood, you cost $1,500, my nigga. Nigga, turn your TV off, blood. You telling me threatening my homeboy, blood, like we give a fuck about
Nigga, ain't nobody whack. Ain't nobody nigga, I came to you.
Say that. Blood on Pyro, all niggas gotta do is say that. And we ain't gotta, mama's kids, we don't give a fuck who it is, blood. Don't no out of town nigga get at us talking about some violence, nigga. You should have knocked blood out when he spit on you and died about it, homie. And any nigga gonna tell you that freedom. Fuck about no nigga having no gun, spit on you.
Bruh, the first conversation when we had with Luce, bro, you said the nigga was out of pocket. You said niggas not wolfing, buddy. Not wolfing. I'm just trying to get a fade. I'm just trying to get a fade. Now niggas talking about killing me. Nigga, I didn't say, nigga, I'm coming to you, nigga. Nigga came to you. Nah, nigga ain't finna meet you now. Nigga, you talking about killing.
knock somebody's mama down. It's crazy.
What the fuck does he get high off of,
Wait,
bro?
before-
What the fuck is that?
Before we get into the nuances of this and get Rosenberg's opinion, I want to say, I want to bring something to y'all's attention, Adam and Rick. Are you guys
so crazy.
are you guys aware that Luce is not stupid?
Yeah, Luce is smart.
He's actually hella smart, bro.
He's
slow.
He's slow.
No,
he got
he's
a
not
speech
slow.
impediment.
No, he be playing, bro.
He does not.
That fool
He's
owns
not
hella
playing.
businesses. He owns
It does not. It does.
real estate. He's wealthy.
Listen,
he's successful.
listen.
He's not what we think he is, dog.
Yeah, but
Luce
what
is not what we think he is.
Speak for yourself. I don't think of him as being retarded.
I did.
I asked him in the interview if he was in special ed classes.
Okay, so you act like I'm crazy for
Special
saying
ed was a
he's
rapper,
not acting
right?
like that. That's
True,
really
true.
how he talks. He get money. He probably do what he do. That nigga got a speech impediment or something, bro.
No, he don't though. If you
It's
talk
the
to
way
him
that
for
he-
real, like
So, anyway, based on what
the
you
way that he
saw
talk.
in that video,
Right.
do you feel like any criminal threats were made there, terroristic threats?
Where's he at?
It does feel like
So-
maybe some lines were crossed.
So here's my answer. Under California Penal Code 422A,
Fuck whack 100.
that's the criminal threat statute. What do they have to show? They have to show that somebody made a communication which caused another person to fear imminent harm. There's a subjective
So knock a
component.
nigga mama down.
To
So-
me, Aaron the
hold on.
plumber
Put it-
should fear for his life based on that
Call the
call.
police.
what
Aaron
Here's
the
what I'm
plumber.
saying. Okay,
'Cause
that's
what
a
they would
good
do.
question.
I know
And
it
when
is.
we do trials, I have to explain to a jury of 12. That's my little film audience, because when I tell my client story, I'm a producer and a director.
For sure.
Right. What is imminent? If I say, and I'm going to single you out, much love, my boy.
Yeah.
Clearly,
But if
Rick
I
did it.
say,
He's
All the
guilty.
time.
if
All
I
the
say
time.
brick,
It's your fifth time.
brick,
Wow.
December
Fuck that table on
31st.
your ass.
Not the trick.
December 31st, we're going to catch a fade.
Yeah.
That's not imminent. Okay, now, if I say to you, if you keep running your mouth, then I will do X. That's a conditional statement.
That's not an imminent
So
threat.
a criminal threat has to be unconditional. Now, this is what I see in my practice. These fools write shit in all caps, right? I don't know why they do this
He's
shit in all
adding a
caps.
to y'all craniums. Listen up, real
Okay,
close.
so you're in all caps and you're saying all kinds of mad, like whatever, cyber banging. What do you call that? Keyboard gangster shit.
Keyboard
then-
warriors,
It's
net
Keyboard
bangers.
warriors. Net
Adam
banger.
22 and
Okay.
Brick Baby.
Brick
So
baby.
now,
We woofing.
Twitter fingers.
now I get the evidence and I see all this shit. So what am I gonna do? I'm arguing it's not imminent. It is conditional, and there's no subjective fear because this fool is harder than fuck, and he doesn't give a fuck.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if you're a G or not.
So I'm answering, but I'm
this
not
is a regular
speaking on
plumber,
it.
dude.
Well, okay,
He's
so
not a gang
Is he
member.
really a plumber?
No, I
He,
think
he
it's 'cause
used to
be
be.
laying
He
pipe.
got fired.
laying pipe. Hey, laying pipe.
He
How's a
did.
laying pipe?
So look,
I thought
I
every
don't
beginning
I
of
don't
the
want to
whole
stir
season
the
was-
pot because I go to 77th, I go to Newton, I go to
Jeez,
Compton,
please.
I
For
go
what?
to Central, I
It's
go
a lot
to
of
my
courthouses.
cases.
No, that's all
Yeah, I
police
know what the fuck it
station.
is.
Right. So you see what I'm trying to say? So I'm not stirring the pot. I got much love for my city, and I got much love for people who are
How did
they're
you
living
get
the
there?
life.
How did you get there? We were trying to figure out, was that a
Well,
threat?
I'm not. Yeah, I gave you the definition of a criminal threat.